El acceso principal es una y en la zona media del lado derecho se encuentra la otra. Identifique la ruta de evacuación, zonas de menor riesgo y punto de reunión. Mantenga despejados los pasillos, escaleras y salidas de emergencia del recinto. En caso de activarse la alerta sísmica, conserve la calma, permanezca en su lugar y siga las instrucciones del personal. En caso de incendio, mantenga la calma y evacúe el recinto siguiendo las instrucciones. Si requiere atención especial, indíquelo al personal del staff del evento. En caso de evacuación, diríjase al punto de reunión de manera ordenada y en silencio siguiendo la ruta de evacuación señalizada. Gracias.
Yeah, okay. Good morning. Welcome to the 2025 conference of the International Association of Centers for Federal Studies. I'm very happy to see you all here. As you know, yesterday we had our first session with the meeting of directors of this association, but today we start the academic part of our conference under the title of Metropolitan Governance in Federal Countries. Let me introduce to you the panel that will participate in this opening session. First of all, I introduce to you Eva Maria Belzer, who is the president of the association. We have with us also the coordinator of humanities of this university, Dr. Miguel Armando López Leiva. Also, we have with us Dr. Mónica González Contró, who is the director of this institute. Also with us is the Attorney General of the National University, of this university, Professor Hugo Concha Cantú, who is also a researcher of this institute. And we have also the director of the School of Political and Social Sciences of this university, Professor Alejandro Chanona Burguete. So I will just give the voice, the floor to each of the members of this panel, starting with the president of the International Association of Centers for Federal Studies, Eva Maria Belzer.
Thank you so much, Jose Maria. It is a great privilege to welcome you to the annual conference of IACFS, the International Associations of Centers for Federal Studies. For those of you who don't know IACFS yet, it is an organization bringing together academic centers and institutes from around the world. Centers and institutes sharing an interest in federal studies. We are an interdisciplinary group of scholars bringing together political scientists, lawyers, economists, and other colleagues and friends. We understand federalism in a very broad sense. Our interest is the combination of self-rule and shared rule, but it reaches beyond that. We are interested in other systems, dividing tasks, responsibility, and resources, and sharing what is common to all. We find the federal spirit everywhere, where diversity is respected and unity preserved, self-determination granted, and co-determination entrenched, when partners cooperate vertically and horizontally, respecting each other as equals, when the idea of subsidiarity is promoted, and when a culture of compromise is in the air. Our association's mandate aim is to promote federalism research and teaching, to learn from each other and to support each other. We are thrilled to be here and to hold our annual meeting and conference at UNAM in Mexico. What a fantastic place to meet, connect, and learn. We are most grateful to our host and to all the people sitting here on the panel. This has been an extremely warm welcome, and thank you all. Our association is now almost 50 years old. and I have checked its history briefly. We have not met on this continent before, until now, when we met in the Americas. It has always been further north than the Gulf of Mexico. We are happy. We are very happy to finally meet in South America, a place so rich in federal experiences, to learn more about the Mexican federal priorities, challenges, and concerns. Our host has chosen a topic, metropolitan governance, which was enthusiastically received by our members. The topic is crucially important to Mexico. We all realized that the moment we landed at the airport, but it resonates in many other places too. As metros grow, we all realize that we must get metropolitan governance right. So it is important to share experiences in this regard. So I'm most thankful to Maria Jose and his wonderful team, Paco, who has been advising and helping us. On behalf of IACFS and all its members and centers, I would like to express our deepest gratitude for making this conference possible, for bringing all of us to this wonderful city and country. Muchas gracias.
Mónica González, please.
Hi. Good morning. I say it's an honor to share a panel with these great colleagues. Good morning, distinguished guests, colleagues, and friends. It is a great honor for the Instituto Investigaciones Jurídicas to welcome you to Mexico City and to UNAM for this highly important international conference. This event represents a valuable opportunity for all of us to engage in meaningful dialogue, offer thoughtful reflections, and share experiences across borders as we collectively envision new forms of governance that are inclusive, effective, and equitable. Today, metropolitan governance, understood as a collaborative framework among governments, institutions, and key sectors, is a pressing global priority as nations work to build more inclusive, sustainable, and resilient societies. The purpose of metropolitan governance is to manage public affairs in a coordinated, collaborative, or negotiated manner, promoting the sustainable development of metropolitan areas through principles of equity, safety, efficiency, environmental and social sustainability, civic engagement, and active citizen participation. With this in mind, we are gathered today to debate on the existing proposal to transform the ways our cities and regions are governed, particularly within the complex but also promising frameworks of federal systems where authority is shared across different levels of government. Throughout this conference, we will be debating of how federalism offers opportunity for experimentation, local innovation, and policy adaptation, but also on how federalism represents risk of fragmentation, competition, and inequality for governance. We will emphasize the importance of open, informed, and inclusive dialogue on metropolitan governance, which recognizes difference in legal frameworks, political context, and administrative capacities, but also seeks common ground. A dialogue that does not shy away from complexity, but embraces it as a space for learning and cooperation. Instituto Investigaciones Jurídicas from UNAM is proud to contribute to this conversation. For decades, we have worked to strengthen public debate on governance, law, and public policy in Mexico. Our task is not only to question, but to propose. Today, we engage critically with the challenges of our time, but we also work toward building institutions, mechanisms, and solutions that respond to those challenges that governance proposes. This conference is the ideal space for reflection, but also for proposal. I personally encourage the participants to explore models of decentralized metropolitan governance and models to make it more inclusive, more resilient, and more just. In closing, I invite each of you to engage fully in this dialogue, not only during the sessions, but in the corridors over coffee and in the connections you build throughout these days. Wish you all the best. Thank you and welcome to Mexico.
Dr. Lopez Leiva, please.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you, Jose Maria, for the invitation to be part of this first panel. Doctora Mónica González Contró, Director of the Institute of Legal Research at UNAM. Thank you for the invitation for being here. Dr. Alejandro Chanona Burgueta, Director of the School of Political and Social Science at UNAM. Thank you. Maestro Hugo Concha Cantú, General Attorney at this university, Dr. Eva Maria Belzer, President of the International Association of Centers for Federal Studies. Dr. Jose Maria Serna de la Garza, President of the Ibero-American Institute for Constitutional Law. Dear colleagues, since this first edition in 1988, the Conference of the International Association of Centers for Federal Studies have become a venue where specialists from different countries gather to discuss federalism, its scope and possibilities in theory as well as in practice. These conferences have taken place in nearly 20 cities across 5 continents. It's a great pleasure that the 2025 edition is being held in Mexico City and, of course, at our university. Over the years, the conference have addressed topics that reflect the wide range of federalism-related areas around the world, such as federalism and regionalism, the role of local governments, the influence of central governments at the subnational level, regionalism and territory, the potential and limits of federalism in the face of global crises such as the COVID-19 pandemic, multi-level governance, among many others, and, on this occasion, the relationship between federalism and metropolitan governance. As history has shown in much of the world, and as the relevant literature has studied, there is no single type of federalism as a universal aspiration. Rather, there are models shaped by the realities and needs of each country. These models, which result in institutional arrangements, even change over time within each country, and in this century, they continue to adjust. The models most commonly discussed, at least in Ibero-American research, are the dual, cooperative, competitive, and asymmetrical models. However, combination and other possible models derived from the characteristics of federalism have been identified, numbering in the dozens. In this regard, the debate continues as to which elements truly define federalism. For example, whether it involves the coexistence, the union of sovereignties, or decentralization. Adding to this variety of definitions and classification, which is natural in our social science disciplines, where disputes over the meaning of concepts are central in our discussions, there are also what Jorge Carpizo identified as the gap between written institutions and practice, that is, between what the law dictates and what reality imposes. When speaking of metropolitan areas, something similar occurs. It's not possible to refer to a single type of urban dynamic or a universal definition, especially since metropolitan areas bring together the complexities of several cities at once. They face both common and unique problems. They are an important source of dynamism for national economies, simultaneously presenting obstacles to sustainable development. These problems cannot be addressed within rigid and restrictive frameworks of responsibilities among municipalities, states, and the federation, leaving social sectors aside. This is why the idea of new governance has been raised for some time. A relevant example is the International Conference on Metropolitan Governance Towards 2050, held just a few days ago in this university, where government, social, and academic actors came together to explore different perspectives for a shared future in the metropolitan area of the Valley of Mexico. In this context, a necessary framework for the complexities mentioned above can be found in some of the preliminary findings of the first global state of metropolis by United Nations Habitat regarding metropolitan governance. This report revealed that less than a half of the metropolitan areas assessed have their own legal frameworks establishing the foundation of metropolitan management, that the most metropolitan areas worldwide lack metropolitan plans or institutions, and that although governments participate in a balanced manner in metropolitan governing bodies, frequently the political power of the central municipality is greater. The report also points out that despite progress, there is no clear trend toward the inclusion of citizen representatives in governing bodies, formal institutions, or decision-making processes, nor toward the establishment of direct mechanisms to ensure participation, which particularly affects vulnerable populations. An important point, however, is the growing role of academic institutions and think tanks in providing evidence for metropolitan decision-making. And it is precisely this invaluable leading role that brings us together today to reflect, analyze, and offer solutions to the challenges we currently face. The significance of this topic to be addressed in this edition of the conference lies not only in the problems that metropolitan areas face worldwide, but also in the agreements required to tackle them through a delicate balance of sovereignties, functions, resources, regulatory frameworks, disparities, and opportunities for social participation. For this reason, the confluence of metropolitan areas governance and this century federalism represents a challenge, or rather, an opportunity to think about improving the living conditions of millions of people around the world. For this university, for the humanities subsystem and its entities, and the Legal Research Institute, of course, it's crucial to deepen interdisciplinary knowledge on federalism and metropolitan dynamics in different parts of the world as part of our commitment to advancing the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, particularly Goal 11, Sustainable Cities and Communities, as well as in light of Mexico's own experience with federalism. For this reason, we encourage efforts drawing on the knowledge of our researchers to contribute to the development of a new metropolitan governance. I am certain that this conference will provide great value in helping us envision institutional and social arrangements that are more responsive and better adapted to the challenges of our time, and, as a virtuous outcome, further strengthen governmental and academic ties around this topic. Thank you very much, and thanks.
Hugo Concha.
Thank you very much to Dr. Jose Maria Serna La Garza, the president of the Ibero-American Institute of Constitutional Law and the principal organizer of this conference. On behalf of the dean of this university, Dr. Leonardo Lomelí, I am very pleased to give you the warmest welcome to the university, and I hope to Mexico City as well. It is a true honor for me to join you today at this conference in the heart of Mexico, Mexico City, a metropolitan area that itself embodies the promises and challenges of metropolitan governance in federal systems. It is a metropolitan area particularly complex due to the vast territorial extension, its demographic density, and the fact that it spans multiple jurisdictions, including Mexico City itself, and dozens of surrounding municipalities in the state of Mexico, as well as the states of Morelos and Hidalgo. An enormous challenge for all of those who study models of governance in federal system. We are all gathered in this occasion to face the enormous complex challenges that metropolitan governance imposes, for instance, the overlapping responsibilities within authorities, the inconsistent regulations and coordination across political and administrative instances, disparities in institutional capacities, political agendas, and resource distribution that complicate efforts to implement cohesive and equitable metropolitan governance. Furthermore, we are brought together to explore and advance new models of governance, most notably the renewed vision of how metropolitan governance must evolve in direct alignment, as the coordinator of this of humanities of the university just mentioned, with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, particularly the SDG 11, Sustainable Cities and Communities. In recent years, it has become increasingly clear that no sustainable development goal stands alone. The pursuit of sustainable cities is deeply intertwined with broader global objectives, such as reducing inequalities, advancing gender equality, ensuring access to clean water, and addressing climate change, among many others. The interconnectedness demands integrated, adaptive, and inclusive governance at the metropolitan level. The United Nations has provided us with a powerful shared framework through the 2030 Agenda. But transforming that framework into tangible material progress requires more than national commitments. It demands local action, informed by rigorous research and driven by broad-based participation. Across the globe, we observed city governments innovating, resisting centralization, and navigating the challenges of fragmented authorities. These diverse experiences are valuable, not only for the solutions they offer, but for the insights they provide into the evolving nature of urban governance. This conference is an exceptional platform to reflect and analyze these shared goals, not in isolation, but in a meaningful dialogue with colleagues from other federal countries, all of us facing similar questions, yet searching for context-specific answers. Let us seize the opportunity to deepen our collective commitment to sustainable development, to democratic values, and to building a more equitable and resilient future for our cities. Thank you very much.
Alejandro Chanona, please.
Good morning, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, honored participants, and also dear students. It is a great honor to welcome you on behalf of the School of Social and Political Sciences to this important conference. We are delighted to host you here, to have you here in Mexico City, a metropolis that itself embodies many of the challenges and opportunities of governance in the 21st century. I'm overjoyed to share this opening ceremony and greet my colleagues, Dr. Eva Maria Belzer, President of the International Association of Centers for Federal Studies, Dr. Miguel Armando Lopez Leiva, Head of the Coordination of Humanities of our National University, Dr. Monica Gonzalez, the Director of the Institute of Legal Research from our university, of course, al Maestro Hugo Concha Cantú, Attorney General of the National Autonomous University of Mexico, and of course, Dr. Jose Maria Serna, President of the Ibero-American Institute of Constitutional Law. We are thrilled to have each and every one of you join us. Your presence here today signifies a shared commitment to academic and scientific research. We have a rich agenda lined up with plenty of sessions. The objective of this conference goes beyond sharing the main findings of research projects. It is a space for building broad collaborative partnership, impacting policy, and addressing the multiple challenges that metropolises are facing nowadays. Our world is facing critical times. Several countries are dealing with diverse crises that have far-reaching effects on people's security, well-being, and on our democracies. There is a combination of factors that enables a scenario for democratic erosion and crisis. If governments are unable to implement public policies that guarantee the rights, well-being, and security of the populations and deliver results, democracy could be at great risk. Political polarization and populism feed our social discontent. Metropolitan management is vital in the exercise of government in federal states where population demands are focused on transportation, environment, and especially security issues. The lack of capacity to address these demands in a metropolitan way has direct repercussions on people's lives. Thus, metropolitan governance is indispensable for people to enjoy the right to the city. Academic initiatives like this contribute to rethink public policies for better governance at local, national, and global level. In my view, and that's what I believe, the principle of subsidiarity continues to be a key concept to put in practice federalism. According to UN Habitat, half of the world population now lives in cities. That is why we should address sustainable urban development and economic growth and build the capacities of national and local governments to respond for the basic needs of the people to reach the sustainable development goals, particularly number 11 about sustainable cities and communities that are far from being achieved. We celebrate this conference that contributes, and I'm sure will contribute, to our students' education. It is our objective that our students receive a cross-sectional education in sustainability, equity, human rights, and mobility subjects. Once again, I welcome you to the National University of Mexico, and I hope that all the sessions in this conference are successful, and I'm sure about it. Thank you.
I will try to be very short. I would like to express my gratitude to all the people and all the institutions that have made possible the organization of this conference. I start with the distinguished people in this panel. Thank you for your support. Really, you are the people who have made possible the organization of this conference. And I would like to emphasize that this conference forms part of what is called, and I quote, the research agenda in the field of humanities and social sciences that addresses national problems in the light of the Sustainable Development Goals. This agenda is coordinated by Dr. Lopez Leiva, and in turn, this agenda forms part of the plan of institutional development of the rector of this university, Dr. Leonardo Lomelí. In this way, the Institute of Legal Research and the School of Political and Social Sciences contribute to the implementation of this plan and of this research agenda. Also, thanks to all the academic and administrative personnel of the Institute of Legal Research that have contributed so efficiently to organize this conference. All these persons are, if you allow me the expression, the invisible hand behind the success of all our academic events. Thanks also to all the members of the local organizing committee formed with colleagues of this institute and with a group of students from our School of Law. I do not have time to mention the name of all of them, but their work has been truly fundamental for the organization of this conference, and thank you very much for that. And finally, thanks to all the participants in this conference for making the effort, the great effort of traveling to Mexico City, one of the largest metropolitan zones in the world, to discuss how these kind of zones or regions can be better governed. Mexico has 74 metropolitan zones, 82 million people, that is around 65% of the national population, live in these metropolises. At the global level, according to UN Habitat, close to 2,000 metropolitan zones exist today in the world, accounting for about 60% of the world's urban population. At least 2.6 billion people live in metropolises in the world, which is equivalent to 1/3 of the global population. Metropolitan zones are engines of growth. They are sites of scientific and technological innovation and of cultural diversity and creativity, but they also face huge challenges in connection with problems like poverty, inequality, pollution, water supply and distribution, sewage, waste management, transportation, mobility, crime, and many others. How can metropolitan zones be properly governed in federal countries? How can a better metropolitan governance contribute to the well-being of the people that live in them? These basic and general questions are examples of what we will try to answer in the presentations and discussions of the 2025 conference of the International Association of Centers for Federal Studies. Thank you very much. And thank you to our panelists of this first session. I know that several of you have to leave very quickly, so thank you again for your participation in this session.
Thank you very much. That is
Well, good morning. We're going to start this first panel about general reflections in metropolitan governance in federal countries. I introduce myself. I'm Paco Tortolero from this institute. I'm going to be presenting each of our panelists. We're going to try to make it as short as possible. I know everybody comes from very far. Welcome, everyone. I would just like to try to stick to the schedule so we can find all the different panels on time. So for this morning, we're starting with this first introductory panel where we speak about metropolitan governance. I'm going to take the privilege of the moderator just to introduce a few ideas about Mexico City, which is today. And think about this. This city was established in a lake. This is 500 years old city, and when Hernán Cortés in 1519 wrote to King Charles V to Spain to convince him how important it was to cooperate with all the communities, he was really fascinated by the advance of the city. This was really a metropolis. You know, here were several groups, multilingual, that did commerce in different languages. Every day, everybody was multilingual. It was a piece of diplomacy, this set of letters. And, you know, there was sewage systems. You can see that in Templo Mayor downtown in those years. It was twice the size of London. Well, we had human sacrifices. That was just a little detail. But, well, that was really an innovative way of governance. So 500 years later, we have very few signs of agreements between administrative entities, between different states making part of this huge metropolitan area. In Latin America, the characteristics of disorder of suburban growth is like reflected by the weakness of the rule of law, poor planning, the lack of monitoring. Well, we're going to speak all of that in this introductory panel. But potential, a very big potential can be fostered in these unities in the territory. As the UN 2030 Sustainable Development Goals and agenda, you know, very often like small measures can be taken without doing legal reforms. Just think of teamwork, win-win partnerships, and active cooperation to take advantage of economic scale, like economies of agglomeration. For innovation, for introduce symbiotic measure, for all these kind of agreements that it's just a matter of putting together all these different actors in the territory. So what would metropolitan single governments would be able to do? At least to be aware of if incentives to cooperate decline, metropolitan arrangement will tend to fade away. No government arrangement become effective unless it has an active support from the local government involved. Well, I'm going to pass the mic to Eva Maria Belzer from the University of Freiburg. Please, Eva Maria, welcome.
Thank you. Can these slides be put to the screen? Thank you so much. It's not a presidential privilege to be the first to present the paper. I think Maria Jose has put me here because I have decided to not look at metropolitan governance in my own country. That is because this is what our cities look like, a bit like villages. I've heard that you know, here things are very close by when it's an hour away. When we travel for an hour, we are outside of our country. So I'll look at rebellious cities, at situations when metros challenge federal systems. The starting idea is, and we have heard it this morning, there is a mismatch between the de facto political, economic, social and cultural power of cities and their legal, de jure institutional role in, I think, all federal systems. And I think that such a mismatch is likely to create tension, conflict, or rebellion, and that is my focus. Rebellious cities, I understand as cities seeking to extend their power beyond legal bounds. So I'm not interested in cities exercising their constitutional statutory powers, even when they displease state or national tiers. And I'm not looking at cities dealing with riots or popular uprisings. I'm interested in institutions, institutional organizations, metros, being active ultra vires. And my idea of the paper is that we should not be too quick to stifle rebellious urban activity, because it's likely to end up being a very innovative action. I would like to start with a looking back into history. Cities, European cities, but I think it's true for other cities as well, used to be quasi-sovereign actors, shaping politics internally, externally, driving the economy and trade, generating technological developments, innovation, dominating diplomatic relations, often having their own armies, leading culture and religion. We see Venice and Lübeck on the slides. The cities of the Westphalian state saw sovereignty gradually but firmly centralized in territorial states. Cities, quasi-sovereign entities, saw their authority being downgraded to local actors, sometimes with a special status, but basically at the bottom of the hierarchy of norms, subordinated as well to the national tier as to the subnational tier. But cities continue to drive the economy, to dominate social, cultural, and technological developments, and it has been said this morning. They face a whole set of challenges and priorities that the subnational tier and the national tier does not necessarily share or experience in the same way. So we have been looking at rebellious cities. Lara Torbe and me, she cannot be here today because of a flu. We have come up with a taxonomy. We see three major categories. The first is the symbolic act. It's a political statement or a declaration made by a city in a field beyond the competence, constitutional competence of the city. Second category is the passive resistance, the refusal of the city, not the failure of governments, the refusal to implement federal or provincial laws or policies, so we have called it institutional disobedience. And there is active rebellion. That is the situation when a city initiates and implements laws and policies departing from or directly contradicting federal or provincial laws or policies. So just to illustrate, symbolic acts, that is a city declaring climate emergency, that is a city having special equality or gender policies in fields where they lack competencies, or cities making statements in the field of the international area, like recognizing a state of Palestine, or raising the flag in Glasgow, or making statements in relation to Ukraine. Resistance is so the decision not to implement policies coming from the national sphere, as we would, for instance, see in the sanctuary cities, or here a mayor openly stating that she refuses to implement national laws and policies in the field of migration law. And we see active rebellion. These are two European examples on the left. That's Berlin taking decision to cap rents, even though that was beyond the competences of the city to deal with housing matters in this way. On the other side, there is public transport in Switzerland. Some cities having taken decision to have free public transport, a decision that violates national environmental law, which they entrench the principle of the polluter pays. There are obviously risks associated with rebellious cities. No need to be long on that. There is obviously a loss of unity in fields where the federal system prescribes unity, common shared rule. There is a risk of constitutional norms and values, especially human rights, minority rights being violated by the city. Is a risk of discrimination against groups, vulnerable groups, minorities in the city. There is a risk that the rebellious act has negative effects on the province, other cities, or the state as a whole. Obviously, there is a danger that there is free-riding strategies or other similar negative effects on surrounding areas. There's a risk of confusion, obviously, that you're unsure what are the rules that will apply to you. And there is also a risk that there is contradictory behavior within the federal systems. Obviously, there are examples of that. On the one side, you see the city of Geneva banning begging and thereby violating national and European human rights. So the European Court of Human Rights interfered. And on the other side, we see the city of Marseille taking decision to get rid of a campsite of nomadic people, also violating national and human rights standards. So, seeing the risks involved, most federal systems have quite clear radical approaches. There is surveillance and instruction by state and national tiers. It's usually repeal of urban laws and policies by the judiciary, or, as we have seen it in many places of the world, subnational or national intervention, even militarily. I don't think that is the approach we should automatically apply, because cities have so often in history taken so brave decisions. This is a picture of, in my own country, which famously introduced female suffrage very late in history. Some cities just started to do it against national law, and the same apparently happened in cities in the United States. Active acts of civil disobedience. We would also see it in the field of women's rights and equal rights for all, and if I'm not mistaken, Mexico City is a famous example for that, allowing for registration of same-sex couples and allowing abortion when it was banned on the national level. Environment policies is the same. Some cities have introduced car-free zones or have had this idea of limiting the access of to the city by certain vehicles or having a rotation system, thereby most often violating national traffic regulation. We would see it in drug policies when it comes to cannabis legislation or when providing safe injection site, typically breaking national drug policies and laws. So my point would be that we should develop more nuanced responses to rebellion and not take cities straight to the courts. I think there should be first a risk assessment. There could be a strategy of tolerance, observation, monitoring. There could be the involvement of other actors than administrations and courts, because they usually produce winners and losers and easy yes and no answers. So roundtables, joint committees would probably be able to have more nuanced approaches. I think it would make sense to have mediation between partners before court proceedings. And I think there should be exceptions for experiments, urban experiments. Maybe the legal basis for pilot projects linked to systems of joint evaluation. And I'm coming to the end. We have such a situation in Geneva, where the city of Geneva started to hand out Swiss passports to people who were not supposed to be in the country. And the Swiss State Secretariat started to interfere and ban the process. And after some negotiation, said, okay, let's accept the idea that you do an experiment. We'll have an evaluation at the end. And this evaluation has just happened. And you see the reaction. Merci Papyrus, that was the name of the passport. Merci Geneva. So we have now created a legal basis allowing cities to have experiments of that sort. We have also other experiences. 3 minutes, thank you, that's perfectly right. One is about climate protection. It is the city of Zurich which has carved out a small part of the city to say, here we do an experiment. And we will break all sorts of country and national law to do it. It is an experiment running for 6 years. It is starting right now. It is a location with a mix of residential, commercial, industrial sites. And the goal is to test climate protection measures and forms of inclusive participation with the idea of developing and testing strategies to bring CO2 emissions to zero. I have been looking around and I have seen that other countries have similar approaches to urban rebellion. For instance, Germany has a legal basis for traffic and mobility pilot projects. So cities are allowed for a limited time to experiment traffic measures such as temporary speed limits, bicycle streets, car-free zones. There is also such a legal basis in the field of education, allowing schools to do experiments. And I have found a legal basis in the field of housing and social projects as well. It's called Milieuschutz, neighborhood protection. It is a legal basis allowing urban areas to test interventions in the housing market, interventions which would otherwise be illegal, to test them, and if successful, to bring them to the state or to the federal level. I have seen that Canada has such legal basis for experimentation, and the United States as well. And I would be so interested in hearing experiences from other cities around the world. So this is it. Thank you very much. I think I have respected my time limit.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. This importance of measurement and put a policy into a scale and trying to define whether those policies are adequate or not on the long term. Our next couple intervening is Karl Kostler and Nico Steiler from the University of Cape Town, this last one, and Karl from Iraq research in Bolzano-Bozen. Please.
Okay, so thank you, Paco, for the introduction, and thanks to the organizers for having us. So in order to respect the time schedule, I will only very briefly walk you through the main concept that we would like to present, which is dialogical city, and why we regard it as important for metropolitan governance. So our starting point is that cities are currently under pressure to serve various challenges that stem from socio-spatial inequalities. These are aggravated, obviously, by the retreat of the welfare state. And we think that city governments, they are closest to the people, and therefore they face mostly expectations of solving concrete problems. Even if they are sometimes beyond their competencies, they are still the ones from whom a solution is expected. And of course, they also face the consequences if a solution is not found. So if there is conflict, then of course they are the first ones to feel the heat. The question that we are asking is, why are some cities better at solving inequality-related challenges? And our argument is that the concept of what we call a dialogical city might play a role here. So this has an internal dimension of the city having a dialogue with itself. So the city government entering into conversations with interest groups in order to solve these problems. But this concerns especially issues, matters that are under the competence and also within the ability of city governance. But of course, there are certain other matters which go beyond their competence and ability. And through this limitation, we also think that an external dialogue is important with other stakeholders beyond the city. So the city government entering into a dialogue with both governments, so this would be classical IGR, but also with interest groups, social movements at the subnational, national, and even international levels. So of course, we are aware of the fact that there are other concepts which are similarly about interactions between city governments and interest groups, so non-state stakeholders, such as collaborative governance and city power, but we might discuss how our concept differs from these concepts later on in the discussion. That would take us too far right now. So just briefly, which are then the cases that we focus on when we look at the dialogical city? We look at metropolitan areas, so the theme of this concept, which we see, according to a quite classical definition, as coherent territories with a large urban core and a periphery that is socially and economically integrated. And we look at metro areas irrespective of the concrete metropolitan governance model. Of course, there are some governance models, for example, the institutional fragmentation into small municipalities, which might make it more difficult to tackle these challenges, but still all metropolitan areas are, irrespective of the concrete governance model, affected by these challenges. Then we narrow it down also to metropolitan areas in federal systems, because we really think that the dynamics are different in a federal system, just because the existence of a subnational level of government, of course, changes also how a dialogue is conducted compared to unitary systems. Just think of the external dialogue that I mentioned before between different levels. So that is, of course, a crucial difference than in federal systems. And we look at metro areas in federal systems in the global south and in the global north. So in the paper, we will have a 2+2 comparison, having 2 from the global south and 2 case studies from the global north. Of course, we are aware of the fact that there are some idiosyncratic phenomena which are characteristic of both contexts. For example, informal settlements, this is much more of an issue in the global south than in the global north. But we still think that the one challenge that we look at, which is housing as a main inequality-related challenge, is quite similar across these contexts. And so we will focus on one city each from the global south and then from the global north, even though, of course, as I said before in the paper, we will have one additional case from each context. So let me start with Vienna, which is the case that I would like to present here. So why is housing actually an inequality-related challenge in Vienna? You can see the degree of socio-spatial inequality here in the illustration on the left-hand side. So the more blue the color is, the richer this city district is. And you have in Vienna at the same time city districts which are the richest places all over Austria, but you have also places, city districts, which are among the poorest places all over Austria. So you have quite a stark contrast there. You have quite pronounced socio-spatial inequality in Vienna, measured according to average individual income. This is what this illustration is based on. Of course, this is a European-wide problem, and what is interesting then, what you can see on this slide here, is how Vienna compares to other cities in terms of housing policies. What you can see there is the average monthly rent, euros per square meters, in various European cities. And you can see on one end, Dublin, the most expensive city in the meantime in terms of cost of living and housing especially, and France. And you can see on the other end, Vienna on the right-hand side, and it's quite remarkable that it's actually around 30% of the rent, of the average rent that you pay in Dublin or in Paris, that the average Viennese people pay. And this is very much attributed to the housing policy, and this is what we would like to focus on now. So what is very characteristic about housing in Vienna is that 43% of all people living in Vienna live in social housing. And this means this is municipal housing provided directly by the municipality, by the city of Vienna, plus also housing provided by limited profit housing corporations. And there are three different hallmarks of social housing in Vienna. One is affordability, so these are all flats where you have a rent cap. And through the availability of these flats, this is also an indirect effect on private rents, so it also drives down private rents. This is the availability of social housing. The second characteristic is social diversity and sustainability, because social housing is not just for the poor, so it really caters to middle-class people, because the threshold to be eligible for social housing is so high that actually 75% of the population qualify. So there is no ghettoization, there is no social stigma attached to living in social housing, which is the case in other European countries, for example. And the third element is quality, which is social housing has even higher quality standards than in the private market, and this is very much linked also to the so-called property developers competitions, to which I will return in a minute, because this is a major site of dialogue. So what are then the main success factors for the Viennese case? At the basis, of course, it is a long-term political commitment to seeing housing as a basic right. So not treating it as a commodity, but as a social right. And this has been ongoing since World War I, so under social democratic rule. And this commitment is still reflected in concretely in earmarked taxes. So there is still a levy that is on salaries of Viennese people, which is then invested in social housing, and also in the establishment of a fund for social housing construction and urban renewal. So this is a fund from the city of Vienna that acquires and stockpiles plots of land in the area, in the metropolitan area of Vienna, and which are then exclusively used for social housing. So let me then, on the last slide, come to Vienna as a dialogical city. So dialogue. Okay. Social housing in Vienna, there is a dialogue in various stages. So if you have a concrete housing process, then it is planning, which is at the start, allocation, and also management of the whole social housing project. And we would like to focus on the planning part, so the first stage. So as I said before, there is our concept encompasses external dialogues and internal dialogues within the dialogical city. And Vienna is, of course, a land at the same time as it is a municipality, as it is a city-state, and has also the competences of a land within Austria. And therefore, Vienna has the legislative power for general planning within Austria. But there are, of course, some specific competencies in planning also for local governments and also for the federal level. And that's why, with also the huge implications that planning has on all levels of governments, that the Austrian Conference of Spatial Planning was established, which brings together the different levels of governments, but it's also cross-sectoral because it also brings together interest groups like employers' associations and organizations and trade unions. And so this is one site where actually interest groups enter into a dialogue with the city government. Another one is also the internal dialogue within the city of Vienna, and this is especially in the so-called property developers competitions, which I mentioned before, which are mandatory for all social housing projects. So it is any developer, whether it's a limited profit association, that are the ones that I mentioned before, or also a commercial developer. All of them have to enter in this process, in this procedure, into a partnership with architects, with other professionals, urban planners, and so on. And so you have here the influence of different interest groups, and then they present their project, which is then discussed again with the jury, including various stakeholders, again representative from the city government, and also from experts from various levels. So again, you have here cooperation with interest groups. So how this case of Vienna compares with the Johannesburg case, this is now what Nico will tell you.
Thank you, Nico, please. Nico Stetler from the University of Western Cape.
Right. Johannesburg is a bit different from Vienna. It's located in the, okay, do you just use these? Located in the province of Gauteng, 16 million in Gauteng. The metropolitan area is about 11 million people, divided up in 3 metropolitan governments. Massive urbanization. Within a few years, 29% growth. So the majority of people coming into the city live then in informal settlements. And those are mostly at the periphery, which then means the poor is then not only poor, but spend most of their money just on transport costs to get into the city, very similar to what's happening here in Mexico City. Another phenomenon that we've seen is that there was an abandonment of the old city center in Johannesburg, where business moved to a satellite center, Sandton, and buildings were simply abandoned, and homeless people were simply moving into these buildings. And so the picture here is of a building of homeless with no services, health hazard, fire hazards, and it burned down, killing a large number of people. So the question is, how did Johannesburg deal with this housing crisis? Now, to compare it with Vienna didn't really make sense, and we tried to compare it with another city of complex or mega city in South America, Sao Paulo, and there was a book written on it, why it's made a very nice study. And that comparing Sao Paulo with Johannesburg were doing worse in reducing inequality by placing or making social housing accessible to where the jobs are. And then the question is, why is Johannesburg doing worse? And our argument, and the scholar on this, is that Sao Paulo was a much better dialogical city, and both internally and externally. And what we mean by that is, did the city of Johannesburg entered in a dialogue with the communities most in need of housing and accessible housing? The one factor is, what was this internal dialogue? What we see is that that the principle of social housing is there, provide some building of houses, providing services, but it was not embedded in the city's administration, in its policies, and part of it was because social movements, which was instrumental in coming of the end of apartheid, wasn't in the driving seat or in dialogue with the city, because these social movements were annihilated by the ruling party. They didn't want alternative players in the field, and so the sense that this policy of social housing was put on the periphery, and the old interest of the white capital there remained dominant and pushed social housing to the periphery of the city. There was, however, an interesting development in terms of in the notion of dialogue, was when the city of Johannesburg was starting to expel or evict people from these occupied housing. And the eviction, they're illegally there. Law would say you will have to be evicted, but the courts developed the notion of meaningful engagement between the city and the occupiers. And that meaningful engagement means more than simply consultation. It meant that you have to come to decisions through mediation with meaningful outcomes. So the notion of dialogue is not simply chatting, talking, but almost joint planning. When we come to the external dialogue, how did the city, which constitutionally had no powers over housing, how could it deliver social housing in the city? And what we found was that planning and providing housing was very much a top-down affair. The city was not in the driving seat of deciding where the developments or housing conversion of informal to formal housing should take place, with the result, again, that it didn't have a great effect on inequality. This has now been almost formalized in intergovernmental planning. A new national policy came to the fore, a metro development model, but the city is simply a player in it, but not the dominant player. It is a national top-down approach to developing of housing, and it exemplifies the absence of this meaningful dialogue facilitated by the city of Johannesburg. It is more a recipient of policy. Now, how can we come to conclusions? So I'll even less of that. How do we come to conclusions or draw comparisons between Johannesburg and Vienna? First, I think the first step is trying to compare apples with apples. Two cities from the south and then two cities from the north. But what we see there is that the same phenomenon is happening. What Vienna illustrates is the presence of a dialogical city with good outcomes, with better outcomes to reduce inequality. What we see in the south is the city of Sao Paulo getting better outcomes on social housing than Johannesburg. And the explanatory value here is the notion of the dialogical city, where it was strong in Vienna, it was weak in Johannesburg. What we also found is that you can't legislate for that there will be a dialogical city. South Africa has the best legislation constitutionally about dialogue, consultation. And compared to Vienna, much better. Yet the outcomes are different. So it depends very much on the political culture, the dynamic, the social dynamics between social movements and the city, whether that is there, rather than what the Constitution tell you what to do. The third comparison that we would like to make is the key role of local government, of city government, in this process of trying to reduce inequality in the field of housing, but also in transport, sanitation. There's a long range of activities. And what we see in Vienna is the centrality of the city, but it's a help that it's also the land, the state. And in Johannesburg, we don't have that. And just very recently, I came across this quote from the UN Habitat Executive Director, Anna Claudia Rosbach. We cannot advance in addressing the global housing crisis if the local level doesn't have a driver's seat in this process. And that now obviously cuts across. And here I think the failing of Johannesburg is quite apparent, and the system how it has been developed. So our main argument is then overall the dialogical city is a necessary mode of urban governance to deal with major urban challenges that stems from inequality. Thank you.
Thank you, Nico and Carl. This importance of the dialogue between stakeholders, public-private, the engagement of even like illegal occupants of territory, exactly what is happening in California with immigrants and this dialogue with ICE policy, no? And without like a driver's seat occupant, everything's impossible to make it advance. So I invite Felipe Medel now from University of Guadalajara to speak about a limited intergovernmental cooperation in Latin America. And thank you very much for keeping up in the time.
Si nos ayudan a hacer el cambio. No sé cómo. Ahí. ¿Sí? Hola, no sé, creo que sí puedo hacer en español.
No.
¿No?
¿Sí?
Digo, es que yo no soy el autor principal. Entonces, sí, en español.
Nadie habla español. Bueno. Sí, entonces
¿Sí?
córtalo.
Sí, no sé, pero no, puede ser más rápido.
Yeah, the main author of the paper it was not possible for him to show, so I'm going to try to do a quick simultaneous translation, which is not my best competence, but I'll do my best. So, please, Felipe, 5 minutes, please. Yeah, maybe we're gonna stick in this written presentation. Otherwise, it's gonna be like. Yes, we're gonna skip this presentation. I'm sorry, Felipe, and then we keep to Erica, please. Thank you very much. I'm sorry.
Sorry. Yeah. Okay, gracias. Okay.
Yes. Sure, please, Juan. Yes. The conclusions, yeah, maybe it's too complicated because we have the abstract, but I don't have the points. I'm sorry.
Okay,
Please,
here we go.
Erika. Good morning.
Okay, good morning, everyone, and thank you to the organizers for the opportunity to be here today. So let me begin by saying that this presentation draws from a project I am working on with Professor Marcia de Visser from Singapore Management University. And basically, we explore why and how city empowerment in the sense that I will explain in a moment, can take place in the context of the European Union as a multi-level legal order, as well as in its member states. So it's the paper that we are working on takes both a descriptive and a normative approach and situates itself within the literature on the role of cities in constitutional law. So we begin our inquiry by looking at how cities are treated at constitutional level within the European Union legal framework and also within member states. So at the European Union level, in the European treaties, there is basically no reference whatsoever to cities. Cities are non-existent. However, at least since the Treaty of Lisbon, the EU treaties have started to recognize the local tier of government, which commonly encompasses most cities within the EU member states. And references to local governments appear very often, quite often, in the European treaties. I'll just give you an example. This is an article that those of you who are working on EU law or subsidiarity are very familiar with. Is the article on subsidiarity. As you can see in the part in bold, there is reference to the regional or local level, but certainly not to the city level. So the fact remains that in the EU treaties, cities are not singled out as distinct actors with the power to engage European institutions. When it comes to national constitutions, so the constitutions of EU member states, we saw that normally national constitutions take one of these five approaches. So the first approach mimics, in a way, the approach of EU treaties. So most constitutions are silent, again, do not acknowledge cities at all. Another approach is to make a reference to capital cities only. This can take place in different ways, but reference is just to the capital city. A third approach that, interestingly, we find in constitutions that are not even federal is general references to cities as part of the vertical structure of the state. So I'll give you an example of Estonia, for example, that where it says that local governments are rural municipalities and cities. A fourth approach is more familiar with federalism scholars. Cities in some member states are considered as federated units. We heard about Vienna, Berlin, Hamburg, Bremen in Germany, Brussels in Belgium. And finally, some constitutions, including the Italian constitution, single out a particular class of cities for special recognition and award of specific powers or responsibilities. But as this overview confirms, with some small exceptions, the recognition of cities both at EU level and in national constitutions tend to be minimal. Now, the silver lining of this constitutional neglect is that there is a scope for a change in the form of a greater constitutional role for cities. And how can this greater constitutional role can be acquired? So to this end, we discuss the two concepts of empowerment and emancipation. So the idea of city empowerment is to strengthen cities legally within the existing constitutional order and structures of power. So a more explicit integration of cities within the vertical separation of powers. By contrast, emancipation refers to challenging existing structures of power. So emancipation is some sort of reimagining the status quo. It's a concept that in a way resonates with the idea of rebellious cities that we were talking about with Eva Maria. So emancipation implies basically the end of political subordination and the acquisition of more autonomy. However, we are a little bit skeptical towards this idea of emancipation because it raises a number of challenges. For example, how confident should we be that cities will do the right thing once they are legally emancipated? There are other challenges that may emerge, so this is why we prefer to frame our argument as one that makes the case for empowerment rather than emancipation. Empowerment seems relatively easier to achieve from a political and a legal design perspective, and in any case this achievement would mark a step forward compared to the status quo, which, as I mentioned, is one of almost total neglect of cities. However, we shouldn't consider these two concepts, empowerment and emancipation, as completely on the opposite. They should be seen as points along a spectrum. The next question that we address is how should we justify empowerment, the legal empowerment of cities? So once we agree that empowerment is perhaps the better choice, how do we justify this empowerment? And here we'll look at a number, in other words, why cities should become more prominent constitutional actors. So the most common argument that is made in this regard is that of size and population. The spatial, the human dimension of cities would set them apart from other units of local government. But size and population are relative concepts. We think that the argument of size and population is a better fit for mega cities, for the largest cities that are not actually typical of Europe. Again, with Eva Maria, we were talking about Freiburg. Most cities are medium-sized, ordinary cities, like just bigger, a little bit bigger than villages. So if we wanted to empower these ordinary cities, on which grounds should we claim this empowerment if size and population don't work? So we look, for example, at the administrative significance that cities are or have acquired as delivery agents of national and supranational laws and policies. We look at the political role that cities are increasingly, progressively carving out for themselves to realize desired policy objectives. Again, think about human rights cities or smart cities. We look also at the connection that exists between the cities and the economic development of the metropolitan area, or the area surrounding the cities, or the relationship between national GDP and the cities. And then we look also at the cultural and symbolic significance of cities. Cities are places where individuals can partake in the arts, religious, educational, and other activities. Cities contribute to the development or maintenance of local culture or civilization. Cities possess their own identity. There is an interesting scholarship in the social sciences on the concept of urban or city identity. And finally, we look at the societal significance of cities as sites for individual and collective development, a significance that is also linked to the notion of democracy, considering all the experimentation that takes place at city level. And here we also raise the issue of horizontal subsidiarity, this principle that relates to the sharing of competencies between public and private actors. So, taken together, we suggest that these are all good reasons to empower ordinary cities so that they would be better able to discharge their many roles that are assigned to or accepted by them as a matter of practice. And finally, we discuss how city empowerment can be effectively operationalized or implemented, and we do that first at the level of EU member states and then at the level of the EU as a supranational legal system. So the first issue is this. So basically, in this regard, we raise a number of design questions that need to be addressed or discussed. And the first is which cities should benefit from empowerment. This is an issue that is linked to the definition of city for purposes of constitutional law. We were discussing earlier how difficult it is to define basically what a city is, and for this reason we suggest that any decision in this matter needs to be dealt with on a case-by-case basis. Then we raise the question of how cities can be included in this vertical structure of power already in place that goes back to this idea of city empowerment. So how they can be integrated within the existing institutions at national level. Another issue that is important to discuss is the techniques of allocation of power. So what types of powers do we want cities to have in terms of legislative powers, administrative powers, judicial powers, and if legislative powers, should they have or they enjoy exclusive, shared, concurrent powers, and so forth. And linked to that is also in which subject matters cities should be empowered. We also discuss whether city constitutions could be a good way to empower cities, and of course Mexico City is a good example in this sense of recently implemented city constitution. And finally, we also look at what type of principles should regulate the relationship between cities and upper levels of government. And finally, at EU level, I'll be very quick. We believe that cities do not appear, as I mentioned, in the treaties, but they already play various roles vis-à-vis the European Union. They already act as implementation agents. They act as democracy enhancers, as policy developers. And also, we have observed that any decision to explicitly include cities in EU treaties should come, if at all, after cities have been included systematically or have been empowered at national level. In any event, perhaps the most viable way to empower cities at EU level is to begin investing in strengthening the local level as a general category in the treaties. And in this way, we would be able to achieve some form of indirect constitutionalization for cities. More ambitiously, we could think about the inclusion of an explicit European urban competence, considering that there have already been initiatives in the past few decades to support urbanization. And finally, beyond constitutionalization, another way to empower cities concerns perhaps the formalization of dialogic opportunities related to urban affairs at EU level. More specifically, associations representing cities could be given greater or more systematic access to the EU institutions and bodies to convey the needs of urban areas. So I stop here. So thank you very much, and I look forward to the discussion.
So I'm going to open the floor for 10 strict minutes. Our coordinator just allowed us to debate 10 minutes now. So please just raise your hand, and I do it in order. 2 minutes per each. Rafaela, please.
Before I lose the...
Thanks, perfect. Thank you for the all very interesting presentation. I have a question for Nico and Carl. The concept I think is very interesting, this idea of dialogical city as a measure and to explain effectiveness. But my question would be, is just a descriptive concept, or do you think it can become prescriptive somehow? Because, for example, in Rome, we have similar problem with housing, and the city of Rome is trying to do things. They have an agreement with Sapienza University for social housing, new regulations, but there is a lot of resistance from local interests, because we are definitely not a dialogical city in this sector, at least. So how would you say, I mean, how would you see this concept in this sense? Thank you.
Maybe I collect, yeah, yes, please.
Thanks very much. Thanks for all the beautiful presentations. I really enjoyed them. I wanted to ask Eva Maria and Erika maybe just to respond to an observation that I want to make about the empowerment of cities. Eva Maria's point about innovation, about pilots and creativity, and Erika's point about how best to empower cities. And so I've gone a bit back and forth on how best to do it in terms of institutional design. So in South Africa, we've taken the high road of a constitutional list of competencies for cities. So, and we always thought, how great are we? We have constitutionalized powers for cities. And now I'm starting to realize that we actually painted cities into a corner. Because wouldn't it be much better to have a more open-ended formulation in a constitution of you do whatever is best for your city community, as opposed to listing powers, which ostensibly gives you this great leverage, but actually now when cities in South Africa want to experiment, they really need to ask for permission because of the history of the ultra-virus sort of thinking that you may not do anything that has not been explicitly granted to you in a law or in a constitution. I was just wondering what your thoughts were on that. Thank you.
I have Mario, and then I have Francesco. Maybe that's the last one.
So thank you very much for your presentations. Just a question or two questions for Erika. Okay, it sounds good, empowerment of cities at the European level, but what are the prospects for this? So we had the conference of the future of the EU, which finally was a failed attempt to reform the EU. So there are no other new reform attempts seen in the future of the EU. And so the question is, what are the prospects, really, prospects to empower cities at the EU level? And another question is, since you didn't mention the Committee of the Region, which is of course the Committee of the Regions and local entities, authorities. So what are the prospects of the work of cities within the Committee of the Regions and local authorities? Thanks.
Francesco?
Thank you for all these very stimulating presentations. I have a more general question, so it's for all of the speakers or whoever wants to reply. And this is sort of a linking between the topics that we've been dealing with and the federal theory in general. So it seems to me that there is a red tape connecting all the presentations, which is the principle of experimentation and the fact that cities have a higher potential of experimentation than subnational units in general. The question would be, do you think that this is just a demographic element or something that it's outside of our realm, that's the development of the cities, or is it in a way connected with the rigidity for experimentations at the level of subnational units, and therefore now the need for experimenting with something new is just being shifted to the local government and especially the cities? Thank you.
André?
I'm Nick. Sorry, I guess it's along the same way as Francesco, but you didn't talk a lot about federalism at the end of the day. And so I'm sort of curious about the interaction of the goal of cities, of empowering cities, and also the reality of federal units sometimes getting in the way of that. And related to Carl and Nico's presentation, when you talk about the dialogical dimension, the status of Vienna and the, I'm not an expert by any stretch of the imagination, my understanding is the status of Vienna in the Austrian Federation is very different than Johannesburg and the South African Federation. So I just would like to hear you about, which is I guess something we're going to talk throughout the 2 days, but the relationship between cities and federal units in many ways.
Well, so if you don't mind, I close here the list, and I'm going to have to split the time, the rest into the participants in the same order as they started speaking. So Eva Maria, maybe 2 minutes each one, please.
Well, thank you for your questions and comments, and I mostly take them as a invitation to think about it more deeply when I write the paper. In a way, I agree with what Job says. I think these lists of exclusive competences are too rigid. They put cities in a corner. And I think we must find new ways to develop concepts of concurrency. Because when it comes to human rights, inclusive governance, right to housing, right to social security, right to health, usually that is a concurrent competence from the universal tier to the national, subnational, all the way down to the local tier. Now, if we are in the concept of concurrency, I think we have the flexibility we would need. And I think that requires us to move away from the idea of a strict hierarchy. If you're lower, you can only obey. I think from human rights theory, working a lot on concurrency, I think we can learn because they have more flexible criteria. Is what you're doing improving the overall human rights situation? That's an important question, or that standard of the European Court of Human Rights would be, what is the democratic quality of the decision you have been taken? And the deeper your democratic decision making has been, the more inclusive it has been, the more likely you are in a situation in which you can profit from a margin of discretion. So I truly believe that we need to have a more flexible system, allowing urban innovation violating national or subnational laws to carve out space and to be channeled into a system of concurrent competencies that prevents you from stopping innovation. So, but Francesco's and Luke's comments, I think I'll have just taken note. I'll have to think more about it. I think that goes for all of us. I pass on the mic to, I don't know who, Nico.
Nico's
okay. Right. Whether it's descriptive or prescriptive concept, dialogical city, it actually started off with a realization about the fragility of cities because of the divisions in a city. And then it became almost a prescriptive notion of how you're going to deal with a city divided, deep divided between poor and the not poor. And that the only way forward was towards a dialogue, serious dialogue between the city and the poor, the city and the business community, and in all three. And then from this prescriptive notion of this is the better way, we start looking at, is it happening? And then Carl came in here and said, well, Vienna is a dialogical city. And so it's almost a feedback. Now, yes, it is not just a blue sky idea about the dialogical city. It is actually a practical notion. And that then strengthened the prescriptive value of this notion is, yes, we can show across different countries, different continents, it is a value of how there's a conversation by the city with groups, by the city leading the conversation in a vertical level with the upper and senior levels of government. Thanks.
Okay, so just a few words, I guess, on Francesco's question before, because that hasn't been answered so far. So your question was about the local level as the main site of experimentation, right? So I think that is certainly a matter of scale, a matter of size. I mean, that's where all the literature about experimental federalism or laboratory federalism going back to James Bryce in the 19th century, and the famous dissenting opinion of Justice Brandeis goes in that direction, right? So that you can, on a smaller scale, you can test with a low risk certain experiments, and if it goes well, okay, it can be emulated horizontally by other governments, or it can be even vertically emulated and extended to the whole country, right? So this certainly plays a role. As to your second point, I guess it was about rigidity, right? So that the subnational government maybe is more limited than local governments. I don't know. So this is really something, I guess, to reflect about. I don't know whether in terms of their scope of freedom of action, cities are really freer than subnational governments. But this is certainly something to think about. And Luc, your question about where does federalism come in? Because we are the International Association of Centers for Federal Studies. So just regarding our case, I think I would just like to mention again the Austrian conference on spatial planning that I mentioned before. So in the interest of time, I had to keep that rather short. But there are federalism elements there in two respects. First, it is, of course, an IGR element. It is an IGR conference. But the interesting thing is that it doesn't bring together only the levels of government, but it also brings together the interest groups. So that's why we included it as kind of an expression of external dialogue according to our concept. And another interesting thing is that the concept, that the conference, actually, there was no legal mandate to establish it. It was established in 1971 out of necessity, because it was just clear that spatial planning is such a complex matter, which actually has implications on all government levels, that this conference actually deviates from the formal distribution of powers. So that is an interesting thing. And that brings me to the second federalism element that comes in here, which is, as I said, the distribution of powers. The Länder, and as you said, of course, Vienna as a city-state has also the Länder competencies. They have the general planning powers. But still, what is really decisive is the 10-year concept, Austrian spatial development concept, that is adopted by this very conference. So this is really the key framework, political framework, for all the zoning decisions and for the housing policy, which is, of course, then again embedded in the zoning decisions of the cities. So that's why federalism comes in through IGR and the distribution of powers, even though indirectly. But yeah.
Thank you, Erika.
Yes, thank you for all your comments and questions. So I'll start with Jaap. It's good that you raised the South African example, and actually, yeah, in our paper we basically discuss what would be the best option. I mean, it's not necessary that exclusive competence, the specific listing of exclusive competencies would be the best solution. So share the concurrent, but also like the German way of dividing powers. So more like implementing at local level what is decided at upper level. So there's room for a broader discussion what would be the best solution. Mario, yeah, the Committee of the Regions, we mentioned that in the paper. Just in the interest of time, I didn't mention it in the presentation, but thank you for raising. It is true that the Committee of the Regions offers local governments the possibility to participate in union lawmaking processes. And about, the perspective more generally for the European Union, well, we are, as we know, in a phase of, probably there will be some major changes, probably, I don't know, but we'll see how things go. But if that is the case, perhaps that would be a good opportunity to include the discussion on the urban dimension more specifically. Francesco, the experimentation at local level, I would probably give the same answer as Carla. So it's a matter of scale. Although I know that not everybody agrees on the fact that cities are the best places to not everybody agrees that, yeah, the city level or the local government level is the best place to promote or advance or advocate for democracy or democratic values. So there is, again, room for debating that. And Luc, again, a great point. I guess, the federalism aspect is there, at least in my paper, because, of course, when you talk about EU, it's not a federal state, but it's, of course, multi-level, and many European member states are federal. So, the role of cities and their powers and the relationship with upper levels of government emerges all the time, even if perhaps in my presentation I didn't make it that clear, but it was a very good point, so thank you for raising it.
Well, thank you all. I just want to make clear, we will have all the presentations, hopefully in the proceedings printed materials that the Institute of Legal Research is very happy to publish. We can speak that later on, including the one from David Gomez Alvarez and Felipe. By the way, you're going to receive a book by him. He coordinated a book on steering metropolitan areas, publicated in 2017, I think, with the MIT and the University of Guadalajara, with interesting topics about the metropolitan governance in Latin America. Well, just to close, and to give up the next panel to Jose Maria Serna, all these metro arrangements, dialogical cities, experimentation, are indeed in potential and real conflict with self-rule. So I foresee our Canadian colleagues are right for 2026. Indeed, we need more shared rule. Thank you very much.
Similar to the local autonomy.
Yeah, I know. Thanks. I just felt it.
And I have
revision.
this
Yes, perfect.
notes.
Ouais. Peut-être que ça va aller plus vite. J'ai la commande d'aller plus vite. Oui, je vais switcher. Ouais.
Okay, let's start our second session. The title of the session is Metropolitan Governance in the Trade Partners of North America. As you know, Mexico, the United States, and Canada are trade partners since 1994, when their governments signed the so-called NAFTA, the North American Free Trade Agreement. That treaty was changed in 2020. Today the name of that treaty in Spanish is TEMEC. I don't know exactly how they call it in English or in French. USMCA. In Mexico we call it the TEMEC, which is under stress right now because of the tariff war that has been launched by the executive of the United States of America. Well, we grouped in this second session the three trade partners of North America in order to talk about metropolitan governance. So I will first give the floor to Eric Champagne and André Lecourt for their presentation on Canadian municipalities and the challenges on the trade war with the United States. Please.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So I'll just basically do some introductory comments for what we did, and then Eric, who's the main author of the paper, will give you the bulk of the material. So yes, as we've just said, there is a so-called tariff war, which for Canada actually has been accompanied by threats of annexation. So there's been another layer of anxiety induced by the American presidency. This has had an impact on Canadian federalism in many ways, but certainly one of the ways is that it's kind of activated intergovernmental relations, both federal, provincial, and something that's more rare in Canada, kind of interprovincial as well. But of course, here in this paper, we asked the question, what about municipalities, right? How are they mobilizing their resources and influence to kind of mitigate the effects of the trade war with the United States, understanding that the Canadian and American economies are so tightly integrated? And how have municipalities developed innovative strategies to strengthen local economic resilience? So just a few words, general words about Canadian federalism that many of you might know. It's a very decentralized federation by any measures, one of the most decentralized in the world. Intergovernmental relations are ad hoc, but they're dense networks of IGR. Canada doesn't have a functioning Senate that can represent provincial governments. Municipalities constitutionally are nowhere to be found, so the usual expression is that they're creatures of the provinces, but that's constitutionally, right? So politically, it's different. Politically, municipalities in Canada are really important, and they do participate in the governance of the Canadian Federation. Now, methodologically, can you switch one, Eric? Just to tell you what we did, so we did a qualitative discourse analysis of statements by mayors and municipal associations as documented in major Canadian newspapers to kind of find out what cities are doing in reaction to the tariff war. We drew from the Globe and Mail and the National Post on the English side, and La Presse and Le Devoir on the French side. We started, there's a small mistake there, apologies, but we covered the time period of essentially January to July 2025. And that ended up giving us kind of, 124 newspaper articles, 64 in English, 60 in French, and then we went more in depth on 31 of them, 23 in English and 8 in French. So I'll let Eric let you know what we found.
Thank you, André. And what we found, actually, we from this analysis, we identified about three themes that, that stand out and, from the analysis of these articles. Municipal mobilization and coordination under the leadership of the FCM, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. There's also a lot of direct economic defense and contract retaliation related to some capacities of municipalities to deal with their own procurement policies and economic tools, and it is seen as an instrument of political resistance, and also local economic resilience and adaptation strategies looking forward in terms of what cities can do in order to reduce this vulnerability to external partners like the US and external trade shocks. The team one is about municipal mobilization and coordination. There's three dimensions to this. I'll go through these dimensions. First of all, it's important to mention that the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, FCM, has been very important, taking the leadership in coordinating, mobilizing, communicating with the different municipalities that we have in Canada. Globe and Mail has characterized that as bounding in the face of Trump economic carnage, and the FCM has coordinated the municipal response, and also has this ability to deal with provinces, but also the federal government. It's one of the rare places where the municipalities can deal with directly with the federal government through the FCM. So they created all sorts of informal and formal channels and trying to mobilize the municipality. So it's important to understand that in the background. There was also that some of the responses are through provincial and municipal partnerships. Obviously, as it was mentioned, cities are creation or under the jurisdictions of provinces. And if you have followed the news in Canada for a while, the Premier of Ontario was one of the champion of the fight against the tariffs war, and so he implemented some strong mayor powers to give more power to municipalities to respond to the tariffs. There was also a movement in Canada in terms of eliminating some of the barriers between provinces, and Ontario again and Saskatchewan were leading this initiative, but that's been spread out through other provinces as well. That create new opportunities for cross-border cities that usually have to deal with the provincial restrictions in terms of trade. So that created a more horizontal instead of vertical relationship with in Canada. The provinces also provided a lot of funding and technical assistance for economic diversification initiatives. Then there's the horizontal municipal networks that I mentioned. For instance, the mayor of Windsor, which was deeply affected by the tariffs because it's very specialized. This region is very specialized in the automotive industry. And with the tariff of 25% on cars and parts, there was a really panic, if you will. And the mayor of Windsor has taken the lead in order to organize the region. Ottawa-Gatineau, where André and I are from, also made some demand to create more trade collaborations across provinces. And there's also a lot of mayor-to-mayor corporations networks through the FCM. Team 2 is about direct, it's probably the most direct impact that cities can have in using their economic capacities. So this is the direct economic defense and contract retaliation. So municipalities have lots of autonomy in terms of spending the money, and they reevaluated the contracts they have with US suppliers, which represent a lot of money, billions of dollars in economic activities, and they use it as a diplomatic leverage. The FCM, of course, coordinated this retaliation strategy with the support of the provinces. And so municipalities essentially use their procurement autonomy to respond to the tariff announcement as some kind of reaction and defense against the tariffs. Now, there was also some industry-specific municipal. I've talked about Windsor, which is very associated with the automotive industry, and they try to establish more municipal diplomacy with other American counterparts, other municipalities across the border, trying to explain the situation and try to create some kind of power across the border in order to influence the power and the federal level. So the tariff on steel and aluminum had also a lot of impact for those cities that are relying on these resources and these productions. And so there was an intensification of lobbying for using more Canadian steel and aluminum from the municipalities, while trying to develop some diversification strategies at the local level. And then there's the municipal cross-border economic partnership. So there's lots of diplomacy between cities, so they were able to have direct communication with American municipal counterparts, participation in cross-border economic development initiatives, operating independently from the more traditional federal trade policies. Team 3 is about local economic resilience and obviously adaptation strategies moving forward. In terms of economic diversification, municipalities use their economic development agency instead of trying to attract external investors, trying to use their ecosystem in order to enter new markets, and they have this capacity to also play a certain role in diversifying some of the markets that they worldwide. Also, there's the implementation of a Buy Canadian policies that requires cities to develop new procurement expertise and supply chain management capabilities to produce new domestic sourcing, so buying from Canada instead of buying from the US. And using also local innovation ecosystem, either the physical infrastructure like innovation centers or business incubator, and financial support from the senior government in order to do new investment in some alternative industries and try to diversify. The last initiatives that we found is the infrastructure development response. So there was, the federal government is implementing a fast-tracking infrastructure investment initiative, so that benefit also the municipalities that can become more competitiveness in the long term. And there's also the integration of infrastructure investment with economic development objective, designing the new projects that can help diversify the local economy through, even though they don't need to wait for senior governments to do this. So as a conclusion, I would like to officially thank President Trump for his campaign, tariff campaign, because it created in some ways a wake-up call for Canada, not to be as dependent on the American economy. So it did impact the Canadian federalism in some ways. Municipalities are seen as active partners in economic diplomacy and national crisis management in this case. And that creates a constitutional paradox. Despite no formal role in international trade, municipalities are playing a role in municipal economic diplomacy through contract cancellation or procurement coordination, cross-border partnership. This transcends the constitutional limitation through market mechanism. Municipalities also increase through that process connections with other provinces and American cities, and the creation of a new multi-level governance mechanism that hopefully will survive this current crisis. I'm going to stop here, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Eric and Andre. Is it working? Thank you, Eric and Andre. Your presentation shows the strength and the proactive role of municipalities in Canada. This is not the case in Mexico. We were going to compare the two countries. This is not happening in Mexico. Now I give the floor to Joseph.
Do you need a computer?
Thank you. I think I'm supposed to have access.
They are going to install the...
Installed, okay, and then I have the remote here. So rather than move the people, we'll move the remote. Okay, thank you. This paper was written by myself and Wesley LeCrone, who unfortunately is unable to attend the conference, but Wes does send his regards to so many colleagues. Then he certainly enjoys this conference. What I would start with is just the title of the paper. If you'll notice, it's about metropolitan governance, not metropolitan government, because metropolitan government doesn't exist in the United States. So we'll look at this issue, and really what we focus on in the paper are many of the barriers to metropolitan governance, which I'll talk about towards the end of my presentation, and the workarounds that have been created to enable metropolitan governments to service the people that reside within their boundaries. So again, this is metropolitan governance is not really an issue that's brought up by policymakers at this time, and is not really being studied by academics. And if you get a copy of the paper, you'll look at many of our citations come from the 1960s and the 1970s when it was an issue. There's not much that's developed in the 21st century with regard to the study of metropolitan governance in the United States. So we'll focus, again, as I said, on those workarounds within our system. In terms of the constitutional context, local government, like many in the room have mentioned, is not included in the federal Constitution, and the creation and regulation of local governments is reserved to the state governments in the United States. Now, originally, local governments were often considered the equal of state governments, and in fact, many localities predate the existence of states either as colonies or as states. This changes in 1868 with an Iowa court decision rendered by the Chief Justice of the Iowa Supreme Court, Chief Justice Dillon, and it became codified in American law and under the principle known as Dillon's Rule. Under the Dillon's Rule concept, local governments were considered the creation of the states with limited powers. And this principle was quickly applied throughout the country to all the states. It stayed into effect for about 30 years, and then towards the end of the 19th century, the pendulum started to swing back during the Progressive era, and the notion of home rule was introduced. Through the concept of home rule, local governments were now able to create or choose their own local charters, and home rule exists in about 40 of the states. States ultimately do retain power, but metropolitan governance is not mentioned in any of the state constitutions. There are some provisions for regional government or city-county consolidations, but that happens in only about 10 of the state constitutions. The landscape for local governments, we have a lot in the United States, about 91,000, broken down into over 3,000 counties, about 20,000 municipalities, 16,000 townships, which are subdivisions of the counties, and the largest segment, which is continuing to grow, are special districts, which are designed to service a single function or multiple related functions. And I'll talk a little bit more about those in a few minutes. The trend overall, though, has been stabilization among the municipal general purpose governments, but an increasing growth in special districts. So just for example, in 1952, there were about 12,000 special districts in the United States, and today you can see there's close to 40,000. Metropolitan areas dominate American politics and dominate American economy. 86% of Americans live in a metropolitan area. The economic impact, as you can see, is significant. The top 100 metropolitan areas produce about 75% of the United States gross domestic product. They are the primary engines for the U.S. economy. So it's not surprising that cities in Canada are talking to cities in the United States about current problems that they both face. Metropolitan areas also generate a significant amount of the tax revenues for both the federal, state, and local governments across the board. And as you can see, the trend has been away from rural areas to urban areas, and now over 80% of the American population lives in an urbanized area. And we'll talk a little bit more about that as we look at the different labels that the federal government has determined for classifying cities and metropolitan areas. Those classifications are created by the Office of Management and Budget. They're designed to collect, analyze, and publish standardized demographic and social and economic data. There are three major categories of metropolitan statistical areas in the United States. Number one is the metropolitan statistical area, which have urban centers with populations of more than 50,000 persons. There are currently 387 metropolitan statistical areas in the United States. Below them are micropolitan statistical areas, which are urban centers of between 10,000 people and 49,999 persons. They make up about 540 micropolitan statistical areas in the United States. And then finally, there are combined statistical areas which take into account MSAs and micropolitan SAs, which have significant economic interaction, especially in employment. There are 184 of those combined metropolitan areas. Just to give a sense of the distribution in the United States, you can see that the metropolitan and micropolitan areas are concentrated on the East Coast, especially in the Northeast, but you do see a significant number of them in the Midwest and along the West Coast. And then that whole vast white area of the country, which is often referred to as flyover country, which is very much the rural part of the United States. Politically, that's the real divide in the United States between urban and rural America as you look at which party is supported by different areas of the country. This map and the number of MSAs and micro SAs is updated every 10 years after the census, and that reflects both the population shifts and any commuting patterns that have changed. Again, the federal role in metropolitan governance really only starts in the United States in the 1960s. The Federal Aid for Highway Act of 1962 was the original act in which the federal government first attempted to encourage local regional planning. It mandated the creation of metropolitan planning organizations. This was designed to shift transportation planning away from the state governments and to include urban governments into the input with regard to the distribution of federal funds with regard to housing and transportation. In 1991, the role of MPOs actually increased with the passage of the ICE-T, or the Intermodal Transportation Efficiency Act of '91. There are currently now, so in this role, MPOs not only are advisory, but they also have decision-making authority with regard to transportation. There are currently 420 MPOs, and as you can see, they cover about 80% of the population. In terms of the models of metropolitan governance, again, the workarounds that exist, there are three main ones: consolidation or annexation, which is the expansion of cities through either the combination of other other municipalities or the annexation of unincorporated areas. This was prominent throughout the 19th century, and it was the manner in which many of the large cities in the Northeast and the Midwest grew. Second major area is the area-wide coordinating agencies, which are designed to bring local leaders together to discuss common problems. And I'll discuss each of these in a little bit more detail in just a minute. And then the third model is the voluntary cooperation mechanisms, in which governments enter into voluntary agreements to provide some type of service or gain some type of economic efficiency. So with regard to consolidation and federation, two models have developed really in the 20th century that are worth noting. One is the city-county consolidation, in which the city and the surrounding county merge into a single political unit or jurisdiction. The earliest examples of this actually go back to the 19th century. New Orleans was the first in 1805 and Philadelphia in 1854. More recently, there was a wave in the 1960s to create more city-county consolidation, and it was incorporated into about 10 state constitutions. The most recent consolidation was Louisville and Jefferson County in 2003. These consolidations are often limited by political resistance, especially strong suburban areas or racial politics. And I'll talk a little bit about that at the end. But different minority groups were afraid of losing political power that they had within center cities that might be diluted with the expansion of these city-county consolidations. The second form, and this is very limited, is the Metropolitan Federation, which creates a two-tiered system in which the existing municipalities retain autonomy over local matters, but an area-wide regional authority exercises power in areas of metropolitan-wide concern, such as land use, transportation, or economic development. As I say, this has gained very little traction, and there are just two examples, the Minneapolis-St. Paul area and the Miami-Dade County Metropolitan Federation. More common are some of the area-wide coordinating agencies that exist. Two prominent ones are councils of government and regional planning development. Councils of government bring together local government leaders and are designed to encourage coordination and cooperation. It's a form of intergovernmental regionalization. But the main criticism of councils of government is that the members tend to avoid contentious issues or issues dealing with socioeconomic redistribution. Things like poverty, racism, crime are just ignored by councils of government. The other major type of area-wide coordinating agency are the regional planning and development agencies. These are intergovernmental organizations that are established to create and coordinate planning and infrastructure investment within the areas. They're created by both the federal and state governments and can be multi-state. Moving along, voluntary cooperation tools also exist. Some of these mechanisms include interlocal compacts, which are formal agreements between local governments to deliver public services or manage resources. They've expanded in the 20th century as local governments face budgetary issues. More importantly have been the special districts, which, as I noted, have grown to about 40,000. These are independent, limited purpose governments that are established to perform a single function or a few specific functions, and they're usually authorized by state governments. The criticism here for these special districts is one of transparency and accountability, and there may be questions of equity with regard to the service provision among the different governments. And then finally, regional procurement cooperatives are formed by local governments to purchase goods and services and to reduce cost. What I probably should have started with are why don't we have metropolitan governments? And there really are four major barriers. First is cultural. The notion of home rule and localism is a strong sentiment in American politics. There's a significant fear on the part of citizens of localities that they're going to lose control of their destiny. There's also a strong anti-city bias in American politics, an agrarian ideal that now has been shifted to a suburban ideal. Paradoxically, Dillon's rule, which you think would allow states to create metropolitan zones, actually works against it, because if you think about it, local legislators are elected by local districts, and they have to be responsive to the local demands of the citizens. So this becomes a third rail in state politics that legislators aren't going to touch. Second major barrier have been institutional barriers. Many local governments means many local officials. So local officials resist change because they could lose their job, they could lose power. So they have a vested interest in maintaining the status quo, and this, again, leads to multiple governments and more fragmentation. There are also social issues, race and class barriers that exist. There are class barriers resist redistribution, which is one of the main arguments for the benefits of metropolitanization. And as I said, oftentimes minority groups that are strong within center cities, especially black politics, can lose their power when you have a metropolitan system. So that leads to this notion of resisting the change. And then finally, there is a political issue. As I mentioned, the federal government's role is limited. States control localities, and as I said, state officials are often resistant to involve themselves in local affairs. So this just reinforces the notion of localism. Finally, this leads to the paradox that metropolitan areas drive the economy, but formal governance doesn't exist. The barriers simply are too great to achieve fundamental change that's required to establish metropolitan government. Focus will be in the future on functional regionalism and specific issues with pragmatic problem solving and a very much an incremental approach, probably leading to the expansion again of special districts as we address problems one at a time. And with that, I will close my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Marbach. Now I give the floor to Carlos Moreno from Guadalajara.
Good morning, everyone. Well, first of all, let me thank the UNAM Legal Research Institute and the seminar coordinator, Dr. Jose Maria Serna, for the invitation to participate in this seminar on metropolitan governance. Today, I will address a topic that has received little attention in the literature on on metropolitan governance, the performance of the property tax collection in metropolitan regions of Mexico. My central argument is the following. Municipalities located within the country's 74 metropolitan regions collect significantly more property taxes than municipalities that do not belong to metropolitan areas. However, this better performance is not the result of an effective metropolitan cooperation. In other words, the fact that the property tax collection is higher among metropolitan regions is not the consequence of intermunicipal collaboration. Instead, it is mainly explained by the economic and demographic weight of the central municipalities within each region. An example of this is that within each metropolitan region, there are very large and persistent inequalities in property tax collection among municipalities. So I will organize my talk in 4 key stages. First, I will present a brief overview of the evolution of the property tax collection in Mexico. Then I will make a comparison between metropolitan and non-metropolitan municipalities. Next, I will present evidence of some inequalities inside metropolitan regions. And finally, to conclude, I will make some final reflections on policy implications. Well, let me begin with a broader perspective on the evolution of property tax collection in Mexico. As you can see, when we compare property tax collection in Mexico with other OECD countries, we can clearly observe that in Mexico, the indicator is extremely low. Property taxes account for no more than 2% of total revenues, while in countries such as the United States or Colombia, the collection of property tax is 4 to 5 times higher. Okay. If we look at the long-term tendency since the early 70s, in Mexico, property tax collection as a percentage of GDP has remained stagnant and very, very low, around 0.2 to 0.3%. The same figure also shows that the two major constitutional reforms to Mexico's municipal regime, one in 1983 and the second in 1999, intended to improve property tax collection, but those reforms seem to have been ineffective. In the structure of municipal revenues, property taxes are overshadowed by federal transfers. This has created dependence and very weak incentives to local fiscal effort. So the general picture, I think, is clear. Property tax is underutilized in Mexico. Now, let us focus on the comparison between metropolitan and non-metropolitan areas. Before continuing, let me add a brief methodological note. First, a definition of what is understood as a metropolitan region in Mexico. It is defined as 2 or more municipalities where a city of at least 100,000 residents extends beyond its limits, integrating neighboring urban municipalities with strong socio-economic ties. In 2015, 3 national institutions determined that Mexico has 74 metropolitan areas composed of 417 municipalities. Altogether, these metropolitan areas account for just 75 million people, or 63 or 65% of Mexico's population. So when we compare per capita revenues, municipalities in metropolitan areas perform better than non-metropolitan ones. As a share of total revenues, the differences is also visible. Metropolitan municipalities rely more on property taxes. And this is also true for locally collected revenues. I mean, not only property tax, not only property tax, but also government fees, fines, penalties, and many other income sources of municipalities. Once again, locally collected revenues are higher in metropolitan municipalities. In some, being part of a metropolitan region is associated with better property tax collection, but the explanation, as I will show, is not metropolitan cooperation. Well, in this section, I will describe tax collection inequalities within metropolitan regions. The key finding is that not all metropolitan municipalities perform equally well. This figure shows the degree of inequality in property tax collection between municipalities within the same metropolitan region, measured through the Gini index. The differences are, as you can see, striking, with some regions approaching a level of inequality of 0.7, while others have levels close to 0. The evolution of the Gini index throughout the last 12 years confirms that these disparities are quite persistent over time. Let me highlight some examples. I don't know if you can see the. You can't. Well, you will have to trust me. Okay, next time. Right. Okay. So in the Puebla-Tijuana region, the gap between the best and the worst 10% of municipalities is more than 50 times. In Mérida, it is almost 50 times. Even in Guadalajara, the difference is 3-to-1. What this means is that the metropolitan advantage is concentrated in a few municipalities, usually the central ones. The rest lag far behind. So, what are the policy implications of these findings? Well, first, metropolitan municipalities do outperform non-metropolitan ones, but there is no evidence of coordinated tax collection at the metropolitan scale. Second, large inequalities within metropolitan areas undermine the potential of the property tax as a stable and equitable revenue source. Third, metropolitan coordination could bring important benefits. For example, an integrated land registry and census covering the entire metropolitan area could significantly reduce administrative costs by avoiding duplication of effort across municipalities. At the present time, each municipality maintains its own census, the catastro in Spanish, often with outdated and inconsistent information. A joint system would not only lower cost, but also make it possible to update property values more frequently and with higher technical accuracy. Sorry. This in turn would improve transparency, strengthen the legal certainty for property owners, and provide municipalities with a more reliable tax base to sustain public finances. Another benefit of coordination has to do with the establishment of common valuation criteria and progressivity in tax rates across the entire metropolitan area. This could prevent municipalities from engaging in downward tax competition. Today, some local governments keep valuations artificially low in order to attract investment or avoid political costs, which undermines equity and weakens the overall fiscal effort. I believe that shared standards would ensure that similar properties are taxed consistently, regardless of which side of the municipal boundary they're on. In addition, progressive rates would promote fairness by ensuring that higher value properties contribute more, while preventing a race to the bottom that ultimately harms all municipalities in the metropolis. Finally, coordinated revenue across the metropolitan area could provide a stable source of funding for shared infrastructure, such as transportation system, water supply, waste management, or even public security. These are services that generate benefits far beyond the borders of a single municipality. Without coordination, one local government often ends up shouldering the financial burden, while its neighbors also enjoy the benefits, a situation that creates these incentives for investment. A metropolitan financing mechanism would allow municipalities to pool resources, reduce duplication, and distribute costs more equitable, ensuring the financing of essential collective goods. To conclude, metropolitan municipalities in Mexico collect more property taxes than non-metropolitan ones, but this advantage is driven by central municipalities, not by institutionalized cooperation. Persistent inequalities show the limits of the current system and suggest the potential gains of metropolitan coordination. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions and comments.
Thank you very much, Carlos. And now we open 10 minutes for questions and answers. Gisela, Gabriela, Professor Asensio.
Thank you for all your papers, but I have just a question to the last paper. Thank you. Well, I have some problems of understanding because you didn't introduce the property tax precisely. Is it all across the country the same tax base? Is it probably, well, the value of the space, the soil, plus the value of the houses on it? You told that they have the autonomy to decide on the tax rates. And you had the experience that they have very, very diverging tax administrations and tax efforts. So therefore, I didn't understand your measurements for that. Can you explain, please, that,
First, we take
how
the
that works?
questions. Gabriela?
Gentlemen, thank you very much for your presentations. I have brief questions for each of you. Carlos, how can you compare the tax revenue collection? Did you express that per 100,000 people? Or how was that? Because the comparison looks a bit strange for me. Sorry, I come from the engineering. For my American colleague, how fragmented and isolated is San Diego? I live just next to San Diego. I live in Tijuana. And to our Canadian friends, we believe, as I believe in a border town in Tijuana, that on the Canadian side there is more integration at some point. Yeah. And how I think that because of that, your response to the tariff was as a whole, and I really hope, effective response. That is not happening in Mexico. Sure, despite that we have a strong informal integration, if we can call it like that. Thank you.
Thanks. Professor Asensio?
Thank you. Yes, one question for the Dr. Marbach and Wesley Krohn, and about my impression of the evolution in the United States, that it seems that in the formation of the federation, you have originally municipalities creatures of the states. And now, metropolitan areas, creatures of the federal government. So you have a trend like strong base, originally, the states, and then a reversion when the federal government, in a certain sense, changes the authority of state governments on municipalities and local governments. It's peculiar. So, and then for Professor Carlos, very interesting your presentation. In particular, about the difficulties on property tax, because if you see all the experience in Latin America, you have the problem, for example, in Colombia or Peru also, in Mexico, in Argentina also, in the valuation of the properties. So you find that your cadastral values progressively are going down, and you don't improve the valuation, and then your revenue at last is going down also. So in your graphical format, you see that income and sales-based taxes grow, and then property taxes go down, at least in Latin American countries. So because you need to get new valuations frequently, and it is very costly. It's very difficult. Thank you.
A final question by Professor Chatterjee.
Thank you. My question is to Professor Joseph Marburg. My question is, how does creation of special purpose districts reconfigures local democracy? As I understand that, I mean, these are unelected bodies.
Okay, I'm sorry, but I will. Would you like to ask him? No, I have to give you. I have to give you 2 minutes to each of you to answer. So can we start with the...
Yeah, first of all, thank you for your question. And I think your intuition is right. The level of integration, I don't know about Mexico and the US, but it's not only import-export. It's the chain of production that is completely integrated in some fields and some sectors. The automobile industry, just to create a part, can go back and forth in the US and come back in Canada. And so there's a real integration in the production of some products like automobile. But if you think about steel and aluminum, they're also very specialized. There are some things we do that the US doesn't do. And to have an open market creates a positive results for both. So the Canadians are saying, well, if you don't want to buy our steel and aluminum, you're going to need to produce it by yourself. And that's going to cost a lot because you're not as good as we are as producing that type of aluminum that would go in the, I don't know, aircraft production for Boeing or something like that. So yes, the integration is probably a very vital and very sensitive subject for the regions that really depend on this level of chain of production between the two countries. So your intuition seems good. I don't know about the situation in Mexico, but that will be an interesting comparative case study. All right, I'll listen to that.
Okay, thank you. Joseph?
Yes, with regard to your question about San Diego, I really don't know. So I wish I knew more about California politics. If you'd asked me about Trenton or something in New Jersey, I could have answered, but I just don't know. With regard to the question about the federalization or federal impact on metropolitanization, it really is part of the historical record, and I think a lot of it stems from the Great Society programs that the Johnson administration sought to implement. And in many of those anti-poverty programs, transportation programs, housing programs, the states were often seen as barriers. So the federal government did the workaround using metropolitan regions, requiring the creation of metropolitan planning organizations, requiring the creation of councils of government, other types of organizations to be eligible for federal grants. So the federal government was using its ability to shape the domestic agenda via the grant process and requiring metropolitanization to be eligible for those types of grants. Now this has been reversed in the Reagan administration. The Reagan administration kind of walked away from metropolitanization, and it exists, to the extent it exists, is that there are strong lobbying interests that were embedded from the 1960s on. So especially in transportation, the coalition of groups that lobby for increased aid have led to the increased power of metropolitan organizations in ICE-T, but that's even been walked back a little bit in recent years. And finally, the question about special districts is spot on. That's one of the major criticisms of special districts, that these are often unelected officials. There's questions of transparency, questions of accountability, who are they related to, or who are they following. So it's one of the great paradoxes that we're trying to get a service committed, performed, but it's by an unelected government. So it's point well taken.
Well, yeah, I'm sorry I failed to provide more context about the property tax regime in the municipal context in Mexico. Very briefly, I mean, you know, Mexico is a strongly centralized country. In the 80s, there was the first big constitutional reform that created the municipal regime. We have three levels of government: the federal, the state, and the local. And surprisingly, the only level of government that has constitutional powers clearly defined in the Constitution is the municipal level. And one of the biggest, one of the major reforms was to give municipal governments the power to collect the property tax. So you will see that each municipality, obviously, maybe I made a mistake not saying that the tax rate has to be approved by state legislatures. So they are not entirely autonomous to set those rates. So, but the thing is that municipal governments have failed to really take advantage of those powers, and this is very closely related to your question about why the property tax is so low. And there is an argument that they say, well, municipalities are technically very incapable to collect those taxes, and I think that's kind of true. But also I think there is a political reason. There is a political reason to prevent municipalities to fully exploit their powers, and this is part of the explanation of the big socioeconomic inequality in the country. Now, regarding to your question, all those figures, the comparisons are made in terms of its property tax collection relative or as a percentage of municipal total revenues. So this is the way I make those figures comparable across municipalities. Okay? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we have had a very interesting second session of our seminar. We will have a break now, and we will, after the break, travel to South America no, to Argentina, to Brazil. And since one of the professors from Brazil couldn't show up to our conference, we have some margin of time to have a break of 10 minutes. And then I propose that we should return at 12:25 to start the third panel of this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It was very interesting. Metropolitan.
Hi. Yes. Well, welcome back.
Good luck.
Yes. Thank you.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Ya, ahora sí.
O sea, nosotros hablamos en español y no hay ningún problema.
Exacto.
Nos entendemos.
No, excepto el
Cuando
brazo.
empezamos en inglés no entendemos.
Ahí empiezan los problemas. Ah, ok.
Porque si así tu libro,
Welcome back to all of you. Now let's go on with the third session, where we will discussing about metropolitan governance in Argentina and Brazil. Well, today I'm delighted to introduce these wonderful panelists from both countries, who will have 15 minutes to share with us their research and their concerns. And if there is enough time, then we will have a brief discussion. I will start with Christian Altavilla, who is from the National Council for Scientific and Technical Research, the National University of Córdoba, and the International Institute of Democracy and Human Rights, all them in Argentina. He will talk about subnational democracy and metropolitan governance in federal countries, the metropolitan experience of Córdoba, Argentina, as a model of interjurisdictional governance. Please, Professor, take the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Denise. I also want to thank the organizers for having me today. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you and to share with such prestigious scholars and researchers from all over the world. My presentations today is the case of the metropolitan experience of Córdoba, Argentina, as a model of interjurisdictional governance. This is a brand new metropolitan entity. It was formed in 2022. But I think it presents some special features, especially interesting for a comparative study and analysis. The percentage of urban population in Argentina is one of the highest in Latin America, and even worldwide, with 93% of people living in cities. Furthermore, Argentina shows the second highest percentage of population living in metropolitan areas, with 57%, after Chile, which shows 62%, and followed by Uruguay, Colombia, and Brazil. Although there is no consensus on when a metropolitan area is defined, particularly in relation to the population, it is possible to observe the growth of metropolitan areas in Argentina. Considering only the number of inhabitants, taking a minimum of 500,000 inhabitants, Argentina currently have 11 metropolitan areas, of which 5 of them surpass 1 million inhabitants. But more striking is that only 4 of them have constitute former metropolitan authorities or bodies, which are Córdoba, Rosario, Santa Fe, and the area of Buenos Aires, which is the most complex metropolitan areas in our country. I like to begin with the legal framework, and due to the limited time, I will focus more on the legal framework, especially for the the previous presentation, I think that Argentina has some interesting characteristic to show in this respect. Argentina national constitution does not contemplate neither regulate metropolitan areas, such as, for instance, the Italian constitution, as Erika Arban mentioned before. However, this absence has a very important explanation. Municipal regime is the exclusive and the sole responsibility of the provinces. The federal constitution only stipulates the obligation of the provinces to ensure the municipal regime in Article 5. And then in the 1994 constitutional reform, they specify that this municipal system should be an autonomous system. And provinces are now obliged to guarantee an autonomous municipal regime in the economic, financial, institutional, administrative, and political matters. So, in turn, provincial regulations on municipal government, in the vast majority of cases, grant local governments a broad autonomy. This translates into a wide area of free and independent decisions and action from the local government. However, the level of autonomy varies across provinces, which makes the Argentinian case a quite interesting case study. Consequently, the metropolitan areas in Argentina do not rely upon federal and/or provincial legislation. For instance, in the case of the Ente Metropolitano de Córdoba, the EMC, the legal basis is not a specific provincial law, but rather the municipal autonomy granted by provincial constitution and reinforced by those two articles I mentioned from the national constitution. And from the organic municipal law, which is a provincial law that regulates the organization of municipalities, and of course the constitutive act and the statute of this entity. So first of all, the constitutional granted municipal autonomy, we found that the Argentine and the Córdoba provincial constitution grants municipality the autonomy to form association to manage shared interest. Article 123 of the National Constitution grants municipalities autonomy, stating that every province shall ensure municipal autonomy. And at the provincial level, Article 190 of the province of Córdoba specifically grant municipality the power to enter into agreements among themselves and establish intermunicipal bodies for the provision of services, the execution of public works, technical and financial cooperation, or activities of common interest within their competence. Then we have the organic municipal law, establishes the organization and regulates the competence of communes and municipalities. And this provincial law allows municipalities to enter into interjurisdictional agreements. Article 183 of this law stipulates that municipalities are able to coordinate their relations with each other, with the province, the federal government, and decentralized agency through agreements. All this in accordance with the provisions of Article 119 of the provincial constitution. So agreement must be approved by the participating municipality by means of an ordinance, which is the municipal law. They are allowed to create intermunicipal agencies in the form of association, decentralized autonomous agency, mixed economic companies or corporation, or other special regimes. So what is important as a conclusion from this legal framework is that the province is not part to the agreement, nor it's necessary for it to participate in any preliminary stages or of forming a metropolitan entity. Local government do not require any previous authorization from any provincial agency or authority. In this regard, the provincial government may assist
and collaborate, but in no way it is part of the entity's governing structure, nor does it participate in its decision. The constitutional framework provides local government with broad autonomy and independence to agree on and manage their common problems through different and innovative solution and institutional arrangement. But this is interesting because the neighboring province, the province of Santa Fe, home of Professor Asensio, is quite different. For instance, provincial law in the province of Santa Fe is the primary source of the metropolitan entities that were formed in this province, the metropolitan entity of Santa Fe and the Rosario city. This metropolitan entity creation and operation are governed by a provincial law, which was, in the case of the Santa Fe metropolitan entity, was formed in 2016 by a provincial law. So the law's article lay out the legal framework for all metropolitan coordination entities in the province of Santa Fe. For instance, this general law regarding the creation of metropolitan entities specify, for instance, the purpose of these entities. It states, for instance, that the law's purpose is to establish a general regime for the constitution of metropolitan area coordination entities. Article 2 defines a metropolitan area as a geographical unit constituted by a central city and the surrounding cities and communes, linked by physical, economic, social, environmental, and cultural interaction. But most interesting is that, for instance, in Article 6 makes provincial participation in the entity mandatory, so stating that the provincial government must be part of the metropolitan coordination entities constituted under the regime of this law. And then there is another case in the Argentina which is quite different from these two previous cases I mentioned, which is the AMBA region, the metropolitan area of the greater Buenos Aires, which is composed by the autonomous city of Buenos Aires with a special constitutional status in the national constitution, and with 40 municipalities belonging to the neighbor province of Buenos Aires, and of course the national government is part of this entity. So finally, the constitutive act of this metropolitan entity is the governing framework that details the EMC purpose, the competencies, and operational structure. The statute for the Ente Intermunicipal of Córdoba outlined its purpose, governance structure, the financing, and operating rules. It was established by the city of Córdoba and several surrounding municipalities and communes on July the 7th, 2022. Regarding the origin and the objectives of this metropolitan entity, we can say that it was conceived and created as a direct response to the practical and institutional challenges posed by the rapid and fragmented growth of the greater Córdoba urban area. It was thought of a collaborative bottom-up governance model rather than a top-down one imposed by a higher level of government. The city of Córdoba, which is the capital of the province of Córdoba, which is located in the center of the country, is the second largest city in the country after the autonomous city of Buenos Aires. The demographic evolution of the city of Córdoba and its metropolitan area has been marked by significant population growth, particularly in the surrounding areas. In the early 20th century, the city has a population of around 1900 inhabitants. In late 20th century, the Córdoba city experienced explosive population growth due to a combination of internal migration from northern Argentina and a booming automotive and technology industry. By the 80s, the metropolitan area has passed 1 million inhabitants, and currently it has 1.5 million inhabitants. In the 60s onward, a conurbation began to take shape with the smaller municipalities located in the northwest and west of the city, and municipalities that were to experience rapid population growth between 1980s and 1990s. So the rapid and decent growth of the capital city also led to an equally unusual growth in small nearby towns. For example, small town that currently form part of the entity has a very high growth rate. For instance, small towns like Saldan experience a 400% growth rate between 2001 and 2015, passing from 2,000 inhabitants to 11,000 inhabitants. Other towns like Mendiolaza, 300% of growth rate, and Juárez Selman with 200%. And so one important characteristic is that the EMC was formed through an outbound growth of a city over time, through the expansion of various separate settlements that at some point they form an integrated, interdependent metropolitan area. But however, one particular feature of the metropolitan area of Córdoba is that it was formed as well as other factors. For instance, the expansion of other separate settlements that not form an integrated, interdependent metropolitan areas. So, considering also the contiguous building up area, we can also find that some cities are more than 50 kilometers from the main city, which gives the EMC a unique feature as a metropolitan area, and we can talk on a regional metropolitan area. So, in conclusion, so just to conclude, the EMC is an innovative example of metropolitan governance in Argentina, a country with a complex federal structure where there is no national law for metropolitan areas, neither a provincial law. The EMC was created as a voluntary bottom-up initiative by municipalities in response to the challenges of rapid and fragmented urban growth in the greater Córdoba area. And the EMC main purpose is to provide integrating solutions for the needs of the metropolitan region while strictly respecting the autonomy of each member municipality. This is the core aspect of this mechanism of constituting metropolitan entities, the autonomy of each municipalities forming the entity. And it works is driven by specific projects. They address specific problems and specific public policies like transportations and waste management, for instance, but still it's too early to give an to say how it's working because it has 3 years from its creation. So, well, that's it. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks, Professor, to provide us with the Cordoba's case, which breaks up the top-bottom structures that frequently are observed in federal countries. Now, please let me introduce Professor Gilberto Rodriguez from the Federal University of ABC Ancon State in Brazil. He will share us about metropolitan governance and the UN Sustainable Development Goals 2030 agenda, the case of Brazil. Please, Professor.
Thank you very much, Denise. First of all, I'd like to thank our Mexican colleagues for the warm reception here. It's a great pleasure to come back to Mexico and the Mexico City, and to join this conference in such a beautiful place like the UNAM. I'd like to also to congratulate my colleagues from Argentina. It's a pleasure to share this session with you. Well, our proposal is related to the Sustainable Development Goals. And we'd like to present the Brazilian case and at some point to show a specific case of the state of São Paulo. Here is the abstract that we sent. That just I would like to underline in this abstract the main objective of the paper, which is to examine the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals at the subnational level in Brazil, with a particular focus on the metropolitan scale. I didn't include in my presentation, and I apologize you for that. I tried to compensate with some information before going in the next slide, is to say that metropolitan regions in Brazil are part of the states, and by the Constitution of 1988, there is a provision, Article 25, that says that it's competence of the states to create metropolitan regions. Today, we have 77 metropolitan regions in Brazil. So I think it's important information before we go into the next slide. And but I would like to begin showing you how Brazil structures the implementation of the SDGs. Here, again, it's important to include another information, which is that during the period of the presidency of Bolsonaro, between 2019 and 2022, all the public policies in Brazil were almost collapsed in terms of coordination, in terms of administration, in terms of commitment from the federal government to manage its responsibility to coordinate the policies. So even if the SDGs planning were there before Bolsonaro, I choose to start from the President Lula government 2023 because it's like a 0 point for this to rebuild all the public policies, especially in the federal governance. So in 2023, by a federal decree of September 2023, the presidency created a national commission for SDGs. This national commission is important, and I focus on that because it encompasses all the federal entities plus the civil society to administrate or to manage the implementation of SDGs in Brazil. Here is the official logo. It's only a curiosity to show you about the commission. And here you can see an infographic that shows, of course, that is very small. You're not able to identify, but I'd like to comment on that. The most important thing I would like to underline to you is that this commission, I will repeat that, encompasses all the federal entities, but not individually. In the case of municipalities, the commission includes 2 associations of municipalities and 2 state consortia. I'd like to go into detail about that. And also the civil society groups and organizations that are very active in Brazil regarding the SDG implementation. Here's the structure of the commission. the federal administrative branch, the federal ministry that is responsible to coordinate this policy is the Secretary General of the Presidency, which is one of the ministries. So the coordination is under the federal government. There are 38 ministries that more or less are part of this commission, depending on the interest. And the municipalities are represented by the major national front. For who are familiar with the Brazilian system, then the major national front is the main association for capitals. We have 26 states plus the federal district. Each state has a capital, and the capitals are united in this major national front. So the highest GDP of cities is concentrated in this Frente Nacional de Prefeitos, the major national front. The other association is the Brazilian Association of Municipalities, which is the oldest association, but is a small one. Regarding the states, and this is an interesting situation, the commission includes two consortia. One is the Northeast Consortium, states of the Northeast region. There are 9 states, and they are the less developed states that we have in Brazil. And the other is the Amazon Region Consortium, with 9 states too, which also are less developed. Why is important to underline here this? Because the federal government, the President Lula, when the government created this through the decree of 2023, had the concern to promote the less developed states more than others, in order to balance the situation of states in terms of capacities to implement the SDGs. And also the civil society also is there. Another important thing to stress is that the Commission has a technical assistance by 3 important federal agencies that we have in Brazil. One is the Institute for Applied Economic Research, IPEA. It's like a think tank, a federal think tank related to the Ministry of Planning. The other is the Brazilian Institute of Geography and Statistics, the IBGE, which is a very important agency, federal agency in terms of statistics and all the census that are made in Brazil. And the third one is the Oswaldo Cruz Foundation, Fiocruz, with a specific expertise in health. It was very important for vaccines, for instance. So those 3 federal agencies, they have a very important role in supporting technically the Commission. The other thing I would like to share with you is that we have a legal framework in Brazil for metropolitan regions. Is the federal law from 2015. Is a very general framework. It is very based on the cooperative federalism principle that we have in our constitution. So this law try to promote, to incentive the federal governance and international intergovernmental relations among the federal entities. Sorry, I didn't put for you to see. This is the Metropolis Statute. It's the federal framework for metropolitan regions. Another thing that I think it's important to share with you is that civil society also has a lot of contributions in terms of indicators and local monitoring and comparison among cities and states, because this is one of the key challenges that we have when you think in terms of implementation of the SDG. Taking in mind that Brazil is a very unequal country, so one of the tasks that the federal government is exactly to balance those challenges of inequalities. And there are other projects, like one of the projects, an example is localizing the SDGs in Brazil. It's a partnership between the National Confederation of Municipalities and the UNDP that helps to have more indicators, to have more information, quality information to implement the SDGs at the local and subnational level. Well, here I put some main implementation challenges regarding metropolitan regions. One is financing. The other is technical capacity, knowledge. That's why I underlined that the three federal agencies that support the National Council are very important, because there are a lot of cooperation between those three agencies and the subnational governments, both states and municipalities. The lack of disaggregated data, there is a difficulty to obtain specific data on that, and the problems that we have in Brazil with intergovernmental coordination. Despite the fact that we have the Metropolis framework, we have, well, during the Bolsonaro period, the presidency of Bolsonaro, we have absolute collapse of the intergovernmental coordination. So the present government is trying to rebuild what we had before. Here, going to the specific case of São Paulo, I would like to say that why we choose São Paulo as a case, because São Paulo is the case of implementation that have more positive outcomes. It's the wealthiest state of Brazil. The economy of São Paulo, the state of São Paulo, is similar to Argentina economy. We used to to compare that. This population is more or less the same. So it's interesting to see how and São Paulo is not aligned with the federal government. This is opposition, and this opposition is historically. No, it's more or less maybe when you have in Córdoba in Argentina. Here I show you the web page of the São Paulo state, and there is a commission specific commission on sustainable development goal implementation, and is coordinated by the chief of staff of the governor. We call this Casa Civil, and it's a very complex structure. Taking the Casa Civil, the chief of staff as a vertical coordinator, and there are other secretaries of the state, like environment. There are some public companies like Implaza that show a very important role, and and there is an executive committee and technical chambers to deal with different issues of the SDG implementation. Here, some of the mechanisms that we have in the state of São Paulo. I will not go into the detail of those implementations, but I'd like to stress that has to do a lot of transportation, metro transportation, integrated mobility corridors, water basin protection, housing programs. So another thing it's important to remember here, for those who are not familiar with the Brazilian system, Article 23 of our Constitution establishes common competences, and there are a list of many common competences or shared competences that includes health, environment, transportation, housing, protection of cultural heritage. So this is a very important field of our constitution in terms of federal structure. And in this case, the metropolitan regions offer a very important laboratory to implementation of public policies in this sense. Okay. Okay, let's go into some more. Here are the mechanisms that I mentioned before. Here is a map of the metropolitan region, São Paulo metropolitan region. Is very large one. Here you can see the population, and there are some figures that I will go show you following this. The size of this metropolitan region is more or less the size of the state of the country, Lebanon, the state of Lebanon, more or less, to have an idea. It represents 4% of the territory of the state of São Paulo. There are 39 municipalities and more or less 21.5 million. I think it's a little bit more than that. This figure, I think, it is not up to date. Today is 23 million population. Is one of the 10 world's most population regions. So this is very challenging to implement SDG in a territory like that. Some are here. Some are the initiatives that we collected, like protection, restoration of water supply catchments. Water supply is one of the key issues of public policies in Brazil today, because historically, during the last 2 decades, there have been a conflict between the state of São Paulo, for instance, and some municipalities which would like to take the sanitary by their own, and the state considers that is a monopoly of the state. So metropolitan regions are, again, a lab for implementation of those policies. Environment, climate change, it's another important thing that we see some projects. And last but not least, civic engagement and awareness initiatives mobilizing civil society. Some of the recent developments, I'm going to conclude in some minutes. Recent developments and monitoring, it's important to mention that the National Survey on How States Treat Agenda 2030 conducted by the Federal Planning Office last year shows São Paulo among the states that reported explicit institutionalization of SDG work and actions to localize targets. These are the information. And some reflections on the Brazil's federative model on SDGs and metropolitan regions. I would like to, again, underline that the National Council that was created in 2023 stressed a lot to support the states that are less developed in Brazil, which are in Northeast and the Amazon Basin. The Commission include all the federal entities, and in the case of São Paulo, which is the richest state, the São Paulo has its own legal framework and agenda of SDGs. In fact, there is a law that was a state law that regulates the implementation in São Paulo. And a final reflection about São Paulo metropolitan region and SDGs. São Paulo region is the most important case of SDG implementation at a Brazilian metropolitan level. This cannot be explained by the intergovernmental mechanism between the union and the states, but can be better understood by their own state capacities, most technically, to mobilize resources and state actors in different spheres of SDG implementation. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Professor Gilberto. I think it is very interesting, the challenges that you point out. I think there are challenges that are common challenges in all the Latin American region. And also it is very interesting how opposition governments tend to achieve better results. I think it's also a common characteristic in federal countries. And it will be very interesting to see the results of the civil society participation for balancing inequities, because I think inequities are a common problem also shared in all the regions. So if you have in forward conferences results from these programs, we would like to hear them. And now please let me introduce Professor Miguel Ángel Asensio. He is from the Institute of Federalism on the National Academy of Law and Social Sciences of Córdoba, from the National University of the Litoral, also from Argentina. And he will be presenting us the metropolitan area of Buenos Aires, demographic, economic, and fiscal challenges. Please, Professor, the floor is yours.
Okay, many thanks. First of all, I want to say that this is a pleasure to give a presentation again in this very prestigious Congress, and to say many thanks to Dr. José María Serna de la Garza and the authority of Mexico and UNAM, and also to Eva Maria and the team of the International Association for Federal Studies for this event. And we know that the organization of this event is extremely difficult, and the effort is very strong. So thank you very much for them. Well, this presentation will be very concentrated in the main metropolitan area of Argentina, the metropolitan area of Buenos Aires. And we have three very concentrated objectives: to see the demographic relevance, to see also the economic relevance, and then to see some particular issue which consists in the project of tax reform, which includes also the main aggregates, geographical aggregates in the country, and so in which address I will follow in my comments. You can see that we pursue these three dimensions, and it's very well known that the growth of the city of Buenos Aires was particularly impressive along centuries. Recently, the professor here commenting the time of Hernán Cortés take us to our own colonial origins, and in our colonial origins, not all began in Buenos Aires, but began in reality in the present Potosí, in the present Republic of Bolivia, where the silver were extremely abundant. And then, decades after this phenomenon, emerged the port of Buenos Aires and the increased importance of Buenos Aires in the geographical, territorial, and demographic relevance in the country. At present, the metropolitan area of Buenos Aires, well known as AMBA, or Greater Buenos Aires, reaches a population of nearly 15 million inhabitants, is minor than the enormous extension of Sao Paulo or Mexico City, but represents 1/3 of the country's total population in Argentina. Such a conglomerate is made up of the sum of the autonomous city of Buenos Aires and the so-called conurbation, are also identified as the 24 districts of the Greater Buenos Aires. Well, this definition is one definition, is the definition adopted by the National Institute of Statistics, but some private or university researchers are speaking about 30 districts, and others, more than this, 40 districts. So it's a formation, demographic formation and economic formation, which is developing a long time in the same direction, the growing. You can see now some significance. I put in red the relevance of the AMBA. And you can see in the last column that in terms of population, it means 30% of the population is something like a third of the total population of the country. Some intellectual of the last century, the Professor James Covey, coming from a university from the United States, said that our country has grown to a city. That to say that all the population goes in some part of the history, some goes to the port. A lot of people go into the port, and then you have the result 2 centuries afterwards, a third of the population. I continue with the AMBA and Conurbano as demographic forces, as demographic entity. And it's possible to remember that between 2001 and 2010, the population of the Conurbano grew more than that of the Buenos Aires city, the CABA, and the country as a whole. It seemed like a growth again towards the Conurbano, because we can understand this AMBA, this AMBA, as the aggregation of the city of Buenos Aires plus the Conurbano. This is the AMBA, the famous AMBA in the case of Argentina. And the last intercensus period between 2010 and 2022 showed a reduction in that demographic dynamism. In this case, although it maintained its importance in the increase of population volume, its intensity decreased. So we try to say that the growing of the AMBA continues, but with a diminishing intensity. The impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on productive establishments, as well as the economic volatility experienced by the country in recent years, cannot be considered unrelated to this situation. Then you can see only in the center, the AMBA can see this observation. The autonomous city of Buenos Aires recovered and grow particularly well, and then the Conurbano grows, but not in so important intensity like in the previous census. Well, this graphic, this figure shows the same. You see the 24 districts near the base, and the autonomous city of Buenos Aires in the base. And we can see in the last census, the autonomous city of Buenos Aires recovers importance in relation to the 24 districts of Conurbano. Both of them which form the AMBA, which is something like a weighted average of both dimensions of such agglomerate. If we try to go from the demographic dimension to the economic dimension, we see also a relative decline in the aggregate product of the AMBA, which is primarily a consequence of the performance of the 24 districts of the conurbano. The weight of the AMBA visibly decreased between 2010 and 2023 from 51.5% of the country to 44.5%. This occurred with opposite trends in Cava and the conurbano. The former grew while the latter decreased. From the perspective of public policies and territorial governance, it is possible to consider a relative impoverishment of this vast territorial and urban area, which may be connected to the noted lower demographic dynamism that historically reflected human movements from the country's interior. So this demographic and economic agglomerate, the AMBA, is the consequence of this trend to march to Buenos Aires, march to the port along decades, because in my opinion and the opinion of the other, some pathologic evolution very opposite to a dispersed evolution in other parts of the countries. Well, you see in this image, again, the GDP of the AMBA along years, and then in comparison with the province of Buenos Aires, all the country, and then between the autonomous city of Buenos Aires and the 24 districts surrounding the autonomous city of Buenos Aires, which forms both the AMBA. No? In per capita terms, we find in this statistical effort in the end that it's clear an internal differentiation within the greater Buenos Aires area, which allows us to observe districts with higher income levels compared to others that are clearly disadvantaged: Vicente Lopez, San Isidro, Tigre, San Fernando, etc. So it is not a mystery, because in all agglomerates in the world, we speak of Los Angeles, Sao Paulo, including New York, Paris, etc., that you have districts richer than others, but here is clear, and it can generate future conflicts or aggravated conflicts in the interior of the whole AMBA region. In the two following charts, the impact on per capita output due to the pandemic can be observed on the one hand, and the differentiation between the wealthy sibling, the city of Buenos Aires, the high income suburban district, and the rest of the lower income suburban districts on the other. The separation by income quintiles is explicit as such. You can see the evolution, and then the very strong downturn in the first year and the second year of the pandemic, and then the recovery. And you can more clearly the differentiation between the rich brother, the autonomous city in relation to the surrounding areas. You see in blue, in clear blue, the per capita income of the autonomous city of Buenos Aires, and then some districts not so good, but not so bad, and then the rest in other position, where it is clear that the autonomous city of Buenos Aires and some of the districts of the surrounding area, some richer, Vicente López, San Isidro, in clear form separates from the rest of the districts. You can see the same phenomenon in blue, and in clear blue you have the rich and the semi-rich districts in terms of per capita income or per capita GDP, excuse me, in relation to the others, poor districts, medium income districts, and upper medium districts. Well, the third problem which are trying to give to this discussion is a very old but renewed debate in Argentina, which refers to the tax change, and in the end to the federal structure of taxes, where you have that the main taxes, income tax and the main sales tax, value-added tax, and another not so relevant but also important taxes remain or rest in the hands of the federal government. And then the subnational governments takes not the part of the lion, but a minor part, clearly. It's possible to say that 82% of all the taxes, and particularly the relevant taxes, are in the hands of the federal government and the states. So we call, like in other countries, like in Canada, provinces and municipalities retain only the 18%, and have, of course, the majority of services, social services, which are strong demand of personnel and staff, education, health, security. So naturally, the federal level needs to redistribute some of the revenue which collects to the provinces and municipalities. Perhaps our scheme is a lot of Musgravian. I won't remember the Musgrave formula in federal distribution of taxes, and in particular put the importance in property taxes in the local level, and then some substitute of sales tax. This tax, the sales tax in our country, is a turnover tax, is a bad tax, but it's the tax that the provinces and the municipalities have. So we are discussing now the substitution. The question now is, and which is the weight of the AMBA in the revenue, the collection of taxes of this tax, well known as the gross income tax, trying to get some indication for this experiment. And you say that in 3 years, central years, we can see the weight of the CABA and the AMBA in the revenue, in the collection of the gross income tax is extremely high. You see, 66% of all the revenue for this type of tax. It's enormous. In such a sense, the risk, the tax risk, if you say, well, we eliminate this gross income tax because if turnover, it has cascade effects on all the theory for replacing a bad tax. But the problem is that has enormous relevance and is the main tax for the provinces and municipalities. Well, I have only 1 minute. You can have something of my commentaries in this observation, the terms of the fiscal debate, and we can conclude after see some graphic. The blue line is the gross income tax, is very, very important. And then after this, I insist, 3 very concentrated problems examined about the AMBA and its signification. We can say that we have examined 3 dimensions that require careful consideration in the case of the AMBA and the country. The demographic, we revealed the almost pathological historical concentration around the port city, the economic, which is closely linked to it, and the fiscal, which even in terms of provincial tax, show its weight and its risks, given the subnational role in providing financially demanding services such as security, education, and health. In economic terms, there has been a deterioration in the situation of the conurbano, after by an improvement, offset by an improvement in what was already the wealthiest area of the AMBA, allowing us to observe a resemblance between Cava and some of the high-income districts of that region. Finally, it should be emphasized that fiscal governance is at stake in the event of reforms to the overall tax structures, creating a symbiotic relationship between tax reform and tax governance, both regional and federal. Many thanks to all of you.
Thanks, Professor Miguel Angel. As we are a little bit running on time, if you have any comment or you have any question, we will be taking just 3 comments or questions. Okay, here, the second one. Well, 3, okay. We have these 3. We can start with the professor there.
Thank you for your really interesting presentations. I have a question for Gilberto. It was interesting to see that there is a national commission developed for the SDGs, and from what you described, it seemed to be a very complex structure. So I just have a very simple question. Do you think it will work, and does it change anything in the power distribution?
Okay, then let's take the other 2 questions, and finally the panelists can answer, please.
Hey, thank you. Question for Christian. In the Cordoba agreement to create a metropolitan zone, what were the politics of that? Was it referenda? Was it just the governments deciding to join, or was it imposed from above? How did the politics play out?
Okay, and the 3rd question there, please, Professor.
My question is regarding the SDG implementation in Brazil. Can you please explain the role of the Mayor's National Front is that a role that is an institutionalized role, or it is an informal role?
Okay, if you like, could you please start, Professor Christian, as Professor Gilberto has 2 questions to answer. So could you please start?
Thank you, Professor Marcher, for your question. Yeah, there were no referendum or popular participation in the creation of this body. It was the sole on the unique decision of the 17 municipalities that gather in this entity, and then 11 more municipalities joined, making 27 municipalities. But there were no popular participation by any means. This is maybe one aspect of the democratic deficit, because people choose mayors of their cities, but not those that that represent the metropolitan area. This is quite interesting topic. Yeah.
Thank you, Professor Gilberto, please.
Yes, thanks. Thank you, Reka, for your question. I think it's important to take in mind that, as I tried to point it out in my presentation, that in 2003, the government had a very important challenge, which was to recover the democratic governance in the country. So the National Commission was created with the spirit to include all the actors and to establish a new dialogue, a democratic dialogue with all those actors. So in this sense, it is very useful, it's very important, because it's like to recover a democratic and federal governance that we lost during the previous period of presidency. Well, the second possibility to answer your question is in terms more concrete, no? And because, of course, that it's difficult to measure how a national commission can get its objectives during the government, during the period of a mandate, 4 years. So, in my perspective, I think it's the commission is could be considered as a positive structure, despite the fact that it's very complex, because recreated this environment to establish a dialogue, permanent and democratic. One important thing to stress also that I didn't mention is that, well, I mentioned but not concretely in terms of percentage. There was a regression of the implementation of SDG during the Bolsonaro period, so there is a deficit of implementation when the government began in 2023. So the commission also is a way to foster with all the federal entities the importance to implement the SDG. It's not only a technical issue, but also in terms of political will. So this is what I can answer to you. Thank you. Please, could you please repeat your question?
Yeah.
Yeah.
My question was about the Mayor's National Front Forum. What is the structure of that, and does it have a institutional arrangement regarding the SDG implementation, or it is just a pure consultation role only?
Oh, thank you. Yes, those both National Association of Municipalities, they have headquarters in Brasilia, the federal capital, and they have a lot of work in Congress, not only with the executive branch but also in Congress, with trying to defend and to promote the local interests in those in executive and legislative branches. In the case of the National Council of Sustainable Development Goals, they have a asset there, so they can sit and pose all the interests and the positions they would like to concretely in the commission. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for your presence here, and I can happily close the session, and let's please go to have a little bit lunch.
There are lunch boxes waiting for you outside this room. You can have your meals here in this patio or in the other patio, which is also in the first floor. And I would say, please, let's try to start the next session at 2:10. Thank you.
Hello again. I have to be again the moderator. Thank you, Chema, for leaving me be here in this panel about Europe. So we're going to start directly in the order which is established in the program. I'm not going to do further presentations. I'm just going to, well, it's Europe and Australia. So the chair, now I know it's Australia. Well, Alejandro Chanona says hello. He has to come back to his political science school, which is like a lot of movement right now, so he could no longer stay with us. We will start with Gisela, please.
Okay. So thank you very much. I would like to give you a bit introduction into metropolitan governance, not government as it's printed out, so it was my mistake, governance in Germany, and I learned a lot on preparing that paper. Well, I will start with briefly with some problems which are necessary to understand metropolitan governance. Then we have two types of metropolitan institutions. That means some really local communities which are established, and then the broader metropolitan areas which are in a European network of metropolitan areas, and I will show you what they are doing and what are the problems of these very untypical public institutions. Let me start, as mentioned before, and therefore I will do it briefly. Germany has also the problem that the economic and technological progress have enlarged the spaces where people live, work and consume, and that is not longer related with the traditional historical borders of local governments. That even goes across national borders in Europe. That's not only a German phenomenon, but that goes to Belgium, to France, to Switzerland, to Austria, and wherever. In Germany, in the past, in the 1970s, the problem was solved by territorial reforms. We had huge amalgamations in North Rhine-Westphalia, where the agglomerations go from Cologne up to Dortmund. You go from one big city to the next and even don't remark that you have crossed the local border because of a green. There's no green in between. It's just only city, 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 city. But in Germany, territorial reform no longer are politically possible. People don't want that. People hate to be amalgamated in their institutions. And well, I recently had with a doctoral student the result that most of the advisory reports from my colleagues in favor of territorial reforms are fakes and only have an incomplete theory on that, only focusing on advantages and not on the disadvantages of these reforms. And therefore, metropolitan spaces are very interesting. We have these old local government structures and have to do something, because we have the competition among these metropolitan areas, among these cities, the broader cities, for jobs, for well, even among the mayors, who is the more powerful and more successful mayor. Also for tax-paying enterprises. And the problem is you have the surrounding cities, we call them pork barrel cities, who make a very unfair competition with the centers, where you have the infrastructure and you have a much more social expenditures, because there are more poor people in the centers, and the surrounding richer cities are exploiting the center by lower tax rates and making an unfair tax So what we have as solutions, traditional solutions, interlocal externalities, centralization or funding of local public goods are not longer sufficient. We need something else. There is, Germany is just untypical of many other European and also other American countries. Germany is by its history a multi-centered country because in the past, before the German state was established in 1870, there were a lot of kingdoms, of princedoms and real counties across, and we had a lot of capitals of very small, and there is multi-centers all over Germany. We have former capitals of entities of independent states, and the counties were just introduced a bit more than 200 years ago to establish a professional administration in the countryside by the Prussians. So the structures in Germany are not very old, but they date from the Middle Ages, where the cities played an important role. And therefore we have a high number of county-free cities in Germany. One solution is that if you have these problems of externalities in metropolitan areas and agglomerations, you can create a level of local governments above the county level. We have two types of reforms of that. One is, I think it's a singular solution for the city of Aachen in North Rhine-Westphalia. The former county-free city of Aachen, which has more than 200,000 inhabitants, lost the status of a county-free city and was just included into the surrounding county. And they got a special name, Regionalkreis. I call it regional county in English. But they have special rules, internal rules, that there is a balance of powers between the dominating center of Aachen and the surrounding county. I will not explain that in detail, but that is a new type, and I think in the moment a single type of that regional county. We have regional associations above the county level, very few. One is Hanover. Hanover is the capital of Lower Saxony. They have established above Hanover and the surrounding counties a new local community, a regional association. We have it in Saarbrücken, which is dominating the state of Saarland, and we have it in Stuttgart, and we have these regional associations also in other parts of Baden-Württemberg, but that goes back on the history because the invention of those were just to establish regional planning at the level above the counties and cities in the 1970s. Well, what are these regional associations do? They provide local public traffic for the whole area. They make higher education, regional planning, economic promotion, and other local infrastructure services, as was mentioned here for other countries. Their funding, and that is typical, is like all other local communities because they get the apportionments from their member counties and cities, from below to above, compulsory apportionments, and they get regular grants from fiscal equalization scheme from state governments. They are funded like the other, but now we have not only 2 local levels, but 3 when that happens. Okay, that's that. Then we have the metropolitan areas in Germany. They were established as such in 1995. Not all were there at that time. Some are much older, but then federal government just joined the European network of metropolitan areas and included the German areas. They are voluntary networks. There's no compulsory task what they get. And they are just based on the benefits of cooperation in order to strengthen the region and the regional cohesion against other competitors. That means our metropolitan areas are focused on economic competitivity and economic success in the main. Meanwhile, also they make social cohesion, but well, they what here is the citation from the Federal Spatial Planning Report. The German metropolitan regions in European importance form the essential national economic areas of high performance and are in international competition. European and globally significant steering, control, gateway, innovation and competition functions are as educational and scientific institutions are concentrated in them. That's the official meaning for federal government of these metropolitan areas. I have said they cooperate today in cultural affairs, in tourism, social affairs, and all of them have included the research institutions and universities in their internal networks. That is essential. They all have a growing competence in regional planning and formal regional planning. Not all are really competent for that, others are, I will show later. And the funding is just open. They get contributions from their member communities, nothing from state budgets, no local inclusion into local fiscal equalization. And they can acquire specific grants from state, federal, and European budgets, and also from the included private companies, because they should be among them. Here is a map. You see the centers of the metropolitan areas are the red squares, but you also see here, here, these are two of them, Rhineland and the Ruhr region. You see many of them. Here's Hamburg. The darker blue center is surrounding, and here you see the white is the borders of them, and you see here they are overlapping the national borders on the outside. Here you see they differ in size of population and surface. Let me show you. We have two types of metropolitan areas. The type 1 are private law institutions, and the second one are institution of public laws. And you see here how they diverge. The most interesting cases for me is Rhein-Neckar, where Speyer is located, because they are the closest to the public sphere like other public institutions. Well, I'm a bit pressed because of the time. Let me just mention some problems we have with the metropolitan areas. The German ones are among the smallest in Europe. We cannot compete with Paris and London or Madrid. The main point of criticism is their focus on economic power, competitivity and efficiency that could mean that we leave all the regions not included into metropolitan areas behind. We have among these 11 metropolitan areas diverging competences of regional planning. The regional planning competence is weak in the monocentric and cross-border region, for example, the Hamburg region, but it's strong in the smallest in the Rhein-Neckar metropolitan area, and this crosses the borders of 3 states, Rheinland-Palatinate, Hessen, and Baden-Württemberg. We have 3 different planning laws of the states, but they are coordinated in one institution. That's very, very interesting how they establish the regional planning decisions under three diverging state laws. So there are problems. The dominance of the big centers often lead to mistrust to them because they are too dominating against all other communities in the center. And the problems of the former metropolitan area Rhine-Ruhr was so difficult that they got separated into two today. Now, metropolitan areas, I mentioned it, go across national borders and depend, in these cases, much more on the activities of the members, what they are doing, because we don't have any forcing laws to be active. And what I see, the literature of metropolitan areas is just older than 10 years. There's nothing more. I have no idea what are the idea for future development of metropolitan areas. Let me just conclude, make it very briefly, and I continue my last idea, the problem that I cannot see the future of further development of metropolitan areas. I think they should be important for Germany, for the German economic development, and even for social cohesion in Germany. But there is no idea how they can support these developments, and even they are not themselves interfering in the fields of sustainability, of climate change. That's the member cities are doing that, but not the metropolitan areas. And therefore, the future and their importance in future, for me, is an open question. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gisela.
I give you back that.
Yes, this voluntary character of the arrangements would drive us to IGRs in times of polarization. Interesting thing. Well, now we have Raffaella Coletti and Fabrizio Tuzzi to speak about multi-level governance in case of Rome.
Yes, as soon as we have a presentation, thank you very much. Of course, as you have seen in these days, I'm here alone. Fabrizio is not here, unfortunately, couldn't join me and us. Let me take just a few seconds to thank very much the organizers to bring us for bringing us in this ciudad maravillosa, veramente. And also I would like to mention that this is a preliminary work we are conducting together with Fabrizio Tuzzi, that is the current director at the Institute, IIJUNAM. And also, let's say that what I will try to explain are attempts of the city of Rome to become a dialogical city, to use the definition given this morning by Nico and Carl. So some...
You give me a sign when I move. Okay. Oh no, it's working.
Ah, okay. Does it work? It's not really centered, but okay. So some information about the context. Rome, of course, is the capital of Italy, and I didn't make this start, sorry, so I have an idea. You know a bit about probably Italian structure. We have regions and autonomous provinces. Sorry, Francesco, for not putting that in the slide, but they are, of course, included. Then there are cities, of course, and there used to be an intermediate level directly elected, that is that of the provinces, but they were abolished, and since 2014 we have these metropolitan cities that are overall 14 in Italy, and you see the maps, the map on the left, where are the metropolitan cities. One of them, of course, is Rome. And this level is not directly elected. They are elected by the people elected in the cities that compose the metropolitan city. And in the case of Rome, so you see that, no, we are still in the previous map, sorry. Previous? Yes, we are still in that. The second map, you see the case of Rome, and the brown part is the Roma Capitale, is the city of Rome, while the blue border, the blue area, is the metropolitan city of Rome. And we are talking about 2,700 inhabitants in the city and almost more than 4,000 inhabitants in the metropolitan city. I know that is like a neighborhood in Mexico City, but it's the biggest city in Italy. And then we have a further level, because the city of Rome is divided in 15 municipi, smaller municipalities, that are also directly elected. So they have their own president and their own council. The context is interesting because there are new powers for the city under discussion as of 2025. So the idea is to give legislative power to the city of Rome on 11 areas, which are all connected to the management of the city, from local public transport, local police, these kind of things. And they're also connected to environment and social services, which are the topics we are going to talk about mainly. So the next, okay, it works. So what we try to do, because I work mainly on the idea of food, which is one of the topics, while Fabrizio works more on the environmental aspect in the city. But we try to combine our research, taking into account some of the topics that were on the call of this conference. So on the one hand, the role of citizen participation and democracy in the context of metropolitan governance, policy making and decision making in metropolitan areas, innovations in metropolitan governance, and also the connection between metropolitan governance and UN sustainable goals. So we are considering two participatory initiatives that are being developed in the city of Rome. One of them is a food council that was developed in the city, as we will see, in order to create a food policy for the city of Rome. And the second is called Contratto del Fiume Tevere, the river contract of the Tiber River, which is, again, a participatory initiative aimed at preserving biodiversity and environmental situation along the Tiber River, which, as you know, is the river of Rome. And we have done analysis of secondary sources and in-depth interviews, but it's still an ongoing work. I just show very quickly these maps. They are from colleagues, geographers from University of Roma Tre. They have a wonderful website where they map information about the city. And I show these maps just to highlight how Rome is increasingly a city of inequalities. The maps that you see on the left are related to income in 2021, while the maps on the right are related on heat levels around the cities. So the second one is more related to environment, while the first, of course, economic development. And you can see, I'm not going too in detail in that, but you can see the differences across the city. So briefly, I will introduce the two case studies. The first is this idea of creating a food policy for Rome. And this food council, Consiglio del Cibo, was established originally at the end of the mandate of Mayor Raggi, which was the previous mayor of Rome, but finally approved in 2023 with the new mayor. And it was the result of a bottom-up process with civic association and researchers and universities asking for the development of a food policy of the city. What do they mean by food policy? The idea is to have together in this table representatives from the private sector, civic associations, and to institutions, and to work together on several aspects of food in the city that goes from addressing food poverty to strengthening local productions, to reducing food waste, organize local markets, even catering for the schools. So it's basically everything that is related to food in the city. And the components are, again, from the institutions to universities, private sector, civic actors, around 150 members. But the participation is open. You can ask to be part, and there is a procedure, because it is a formal tool that is a consulta municipale, municipal council, so it has its own structure. And they have a small budget. I have to add that very recently, at the beginning of this year, a further table was established, only at metropolitan level, which includes only producers. And the idea is that they should develop a kind of food plan for the city. I will go back to this in the sense that, on the one hand, of course, taking this to a metropolitan level and not only city is because of the relevance of the metropolitan scale for the production in terms of agriculture. But of course, there is the idea that also private sector is playing a much more relevant role in this. and we'll see this again. The second example, the Contratto del Fiume Tevere, also was established under Mayor Gualtieri in 2022. I mention this because our idea is also that the political conditions can encourage or discourage this kind of, let's say, bottom-up initiatives. So somehow this administration gave space for this kind of initiatives. And in this case, this is really a metropolitan level thing. The coordinator is the Metropolitan City of Rome, with the participation of a number of universities, again, technical bodies, civic association, with around 80 members, again, open to further participation. This is also an official tool, but it's a national tool that is called Contracts for the Rivers. It's a national tool established at national level that can be adopted at local scale. And again, the aim is to have a consultory role. And also in this case, there is a small budget, basically, comparable to the one of the other example. So what are the differences and similarities between these two examples that we think are relevant? On the one hand, there are some differences because, as I said, one is a local instrument, the food one. The other is a national instrument. The river contract is clearly embedded in a national policy agenda related to protection of environment and biodiversity, while there is no food policy at national level, so the other one is not. The region is very active in the river contract and is not present in the Food Council. The river contract is very sectoral, so it has to do with environment only, while in the case of the food, as I said, is really the attempt is really to put together various elements. And also, there is a difference in the role of the national scale, because the river contracts, they are clearly within a national framework, and there are some, let's say, groups like the National Group of River Contracts, the National Observatory of River Contracts, and so on. While in the case of food policy, there is nothing like that. But with the interviews, we found out that sometimes they were using, civic association in the Food Council were using the Food Council to take at the political level some issues. For example, there was an issue about food in prisons and so on. And so to use the channel of the political level at municipal scale to get to the national scale. There are a number of similarities also, because both of them are driven by civic association and research entities. They are forms of wide participation and somehow direct democracy, because there is really the participation of citizens. They are both institutions that are formally established, and our interviews highlighted the importance of these experiences for strengthening horizontal network among actors. Also, they are places where civic actors can present proposals, and they actually did. But also, there is a limited impact on decision-making, actually. And in the case of the Food Council, this is really crystal clear with the establishment of this metropolitan level table, which is made of only private sector and institutions, and where decisions are going to be taken, while the consulta that has a more civic participation, somehow it's relegated to a consultative role. But also in the case of river contract, the impression is that the decisions are taken at institutional scale. I mean, civic association participate, can bring their ideas, but decision-making is not, they're not so into that. And finally, the final similarity is that Rome is included in both of these aspects. Oh, sorry, but I didn't move this. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I was talking, but I didn't move that. I have my computer. I don't know if you could read it anyway from there, but the final thing is that they're both members of these international networks, both in environment and in food. So conclusions, preliminary. Going back to the questions and to the topics of the conference we were trying to address. Does metropolitan governance contribute to UN Sustainable Development Goals? Yes. Of course, Rome is also formally has its own agenda for Sustainable Development Goals. But the thing is that also this kind of, let's say, participatory initiative contribute to goals which are included in the Sustainable Development Agenda. What is the role of citizen participation in the context of metropolitan governance? Our idea is that cities confirm their role of hubs that are able to engage with institutions and non-institutional actors, but also that somehow the participation of these actors create a laboratory for the role of metropolitan cities in this phase that is a phase in which somehow metropolitan cities are also defining themselves in Italy. Does citizen participation determine innovations? Yes, we think so, because there are policy innovations in this form of participation, but somehow the upscale, the political potential of these initiatives is limited so far. And finally, about decision-making and policy-making, we think that, as I just said, metropolitan areas offer important spaces at the moment through these initiatives for ideas from civic association to be presented, but at the same time, they are not really part of the decision-making process. And of course, further research is needed, not only because both of these initiatives were created, 2 or 3 years ago, so they are quite new, so to see what is going to happen, but also because of what I meant at the beginning. So the governance of the city of Rome in particular is changing, and so we are going to see what is going to happen. Thank you very much. I have the picture of the Roma Capitale. This is Campidoglio. Again, I'm doing that there and not there. But this is the picture of the Campidoglio of the offices of Roma Capitale, taken by me, so I wanted to show you.
Thank you, Raffaella. And it's meaningful to see Rome as the capital of the World Food Organization from the United Nations. So. Yeah, and those examples of specific activities of the economy, of the day-to-day, how can they be fixed through federal mechanisms? Very interesting. Well, now we have Tracy Fenwick, which I have to say she's one of the responsibles of this conference, because she came here in 2019 and invited our institute to make part of the CFS. So thank you very much, Tracy.
Thank you.
Happy to have you here.
Can you put my presentation up, please, Mario? Can you try to make it full screen?
She's coming.
Okay, can I have the clicker too?
Sure.
Thank you. Does it work?
You're welcome.
Can you put it full screen?
No, it's.
Oh, it doesn't go. Okay, no worries.
You sent the wrong one.
Okay, not sure what screen. Hi, everybody. I'm an outlier on the panel because I'm not Europe. And I'm also warning you, I hope everybody's awake, because we're going to have a lot of federal theory coming up. I'm a comparative political scientist. I'm a comparative federal scholar. So again, I'm an outlier because I need to tell you the theoretical assumptions of the paper I'm going to present to you is I work on dual federations in the Americas, and Australia is also a dual federal system. So I am assuming in what I'm discussing a competitive model of federalism between 2 or 3 levels of government. I'm going to skip over quite a bit of text because of time. So the main research question I have, this isn't specifically about Australia. I actually did something really fun. I tested my own established theoretical contributions to comparative federalism on the Australian case. So Australia is more a case of a hypothesis. So my research question was mainly which factors limit localism in Australia and thereby undermine the potential of its metropolitan governance. So if you don't know, Australia doesn't have any metropolitan governance, so that's where we're starting from, and I'm trying to answer to you why. I'm going to skip my main argument because I'll talk about it at the end. So this is where all the theory comes, because this is actually quite important. So as someone who works on political theories of federalism, so there's 2 perspectives to explain the bargaining that goes on in a competitive model of federalism. The first one is the rational choice literature. So beyond federalism's design structure of dispersing power between levels of government, there are varying judicial, political, and popular safeguards to stabilize federal democracies from opportunism. Okay, so this is the work of equilibrium institutionalists. So what I've argued in the last 2 decades of my publications and my career is what's overlooked by rational choice theorists is the role played by local governments in federalism's bargaining game. So rational choice theories and equilibrium institutionalism, they aggregate the subnational level to mean state and local. The reason they do that in large and quantitative analysis is in some places local governments are autonomous and there's data, and other places there isn't. So as political scientists, when we refer to the subnational, we've aggregated those 2 lower levels into one, and it's national versus subnational. So basically, I have, in the 2 decades of my research, particularly on Latin America, I tried to challenge this proposition of what is called strong, robust federal theories. So in rational choice theory, strong, robust is broadly defined as the ability of the state, or if aggregated the subnational, to disrupt the center or to be a veto player. And so what I've argued is that these theories fail to include the strength of municipalities in terms of their fiscal, administrative, and political power to independently use that power independently of the intermediary. Okay, so it's basically, instead of looking at it as a 2-level game, I'm saying we need to disaggregate the subnational level in political science, and we need to look at it as a 3-level game. So Samuels and Mainwaring, Stepan, Bednar, all of those big theorists, none of them include local government in their theories of strong or weak federalism. So the alternative theory, which I'm going to do really quick because I do want to show you a bit of Australia, is a historical institutional literature. So differently from rational choice institutionalists, they just argue, you know, we talked about this a lot today in the first session. In Australia, we use this a lot, the historical perspective, that a country gets on a path dependent, it's in a centralizing path. We all know Australia always followed that, that it started in 1901 on that centralization path, and it goes in the same direction as Alan Fenner says, it only goes in one direction. So for historical institutionalists, once you get on that pathway, it's hard to change or reverse, and so their idea is that it's based on historical causation that leads to the persistence of an institutional arrangement, whether that be decentralization in the case of Canada or centralization in the case of Australia, that leads to that persistence of that behavior. So for them, the rational behavior of political actors is not relevant. Okay, so why does this matter? Because in my work, I try to combine the 2 perspectives, and I'm going to try to show you for the Australia case. How much time? How much time?
You have 7.
Okay, that I needed to know if I'm halfway through. Okay, so I'm not going to go into the theory, but what I try to do in my work is to combine the historical institutional approach with a rational choice approach, which a lot of Latin American comparative scholars do. And that basically means that at those critical junctures, even if you're on a trajectory towards decentralization or centralization, on those critical junctures, actors have a moment to make rational decisions, and they either choose to continue to maintain the power they have, or to give away their power, to take power. So it'll make sense soon. So anyways, okay, I'm not even going to go, I'm going to skip this. So I just want to tell you quickly about Australian federalism because I may have assumed knowledge. So Australian federalism is one of the most centralized federal systems in the world. It has the highest vertical fiscal imbalance. It's higher than Germany's. It has an integrated party system, and then this is the part that you need to understand. It's also known to be one of the most egalitarian redistributive systems in the world, and therefore it's always considered to be a best case in terms of redistribution. So, as I said, normally in the literature from just an Australian perspective, this is always just assumed to be because of the way federation formed going back to the 1800s, and it just was path dependent, and that's just the way it is. So I'm going to challenge that a little bit. As I said to you, the empirical work I've done was specifically on Brazil and Argentina to try to explain why in Argentina governors can't be bypassed, and in Brazil governors could be bypassed from 1995 forward. So the theoretical proposition that I developed was simply this: that weak states can become stronger when they can control and capture capital cities, metropolitan areas, and local governments, and state power can be undermined when the central government is able to directly fund, implement, and set the conditions of their national policy objectives at the local level. So it's really looking at federalism as not just a two-level game, whether they're autonomous or not. It's looking at all federal systems as potentially being able to be a three-level game. So this is not to imply that federations that constitutionally recognize local governments as an independent level of government, such as Switzerland, South Africa, Brazil, and Mexico, are de facto stronger. It does mean, however, that a modified proposition that includes the strength of local government and their ability to use this strength independently of the middle, independently of the states and the provinces, has greater explanatory value to understanding how multiple levels of government impact on federal stability. So basically what my argument is that governors and premiers in federal systems like Canada, Australia, Argentina, and the US, where local governments are creatures of the states and provinces, have those governors and premiers de facto have strategic agency when it comes to either promoting or undermining localism. So, I'm going to quickly get to the Australia case so you can see it. How many minutes do I have left?
3.
3, okay. So what I want you to see is this is what I explained. This is SAFA, this is the Socioeconomic Index of Australia. Thiago and I do a lot of our empirical models and work using SAFA. So Australia is supposed to be this egalitarian country. When you look at the states and territories, it's incredibly egalitarian, like all of the countries we've talked about today. When you go to the local government, we call it LGA level. This is Australia's LGAs. Okay? So you can see tremendous, the blue is advanced, socioeconomic advanced local government areas, and the red, our big red there is disadvantaged. So we have a tremendous amount of territorial inequality at the local level in Australia. So the other thing, the other thing that's interesting about Australia, why it makes a good case, Australia has 8 constituent units, and it has 8 prime capital cities, one in each of those constituent units. So out of a total population of 27 million, in those 8 capital cities, almost 19 million people, or 67% of the total population, lives in those 8 prime cities that correspond to each of the middle level constituent units. Okay? So again, if you look, most of you, if you know anything about Australia, everybody's heard the story about the 2 bars in the middle, because there's our vertical fiscal imbalance, so the Commonwealth collects the revenue. Yeah. Okay, Commonwealth collects the revenue and the states spend it, so our states are fiscally weak. And if you look at the local level, they're actually finance follows function. Theoretically, they look quite good. 89% of their own revenue sources is self-sourced, and they spend what they gather. But they don't spend a lot because they don't have a lot of functions. Yes. Okay, so what is the main argument? So the main argument, and I'm going to loop back to where I started. If you look at the literature, the main argument is demographics, that localism and metropolitan governance is weak in Australia because it's all the population lives in those 8 places. The other argument is historical, so the historical institutional argument is that weak localism began in 1901 and the colonies were more concerned about protecting the colony of New South Wales and Victoria. They weren't worried about the cities, so they didn't really put it onto the constitutional agenda. The third factor that's used in the literature is the lack of local government constitutional recognition. So like Canada and the US, they're not mentioned in the Constitution at all. Another reason, which is more geographic, has to do with local government area fragmentation because they're highly fragmented. And then the fiscal federalism argument is low levels of expenditure because they collect their own money, but they don't really do a lot of functions. So looping back to where I started, and don't worry, this is where I'm going to end, because this has to do with where I started, which is why I'm trying to combine a rational choice with a historical institutionalism argument. None of those factors that are established in the literature that I just said in the previous slide, none of those factors explain the lack of institutional changes such as local amalgamation. So we did have some amalgamation. They were reduced by half from 1910 to 2014. but these reforms have been piecemeal and politically contested. None of those factors explain the unwillingness of states within state authority and state constitutions to promote local decentralization. The only exception is Greater Brisbane City, which was made in 1925. So what I'm saying is that none of those factors I had on this previous slide, which are established in the Australian literature, not the comparative literature, none of them explain why we have such weak localism in Australia. So going back to what the argument I made in the beginning was that the states and the premiers, because they're fiscally weak, and those 8 cities correspond to the largest amount of their electorate and their population, they have to capture local governments because that's their territory. So Ed Gibson uses a lot of my theoretical work and his theories about boundary control. So my argument is that the states in Australia, the premiers, because they're fiscally weak and they need as much power as they can get to safeguard federalism and not it become more unitary than it already is, that they have an electoral incentive to credit claim for urban policy outputs which are in the jurisdiction of local governments. The states also have a fiscal incentive to collaborate and capture metropolitan local government areas because they're incredibly wealthy. They have blocked any direct central funding initiatives. They've blocked 2 failed local government referendums to have local government autonomy. They were actually blocked by the states lobbying against them. So both those referendums failed. So my argument is that the states, going back to my original theoretical proposition, which was originally based on Latin American cases, if you look at it in Australia, it is Argentina. So the premiers, just like the governors in Argentina, they have to capture local government and municipalities because they need to control their territories or they would be weaker than they already are. So states have a structural incentive to weaken localism in Australia because of the absence of an institutionally feasible option for greater decentralization. So by capturing the local government level for the states, this is a second best strategy to enhance the political and administrative power of the states. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. Well, happy to hear the second most centralized federation in the world. Now we have Mario to speak for him and for Pepe Tudela. So please, Mario, have the floor.
Yes,
Okay, it's working.
Okay. Maybe could you give
up the stick?
The stick?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Now everything. I have everything. The microphone, my presentation, the stick. So I'm there. Okay. First of all, of course, thank you very much to our host to organize host organization to organize this conference, and also thank you very much to Jose Maria for proposing the topic. It's a very interesting topic, and it's a quite new topic for us in Spain. I wouldn't say that this is a blind spot in a Spanish academic discussion, but the academic output has been quite very low compared to other issues on which we have been working during the past years. So Albert will explain later on why it's so, and but we have been very surprised, based on these issues, that suddenly, during the COVID-19 crisis, rebellious autonomous community came up. Madrid, nobody expected this. But Madrid refused to implement restrictions which have been approved based on an argument or agreement among all autonomous communities with the central government. So Madrid refused, but the central government in this moment applied a state of alarm, a regional state of alarm, only on Madrid. Since then, we have a new dynamic, I would say, in the debate on the Spanish state of autonomies. But of course, the elephant was always in the room, but not detected so far. So I will say some words on what happened and why we are now in this situation, presenting some words on how the Autonomous Community of Madrid was created. I will present some indicators on how this community developed over the years, and say something on the consequences for this development for the model of the territorial organization of Spain, and for some specific autonomous communities. Pascual Maragall, who was president of the Autonomous Community of Catalonia, wrote an opinion letter in the Spanish newspaper El País. Madrid is abandoning Spain. Madrid is playing in another language, the world language of cities, competing with Miami, Buenos Aires, or Sao Paulo. That's not longer interested in us. He wrote this in 2001, so 24 years ago. Before I go to the indicators, which may explain a bit the development so far, some words on the debate on the creation of the Autonomous Community of Madrid. You know, I think, quite a lot about the Spanish decentralization process, the issue of the slow-track autonomous communities, the fast-track autonomous communities, but there have been quite a lot of diversity in the aspect of the creation of the autonomous communities. And in the issue of Madrid, there have been three different options on the table. The first option was to give Madrid a special status, a metropolitan area, including the rest of the provinces in the neighboring autonomous communities. So just creating for the local entity Madrid a special status, like Madrid DC, and splitting up the rest of the province into the rest of the autonomous community. Of course, Madrid was against this option because it was splitting up the province in different parts. The second option was to include the province of Madrid in the autonomous community of Castilla-La Mancha. Of course, Castilla-La Mancha said, no way, because Madrid would be a very strong city within this autonomous community. So the third point was a special way which was provided for in Article 144 of the Spanish Constitution to create an autonomous community on the grounds of national interests. One province can become an autonomous community because of special national interest, although there was no historic leverage regarding this autonomous community. So the result of the negotiation on the creation of Autonomous Community of Madrid was an agreement between national parties. National parties created a different model of political autonomy from other autonomous communities, especially regarding those which had a pre-existing regional identity or also a historical basis. So there was a new model created, both based on political and administrative performance, rather than of this affirmation of a historical or identity like other autonomous communities. Just a picture on Madrid. You can see in the very center of this province, of this autonomous community, the local entity of Madrid and the rest of local entities, which are interconnected with each other, with a very dense infrastructure, network of infrastructures. And regarding the position of Madrid in Spain, you can see this map. This map shows you the population density in Spain. You can see that most Spaniards are living in urban areas, especially in the very center of the country, in Madrid or on the coasts. So you can see, of course, Madrid is at the center of this country and where quite a lot of people are living. So let's come to the different This is coming from Madrid. Just some words on the regional identity based on the Moreno question. You may know the Moreno questions. You can see 3 different autonomous communities, Catalonia, Aragon, and Madrid. And the people who answered the questions, which identity you have, 38% of in Catalonia say they have only the regional identity. 20% from Aragon, that's where we live, say 20% still, they feel only Aragonese. But in Madrid, they have only 8%. But when you say, have a look on the identity, only the Spanish identity, you can see 70% of the population of Madrid saying they feel Spanish, only Spanish. While this happened only to 27% in Catalonia. Okay, let's go on to the different economic indicators, which will show us how was the development since the 80s to these days, and how the gap between the development of Madrid and the rest of Spain have been growing. So we have here the data regarding the GDP per capita of Madrid and the GDP per capita of Spain. I did not exclude Madrid from the GDP per capita of Spain. Madrid is still in these data, so the difference would have been much bigger now. But you can see that during the past decades, the difference has been growing. And nowadays, the difference between the GDP per capita and the GDP per capita of Spain, the average, the Spain, is 37%. Take a look of the different economic sectors. We can also see that Madrid developed also towards a service, to a strong percentage of the service sector within the regional GDP. While the role of industry has been reducing quite a lot. This is, of course, important also when we discuss later, or when I will say some words later on the self-understanding of Madrid within the discussion among other autonomous communities within Spain. Some words on the foreign direct investments. Very important, of course. We can see that foreign direct investments in Madrid and percentage of Madrid, of Spain, has been growing over the past years quite importantly. Starting from 23% in 1990, coming to 67% in the year 2024. And representing a growing percentage also of GDP, of the GDP of Spain. Even in the tourism, we can see also a growing importance of Madrid related to the total of tourists coming to Spain. More important even is the percentage of foreign population in Spain. The foreign population in Spain, in Madrid, foreign population living in Madrid has been growing very importantly, especially in the past 10 years. Coming to the outcome, so the results of public policies, or the spending in public policies, we can also see quite different picture. This is mainly because Madrid has a higher percentage also in public-private cooperation in the performance of the public policies, especially regarding to education and to health. So if you see a public spending per student in Madrid, it's much lower than the public spending per student in Spain. You could see the Basque Country is the autonomous community which most spent per student in Spain, but still the difference is quite important if you look also only on the average of spending in education in Spain. The same you can see also in the average spending on health, comparing this spending in Madrid or in the rest of Spain. Of course, the geographic conditions in Madrid are quite different, and also the demographic structure is different, being in Madrid living people much younger than, as I put here, the example of Asturias. Yeah. So, and still they do this without not so much debt. So the debt rate actually is also very low compared to other autonomous communities. This is, again, very important in the current discussion on the new financial model of Spain. So the debt rate is much lower than the public debt per capita in Spain, but also the tax burden is lower in Madrid than in the rest of Spain. You can see these in these figures, I think, quite important. So, of course, there are important consequences in this regard. Of course, it's very good to have such a metropolitan area with such an economic dynamic in the country, and also very important for the labor market, for the Spanish labor market. But it also increases the economic gap with particular relevance comparing Madrid to rural autonomous communities. Madrid is also attracting quite a lot of talents, and there is a brain drain from skilled workers from autonomous communities to Madrid. Of course, like Germany, we have also this situation. Well-educated workers coming from Zaragoza, they move frequently to Madrid in order to find their jobs. And finally, there is a very strong debate, of course, of whether the interregional solidarity is sufficient, or if they need to include some specific frames in order to maintain this solidarity. Regarding the social and political consequences, of course, I already mentioned the demographic dynamic and the migrations. So there is a strong international migrations to Madrid, but also a strong interregional migration towards these autonomous communities. And there's a growing competition of Madrid with other autonomous communities on issues like taxation, in infrastructure investment, and also, of course, the political visibility. And finally, we can say, of course, if we speak about the inequalities, growing inequalities, this has also some political consequences. Still, we cannot see that far-right parties have more electoral success in rural areas in Spain more than in Madrid. But in other countries, we can see this quite clearly. So that inequalities are also a driver for electoral success for political extremist parties. And that's it. So I'm on time.
Thank you, Mario. Thank you for sticking to the time. Yes, it's interesting to hear how, despite this problem of spreading population, the need of having better agglomeration politics. And despite of that, we have this fantastic city which has been growing and growing well in the quality of life the past 20 years. By the way, for the ones who are worried because of the sky crawling apart, our organizer, Chema, called the rector to stop the irrigation system that we have here that stops in 40 minutes. So you're going to see. Trust us. And finally, we have Albert Horta, who and then we have a coffee break or not? Yes, we do have a coffee break. Okay, so in the name as well of Mireia Grau, so explaining the absence of metropolitan question in Spain's state of the autonomies. Please, Albert.
So thank you, Francisco, thank you, organizers, for the wonderful organization. So the title of the presentation is A Country Without Metropolises, explaining the absence of the metropolitan question in Spain's state of autonomies. And as the title suggests, the goal of the presentation is to explain what some authors have qualified as the Spain's exception or anomaly in the Western European context, in the sense that in the last decade or so, there are many neighboring countries like France, Italy, or the UK who have introduced reforms to move towards more institutionalized forms of metropolitan governance. So the combined authorities of the UK or the Città Metropolitane in Italy. But this is not the case in Spain, so there hasn't been any nationwide, statewide reform of the metropolitan governance system. So of course there are metropolises in the sense of the economic or social sense, and they have to be governed, but they are governed in a more or less institutionalized way than in other neighboring countries. So the goal is to explain this, let's say, exceptionality of the Spanish case in the European context, and to do so, I have organized the sorry the no, yeah. So I have organized the presentation in 3 main parts plus brief conclusions. So I'm going to start with a very brief conceptual framework, just explaining different types of metropolitan governance. Then I will use this framework to give you a brief overview of the state of metropolitan governance in Spain. Then in the third part, I'm going to focus on the case of Barcelona because it's the only existing metropolitan government in the country. So it's a useful case to see what have been the obstacles to create a metropolitan government in Spain, but also how different actors have tried to overcome these obstacles over time. So I'm going to construct the evolution of metropolitan governance in Barcelona in the last 50 years. So so we've been discussing this morning about the need, the importance of metropolitan governance. So essentially, as large urban settlements become much more interconnected, the policy coordination to address common challenges becomes a necessity. So there is, in other words, a mismatch between metropolitan areas as economic, social, or environmental realities and the administrative units that are supposed to govern them. So we have come up with 4 types of metropolitan governance. So starting from the most institutionalized, we would have metropolitan governments. So they usually cover a range of policy areas, and they can be created either through municipal amalgamations, or they can be created as a second level of government. Then we would have metropolitan agencies, which usually focus on a specific policy area, so for instance, transportation or waste management. Then moving towards less institutional forms, we would have vertical coordination. So this is the case when metropolitan policies are coordinated and implemented by pre-existing level of government, so like the province, the regional government, or the national government. And then the less institutionalized forms of cooperation would be the voluntary associations between municipalities, so horizontal forms of cooperation between cities and towns. So what is the state of metropolitan governance in Spain? Well, first of all, there is very limited legislation on metropolitan governance, so there is actually no legal definition of what a metropolis is. But still, we can draw on the definition used by the National Institute of Statistics, which is in turn inspired by the definition of the OECD and the Eurostat, which defines a functional urban area as a space constituted by a central city. And this central city can be either above 50,000 inhabitants, if it's a small functional urban areas, or 100,000 inhabitants if it's a large urban area. So this central city and its neighboring cities. And the neighboring cities are defined as those cities in which 50% of the residents commute to the central city. So that would constitute a functional urban area. And using this definition, then we have 45 large functional urban areas in Spain and 25 small functional urban areas in Spain. So in the map, you would see that in green, you have the large functional urban areas. And the biggest ones are Madrid and Barcelona, because each of these regions or areas has about 5 million inhabitants. So what are the types of metropolitan governance that we can find in Spain? So using the conceptual framework that I just introduced, we have the metropolitan governance. So we only have one, the case of Barcelona. The case of Vigo is a bit complicated because it has been created by law, but because some political or legal issues, it has never been implemented. So in practice, the only metropolitan government is the case of Barcelona, and they can be created by the regional parliaments. If the regional parliament decides to create a metropolitan area, they can do so. Then we also have some metropolitan agencies which are also created by the regional parliaments, and the case of Valencia, for instance, it's an important example because they have 2 agencies, one for waste management and the other for water supply. And then we have also vertical coordination, which is usually, as I said before, when the provincial or the regional government implements metropolitan policies, usually through consortia of public companies in which other actors can participate. And the case of Madrid would be the most paradigmatic example because the territorial extent of the metropolitan area corresponds to the extent of the regional government. So actually, in this case, the regional government plays an important role in implementing metropolitan policies. And then we also have a lot of horizontal forms of horizontal cooperation, which can take the form of either municipal associations, consortia, and public companies for the provision of public services. And also we have local associations, which include public actors, but also private actors like trade unions, business organizations, universities, and so on, who engage in strategic planning. So the idea is to all these actors come together to develop a shared vision on the future of the metropolitan area. And here the most advanced cases are Bilbao, Zaragoza, and Barcelona. So what is the coverage of the metropolitan governance instruments in Spain? So in terms of policy areas, so I'm basing on the work of colleagues from the University of Barcelona who did a great survey of all the metropolitan governance instruments in Spain. So in terms of policy areas, the 62% of these instruments focus on just one policy area, 22% focus on 2 or 3 policy areas, and only 16% have let's say, a more integral approach in which they address more than 4 policy areas. And the most common policy areas are economic development and promotion, waste management, environmental protection, and social policies. And in terms of territorial coverage, only 17% of all the instruments cover more than 75% of the total number of municipalities. On the other hand of the coin is that the 50% of all instruments cover less than 25% of the total number of municipalities. Well, voluntary associations tend to cover larger municipalities, while more institutionalized forms cover address a smaller group of municipalities. So the primary conclusions of this very brief overview is that most instruments, most common solutions of metropolitan governance in Spain are intermunicipal cooperation instruments, so consortia and municipal associations which focus on a single policy area, and also instruments led by the provincial or regional governments, so usually in the form of public companies and consortia. So these are the type 3 and 4 of the conceptual framework that I introduced before, so the less institutionalized forms of metropolitan governance. In contrast, the more integral instruments are very unusual, so those instruments that address different policy areas and have a higher degree of institutionalization, so the types 1 and 2 are very unusual in Spain. The result of that is that metropolitan governance tends to be fragmented, so we have several instruments addressing just one single policy area and covering only part of the actual metropolitan region. Another outcome is that we have a large diversity of metropolitan governance systems, so each metropolitan area in Spain has its own specific arrangement. So this was the very brief overview of the metropolitan governance in Spain. So now I'm going to focus on the case of Barcelona. As I said before,
you were finishing, okay. Yes, almost.
I'll do it very quickly.
That is difficult for Barcelona.
Yeah.
3 minutes.
Yeah. So we're gonna introduce the evolution of metropolitan governance in Barcelona, and I'm gonna divide it this 50 years in 4 periods. So the first period where we had actually a metropolitan government, that was called the Barcelona Metropolitan Corporation. Then this was suppressed in 1987. So between 1987 and 2003, this period was characterized by a lot of fragmentation. We had different instruments of governance. Then the third period, which is actual transition between the second and the fourth, we start seeing a reconstruction of the metropolitan institutions. And the fourth period, which is the present, we have a new metropolitan government, the Barcelona metropolitan area. Well, very quickly, the first period, 1974, so the central state created the Barcelona Metropolitan Corporation. So 1974, we are still under the authoritarian regime and unitary state, so it was a central state who decided to create a metropolitan institution. It included 27 municipalities, and the main policy areas are urban planning, transportation, water, gas supply, and so on. And an important aspect was that the composition of the Metropolitan Council gave the majority to representatives from Barcelona, so from the central city. So that was 1974, and just 1 year later, the dictator passed away, and 1976, we started the transition to a democratic regime. And one of the results of this transition was the major reconfiguration of Spain's territorial governance, so the emergence of the so-called state of the autonomies and the creation of new regions. 1 minute, okay. So, well, essentially, in one of the main reforms of the new territorial system, with in the Spanish Constitution, the metropolitan areas are not mentioned. While autonomous communities can assume important competences in metropolitan governance, like spatial planning, they can also modify internal governance within the limits of the national legislation, and they also have the capacity to create metropolitan areas. Another important element for the case of Barcelona was the Catalonia in 1979 created its own statute of autonomy, which is a sort of regional constitution, which created a new layer between the municipalities and the provinces, so the counties, what we call the comarcas. And so as you can imagine, there was not a lot of space for another institutional layer, so between the municipalities, the counties, the provinces, the regional governments, and the national state. So in the 1980s, there was a constant clashes between these different levels of government. And in 1997, the Catalan parliament passed 2 key laws to suppress the metropolitan government. And this was replaced, so the metropolitan government was replaced by different instruments of metropolitan governance. So we had 2 agencies, then the spatial planning competences were transferred to the regional government, and then the metropolitan region was divided in 4 counties. Well, we're going to talk about the causes, but essentially it was the competition between the different institutional levels, and as well there was some personal rivalries between the 2 major leaders of that time. So the mayor of Barcelona on the right, and the president of the regional government, Jordi Pujol. So there was a strong confrontation with these 2 leaders, who also had ideological differences in terms of understanding the relationship between the countryside and the city. So second period, very quick.
It's time.
It's time?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'll go skip to the conclusions. Okay.
No, it's time. I'm sorry. We have just 6 minutes to pass to the other.
Okay. Well, we can discuss that later.
Okay. Thank you very much, Albert. I'm sorry for having me. We have barely 5 minutes for questions. We have maybe 3 quick questions. 1, please, Nico. And then, please, Luc and Carl. And that's it. Please.
Micro.
The mic. Sorry.
Sorry, we can't hear you, Nico.
Micro is arriving.
Sorry.
No, it's arriving.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, a number of you've mentioned the notion of competition between the different levels of government, and it's clear that it's almost in all cases there is a conception of a zero-sum game between your state and your local government. And if we want to explain what happened in Australia as opposed to in Brazil or in South Africa, it was the constitution that made that differences of putting in place some protection of your local government. And so the focus of trying to explain these differences is then looking at the constitutional moment when there is some protection of local government. You can look at India, you can Brazil, South Africa, and there you see political forces, particularly civic organizations, coming to the fore in a dialogue at the constitution-making process. And perhaps one will have to look at the time when Australia was drafting the constitution in 1901, and why later it failed in any referendum, compared to success in Brasilia when they drafted the constitution in 1988. The presence of the social movements insisting on a protection of local government space.
Thanks. Luc, please.
Just, Albert, my question is, what's your conclusion? And can you explain why in 2010 Catalonia went forward with the adoption of the metropolitan region of Barcelona?
Great question. Carl.
Same question that I wanted to ask.
Perfect. That's it. It was
really quick.
Very quick. Thank you. So please, in order, whoever wants to reply, maybe in the same order we intervened. Rafaela.
I was the
whoever.
second. I was the second to intervene.
But well, Gisela, you
No,
want
no,
to
no.
say something?
That's
Well,
okay.
maybe Albert directly, please. So you have the floor. For
Yeah. Okay. So essentially, in the 2010, the regional parliament decided to create a new metropolitan governance. There are essentially 3 reasons for that. The first, that the metropolitan government was no longer seen as a counterpower to the region. This is for two reasons. One is that the political geography had changed. So in the 1980s, 1990s, the main parties in Catalonia, one, the center-right nationalists tend to have the majority in more rural areas. The center-left Socialist Party tend to have the majority in the more urban areas. So the regional government, who was at that time dominated by the center-right Nationalist Party, feared that creating a metropolitan institution would actually give too much power to the Socialist Party, because since they always had the majority in the metropolitan areas, that will always rule this institution. And also the newly created metropolitan government in 2010 decided to adopt a much more technical, low-profile role, so that it was not seen as a threat by other institutions. And then the third reason was that during all these years where there have been different instruments of metropolitan governance, there has developed a soft but long-standing metropolitan identity, not so much at the citizen level, but more at the level of the civil servants and elected officials. And so these are the reasons why they decided to create the government.
Great. Well, Tracy, please.
I can't answer you quickly, but I can tell you I disagree with you. So the whole thing I'm trying to say is that if we take that approach, we're assuming that actors have no agency and everything's de jure. So I can give you two quick examples. So for example, the constitution that Brazil created in 1988, we can give you tons of books to read as to why it was so decentralized. There was actors, it was decentralized, but it was too decentralized. So from 1988 to 1994, it was so decentralized they had to re-centralize. So from 1994, they started re-centralizing, but what they did strategically, the central government, was they re-centralized the state, and they left the local governments alone for a strategic reason, because by promoting localism and keeping municipalities strong, they could then develop all those national local programs which were very strong. From 1995 to 2004 was a big period where they developed all that direct national local collaboration. And we have empirical information that that success at the local level and their ability to credit claim weakened the governors and some of the subnational authoritarianism that existed before. So by being able to create that direct linkage, there was a strategic region to reign in the state, so they couldn't centralize anymore. So their second best option to centralizing was to keep the local government strong, create this direct national-local relationship over the 90s in order to weaken the state. So that's a pretty established argument. And then to counter your other argument would be what André and their guys were saying about Canada, because Australia and Canada always make the perfect match counterfactual, and they're real counterfactuals. So for example, you have to have power to give it away. So in Canada, the provinces have given a ton of power to municipalities. They've strengthened them. So constitutionally in Canada and Australia, local governments have very weak power. They don't have any national recognition. So the argument is that in Australia, the states could, like the Canadian premiers, they could give them power. They could give them refugee settlement. They could give them policy areas that they don't. They do have the legal ability under state legislation to do that, but they don't, because they don't have any power to give away. If New South Wales gives Sydney power and makes Sydney a metropolitan government, get rid of New South Wales, abolish the state, whereas Ontario can give Toronto a ton of power. Ontario has enough power to give Toronto power, and Alberta has enough power to give Calgary and Edmonton power, because decentralization at the provincial level is so strong that it doesn't destroy them. They can kind of play a different game. So all I'm trying to say is that there's a de facto political game there, and that state actors have agency at those critical moments of reform, that they actually have room in those moments to somehow push their strategy, and it's not just that the Constitution says path dependent. So that's kind of the argument. Thank you for the question.
Thank you, correct, Tracy. And that proves the point of the importance of flexibility for federalist solutions, which is something I always try to convince my French friends, and then they never listen. Okay, so thank you so much. And just a question, I think the coffee break is there, it's sitting there. You can all go grab your coffee and cookies, but we're not going to stop, so we're not having transition, just to stick to the time. And look, the rain stopped. Thank you.
je größer die Stadt, umso höher die Ausgaben.
Ja, Madrid, also Madrid als autonome Gemeinschaft.
Ja.
Mit den anderen autonomen Gemeinschaften.
Ja, ich sag, wir haben da immer das Problem zu vergleichen.
Weil es halt nicht weiter, so wird es ja auch.
Still exciting stuff coming up. We have had the panel on Europe and Australia before the break. Now we get into session 4, somehow going from the global north to the global south, and we look at metropolitan governance in India and Africa. And in the interest of time, I will immediately give the floor to our presenter from India. Please, Takakada.
Good afternoon, and really wonderful to be here in Mexico. I'd like to thank the organizers for having me here. Really wonderful to be in this beautiful city. And now, coming to this issue of reconfiguration of metropolitan governance through federal funding schemes, let me first just give you a very short brief about the context of the Indian political system. Between 1989 to 2014, India did not really had one single party dominating at the national level, and the national government between all these periods used to be a coalition government. Now this changed in 2014 when the Prime Minister Modi's party, right-wing nationalist party, came into power with an absolute majority. Since then, we had been seeing a gradual trend towards more and more centralization and also corporatization. And in my talk, I will discuss how these dynamics play out in the level of metropolitan governance and urban governance by looking through the program of the Smart Cities mission, which was initiated by the national government, and see how that is reconfiguring the governance systems. So the research question that here we are trying to address, how a national government-sponsored financial grant program alters the governance relations in a federal political system. This Smart Cities mission was a part of the party manifesto of the party, Mr. Modi's party, Bharatiya Janata Party, which came into power. So initially the idea was to develop 100 new smart cities. But after coming to power, that program was changed. That is, instead of developing new smart cities, it was changed to improving 100 existing cities to make them smart cities. And although it is a national government initiated scheme, in reality it is funded by the national government and the state governments, and also brings in public-private partnerships. It's a very complicated funding scheme. As a methodology for this study, I base it on a case study of a city, Bhubaneswar, from which I come from, and incidentally this city stood first in the national smart cities competition. So this is based on a combination of quantitative as well as qualitative data. It is based on a theoretical framework of multi-level governance, which is which developed in the context of European Union, and which thinks about the requirement of collective actions through high degree of vertical and horizontal policy, interconnectedness, and involving large numbers of actors. And also the Huguet and Marx classified multi-level governance into two types. MLG type 1, which is about where administrative power is organized at a territorial or a hierarchical level, like a national government, state government, and a local government. And the type 2 multi-level governance, where the administrative power is distributed in a more functional or through special purpose agencies like that. So let me give you a broad context of the role of the cities in Indian federal systems. Until 1990s, between the independence of India and beginning of the economic reforms in 1991, the cities actually did not receive that much of an attention from the national government, where the economic policy priorities mostly focused on the rural areas. Now this started to change from 1991 when the economic liberalization was undertaken. And since then, the role of the national government has increased on the urban issues, although in Indian constitution, like in many other countries, urban development happens to be a state subject under the competence of the provincial governments, and the city governments are traditionally weak. However, in 1992, there was a major attempt towards decentralization by passing a constitutional amendment which gave the urban and the rural local bodies constitutional status. But the implementation of that act still remains problematic. As of now, out of the 18 functions mandated in the constitution, 17 has been transferred from the state governments to the urban local bodies, municipal governments, but with a lot of riders. So the actual power remains quite limited. Funds are very limited. The city governments on their own generate revenues only to the tune of about 1/3 of their expenditure. For the rest, they remains dependent on the transfers. There are capacity issues. About 37% of the vacant positions in the local governments are vacant. The mayors has got very short terms. And in effect, the cities are run by the commissioners who are appointed by the state governments. So they hold the executive power. The Smart Cities mission was launched, as I said, in 2015, and this ran for 10 years, and this mission ended in the March of this year. So this program covered 100 cities, and being a national government started program, so it is divided into all states. So every state has got at least one city under the Smart Cities mission. It covers about 1/3 of India's national urban population. It took a twin track approach of a area-based development under which a small part of a city will be developed to be a smart city. And the second, there is a pan-city program of developing particular smart applications for a wider area. And command and control centers were set up in all the 100 smart cities. And one major issue that came up under the Smart Cities mission is that city-level implementation of this program, instead of being entrusted to the elected municipal governments, city-level implementation was given the task to a special purpose agency, which is a company, public sector company, called a special purpose vehicle. The idea was that it would be a single point responsibility and give operational flexibility to take quick decisions. Also, the Smart Cities mission set into account competition between the cities to attract the funds. So this was the first time in India. And also the central government, the national government, started regular monitoring of how the cities are performing. So the national government started imposing itself more and more into the urban policy agenda. The Bhubaneswar, this case study city, is in blue. The rest and the number of cities are distributed into the states according to their population. So the Bhubaneswar, the case study city, has a population of 1 million. It is a capital city of the state of Odisha, but in Indian context, it is one of the medium-sized city, has a population of only 1 million. In India, there are 53 cities of 1 million population. But it stood first in the national competition. And the Smart Cities program is initiated by the Bhubaneswar Smart City Limited. So not by the municipal corporation, nor by the development authority, which is the planning area for the entire metropolitan region. You can see here in this picture, the bigger picture is that of the entire metropolitan area. The smaller, in the black, that is the municipal corporation area, and the shaded portion is the smart city. So in terms of area, the smart city forms only about 4% of the municipal boundary. And the strategic goals were to have a high quality urban development. Now, coming to the findings of this, what we see here is that federal funding has become a tool for re-centralization. At the top of the program, it is being implemented by the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, by the national government, and there is a national mission director, the Smart Cities Mission, who is in effect in charge of the controlling what is happening in different cities. Then there is a state level urban development department. The state urban development department, the municipal governments reporting to the state urban development department. Also, the smart city company also reports to the state urban development department. And also under the smart cities mission, a city data officer position was set up, and an integrated command and control center was set up so as to have a more data informed city for the entire metropolitan region, not related to only to the municipal corporation. But in effect, what happened that this integrated command and control center is run by private company. In case of Bhubaneswar, this is run by Honeywell, which is an IT company, and the entire planning for the smart cities was carried out by consulting firms. In case of Bhubaneswar, this was a Canadian company, IBI Group, which developed the smart cities plan, along with Jones Lang LaSalle, another British consulting firm in the area of property development. Now, the state governments, the second finding is the state governments has become the gatekeepers for urban development. You can see the structure of the governance mechanism, where some officers belonging to the Indian Administrative Service cadre, who are the ones who are controlling the smart cities as well as the municipal corporations as well as the metropolitan level development authorities. So in effect, it has become a tool for control by the officers. The third finding is the corporatization of urban governance and marginalization of municipal leadership. So there is a municipal commissioners act as de facto CEO, but the smart city boards are staffed by the government officers, where the elected officials do not have any role. And organizational structure of the smart cities is very small, and for all practical purposes, they are dependent on consultants for any kind of services. So this brings up the question of accountability. To whom are the smart cities responsible? Are they responsible to the government or to the people? Because the elected officials do not have any role in this. It was initiated with the idea of making the cities attract more private sector funding. At the time of giving the proposal, cities proposed that they would be able to generate a lot of funding, but in reality, this did not happen. So most of the smart city programs had remained dependent on the state funding. Only very little amount of funds has come through public-private partnerships. So the main findings are that, so the national government has used the smart cities program to bypass the electoral democracy, and by bypassing the type 1 multi-level governance in favor of the type 2 multi-level governance, that is the smart city agencies. That is re-centralization, and at the state level, it is the bureaucrats who has gained more power compared to that of the elected officials. The municipal level, the elected representatives do not have any say in the smart cities. Now, if I'm to just put a comparative perspective about the Indian smart cities approach vis-a-vis that of Sao Paulo in Brazil, South Africa and Johannesburg, and Mexico City. So what we see is that in case of both Sao Paulo and Johannesburg, it is the municipal government which ran the smart cities program, where the municipal governments are the driver's seat in the smart cities. In case of India, that is not the case. It is the municipal government which is very weak. So in Mexico also, it is a national government strategy for smart cities through federal government, but that has not bypassed the municipal government to that extent that has happened in the Indian case. Municipal government still remains the implementing authority, whereas in Indian case, the municipal government has become completely bypassed. Yeah. So finally, what we see here that the federal scheme has created a parallel institutional mechanism without really adding any great efficiency. How state rescaling is occurring, it is not just through formal reforms, but through technological and financial instruments like the smart cities. And what we see is that there is a trade-off between modernization and democratic decentralization. Smart cities are bringing new digital technology, but on the other hand, the cities are losing their political autonomy. And there is a risk between corporatization and accountability. So it brings up the question of accountability deficits. So there is a new need for the smart cities to reconcile with the constitutional ideas of decentralization brought out in the 1992. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this rich presentation, reminding us that if you're smart, you're not necessarily democratic, and if you're a city, you're not necessarily local. All right, we move on to the next paper. The floor goes to our colleagues Yab and Tinashe, whom I will ask to fairly share the time allocated to them.
All right, thank you. May I have the
Sure, of course.
And the slide hasn't been put up. All right, good afternoon. Let me just reiterate our gratitude for the hosts for organizing this, I think, important conference. I must say that when we received the call for abstract, myself and my colleague Yab Defisa here, we sat down to just discuss what could be a potential topic or angle that we could take. Coming from the Global South, I think one option could have been to focus on South Africa and have a discussion, have something on that focuses on metropolitan regions in South Africa. But that was not really appealing to us. I mean, that would just show a picture in South Africa. And we thought maybe a comparative angle would be useful to give a picture of what is happening on the African continent. And hence we settled on the topic that seeks to look at the governance of metropolitan regions in Africa, looking at the kind of institutional arrangements that you find in South Africa, in Ethiopia, in Nigeria, and a few other African countries. So the title of our presentation is The Governance of Metropolitan Region in Africa. I'll start by giving a bit of a background and the problem statement. For us, I think there are two major issues to take into account. The first one is the fact that by end of the century, 40% of the world population will be living in Africa. So that's what UNICEF said. So end of the century, 40% of the world population is living in Africa. And the second fact is that most of that population will be living in cities, including metropolitan regions. At the present moment, it's 43%, and by 2050, that will be 60%. So we can see the crucial role that cities and metropolitan regions are likely going to play not long from now. And with the growth of those metropolitan regions, there are a number of challenges that are going to come up relating to governance, service delivery, and spatial planning. So that's the first set of facts. The second one is that over the past few decades, we have also seen a trend towards multi-level government or federalism broadly, starting with Ethiopia in 1995, Uganda in 1995 as well, Nigeria in 1999, South Africa in 1996, Kenya 2010, Zimbabwe 2013, Zambia 2016. So we can see this trend towards a multi-level system of government on the continent. We also see that the role of cities and or metropolitan governance in many of African countries is not clear. So if you look at the constitutions, if you look at legislation, it's not clear really where cities or metropolitan regions fit. And another fact is the fact that we see that there's also an interplay between metropolitan regions or your big cities with and federal dynamics. So that's a bit of a background and the problem statement. Now, the research question that we sought to answer is how are metropolitan regions in Africa governed? We are looking at what kind of institutional arrangements, decentralization policies, political dynamics that shape urban management in Africa. In terms of case studies, we chose Nigeria, Ethiopia, South Africa, Kenya, Zimbabwe, Uganda, and Mozambique. As you can see, these are all countries, either federal, quasi-federal, or devolved units. And we asked 4 questions for now, because we believe that this is a project that can be expanded in the near future. The first question is simply, are metropolitan regions or government constitutionally recognized? So looking at the constitutional framework, are they recognized? The second question is, what place do metropolitan governance play in the multi-level government system? The third one is, are metropolitan governance led by elected local bodies? Then the last one, are there opposition dynamics in metropolitan areas? And I think in one of the presentations, that issue has already been raised. So I'll just provide what we found, our initial findings on the first question, and then my colleague, Yap Defisa, will then present results on the other 3 questions and then provide a bit of a comparative conclusion. So on the first question, whether there is special status for metropolitan governance or regions in constitutions, this is what we found. When it comes to Nigeria, we found that there is no special recognition of metropolitan governance. So the constitution simply says there's a federal government, there are states, and there's local government. Ethiopia, we couldn't find explicit provision in the constitution that makes reference to metropolitan regions, but we know that Addis Ababa is a city-state, so it is recognized as a city-state. South Africa is silent as well when it comes to metropolitan governance. The constitution simply says that there are 3 categories of municipalities. However, in terms of the law, and the law being the Municipal Structures Act, the act makes particular reference to metropolitan regions. We move over to Kenya. Kenya, once again, is also silent. The city of Nairobi is classified as any other counties, any other forms of local governments that are in the country. Surprisingly, if you go to those multi-level countries with the multi-level government systems that are sort of like centralized, we do see a trend of recognition of metropolitan regions, starting with Zimbabwe. If you look at the constitution, it explicitly recognizes the role of metropolitan governance. So they have got a special status in the constitution. Uganda is also the same thing. So much more centralized multi-level government system. There's explicit recognition of the city of Kampala in the constitution. Mozambique as well, there is explicit recognition of metropolitan governance in the constitution. So this is the picture that you see, that from your federal or quasi-federal, the constitutions are silent when it comes to this subject of metropolitan regions. When you move over to much more centralized multi-level government system, there is an explicit recognition of metropolitan governance. With that, I hand over to Yap.
Thanks, Dinesh. I think everybody's going to love this presentation, because not only because it's so good, but because it's so short, because we're almost done. So obviously, what we've done with this research, and it's really in the beginning stages, so we welcome inputs on the methodology and on the questions that we ask, just to refine our approach further. What we obviously do is we don't go deep, but we go wide. You know, it's quite unnuanced yeses and nos, and all those yeses and nos can be you know, challenged and nuanced, but we try to get a bit of an overall picture across these 7 countries as to how it treats metropolitan city governance. So on the second question, is there a level of government between the city, between the metro, between the metropolitan region and the national government? It's again a mixed bag. If you look at the federal and quasi-federal countries, you see that 2 of them have a level of government between the city and the federal government, Nigeria and South Africa. Lagos is part of Lagos State. Johannesburg sits in Gauteng province. So the city, the metropolitan entity, has to contend with a level of government between it and the federal government. But in Ethiopia and Kenya, it works differently, because there, Addis Ababa and Nairobi are entities that relate directly to the national government. And of course, on the side of the more unitary countries, there would be no level of government between the city and the national government. Then on the third question of whether there is a form of locally elected leadership, we took it very broad and generic. We're not questioning how the elections take place. Is it constituency based? Is it proportional? Is it indirect? Is it direct? The question is there some form of regional or local democratic legitimacy of the political leadership of the metropolitan or city entity? There we see that across the board there is provision for elections. There is provision for elected leadership at the city metropolitan level. But nothing is really what it seems in many of these countries. For example, in Ethiopia, yes, there is provision for elections, but no elections have been held for the last however many years because of the political situation in Ethiopia and the uncertainty, and I'm sure Jonathan will make reference to it when he discusses Addis Ababa. So yes, provision for elections, but in reality, no. Same with Zimbabwe. There is provision for metropolitan councils, but they have simply not been established. So obviously the elected leadership hasn't materialized yet. In Uganda, there is special recognition for Kampala City Council, and there is elections of a Lord Mayor and councillors, but ultimately the Kampala City Authority reports to the national government. So it's not really locally elected leadership that rules, it's locally elected leadership that reports to the national government. So it's again a mixed bag when it comes to really having locally elected leadership. The fourth and last question is more of a sort of a general assessment of, is there this kind of the rebellious city, to use Eva Maria's terminology? Are the cities, are they rebellious in the sense that there's opposition dynamics, contestation between the city government, the city politicians, and the political flavor of the city and the metro, and the ruling party or the ruling coalition at national government level? There we see almost across the board that there is that kind of contestation with varying responses to it. The only exception could be maybe Nigeria and Mozambique, where it seems that the politics of the city and of the metro is kind of aligned to the politics of the national government. Of course, with many nuances that those closer to those countries will be able to make. But for example, in South Africa, very clearly, the cities are hotbeds of opposition. Cape Town has for long been governed by a party in opposition to the ruling party nationally. The same started happening in other cities. We now have most of the cities actually controlled by either the opposition party or a coalition of political parties. So no longer this homogeneous situation of cities having the same political flavor as the national government. See the same in Kenya, where Nairobi is also traditionally ruled by opposition parties. Uganda, very much the same story. In fact, the whole reason why there is such a thing as a national Kampala City Authority was precisely a response of the Museveni government against the fact that, and this annoyed him to no end, that the opposition kept winning Kampala City Council. So he responded to that by initiating legislation that said, well, then we make Kampala part of the national government. That's how we solve that problem. So you can see across the board that history of opposition emanating from the cities. Last slide, the early trends that we identify, and we still have a lot of work to do on this paper to refine our observations and our findings, is that the unitary states in our sample seem to offer greater constitutional protection to cities and metropolitan regions, and in the federal, quasi-federal countries, not so. Some of these quasi-federal countries elevate the metropolitan to some sort of city status or chartered city, but others also don't, so not really any firm conclusions to be drawn there. The locally elected leadership issue, yes, great on paper, but often it's a mirage or de facto removed just by not having elections or by not establishing the entity to begin with. And metropolitan areas are generally opposition hotspots with varying responses by governments to that. So leads us to the overall conclusion. We began with the point that 40% of all of us across the world will be African towards the end of the century, and most of us will then be living in cities, but are the African cities and African metropolitan regions geared up for that with these kinds of institutional arrangements that really seem to place the city in an unenviable position? Thanks.
Thank you very much, Tinashe and Jaap, for that interesting comparison. And quite clear message that if you want to be constitutionally recognized as a metro in Africa, make sure you get into a unitary state. That has been quite, and if you happen to be in a federal state, make sure that Tracy Fenwick is visiting. Clarifies the principle of triangulation. Wonderful. We move on to our next paper, which will be presented by Jonathan.
Okay. Thank you very much. Let me also thank the organizers for maintaining the history of wonderful events as usual. Thank you for the invitation. So there were three, but there's only one now. We were supposed to be three, and I'm the sort of the junior partner in this project, and my role was limited. But I will use the opportunity to focus my presentation on my favorite topic of federalism and ethnicity, federalism and divided society, and within that context, the discussion of the Ethiopian capital, something that I have written about, something I have done before. So, yes. So some call it Addis Ababa, and others call it Finfinne, and that's the sort of the capital city of the federation, the Ethiopian Federation. And you may ask what's in the name, and these are actually the names at the center of the debate, the sort of the political contestation around the city, because those names are not neutral designations. Those who refer the city as Finfinne would claim that the city belongs to the Oromo, the largest ethnic group in the country, not the majority, but the largest ethnic group in the country. And according to that view, the Oromo are the sort of the indigenous community of the city. Those who stick to the name Addis Ababa reject this claim of ownership. But this is not just about a fight over history, but it's also a form of a debate on the Constitution, because the Constitution includes a special interest clause, and many rely on that to make this argument. So this is not just a debate on history, but a debate on the constitutional politics. But what we also see recently in the last, I think, 7 or 8 years is that there is now a move from that constitutional debate, from the constitutional politics, and to change reality on the ground without having any consultation, without resorting to any formal debate and engagement. So Addis Ababa is home to a very diverse population, multi-ethnic, multi-linguistic, very multi-religious country, and it's a home to one of the most urban part of the country. So about 25% of the urban population of the country lives in Ethiopia, in Addis Ababa, and Addis Ababa is also, despite the fact that there are different people coming from different parts of the country, belong to different ethnic groups, it's a place which we can regard as a melting pot of the country, where people assimilate to the sort of the metropolitan culture of the city. Amharic, the language of the federal government, is the lingua franca of the city, and this is also a place where there is disproportionate economic activity. So there is disproportionate investment in infrastructure projects. So this is a place which is not only a sort of a political capital, but also a cultural, a social, and economic capital. Now, it has served as a capital since 1889, but when the transitional charter was adopted in 1991, its status was elevated. It has assumed a dual nature in 1991 when the transitional government was established after the overthrow of the military government. It became a city, but also a state. But then, when the constitution was adopted, that status was downgraded. It was downgraded to sort of a self-governing city, but that's accountable to the federal government. But on the other hand, the transitional charter and later the constitution has also introduced, I don't know if you know about Ethiopia, a basic principle almost which revolves around ethnicity. Ethnicity is used as a basis to organize the state, and it created ethnic homelands. So many of the states are associated with a particular ethnic group, but Addis was the only exception to that. So for example, when the constitution refers to the inhabitants of the different states, it refers to the nations, nationalities, and peoples of those states. But when it comes to Addis, it refers to the inhabitants as residents of the state. So there was this understanding that Addis is an exception to this federation that is entirely based on ethnicity. But at the same time, Addis was highly impacted by this ethnic federalism, and especially by the geographical configuration of the federation that was established in 1991 and later codified in the 1995 constitution. And that is because Addis found itself fully encircled by the state of Oromia. As you can see in the map, it becomes an enclave within the big state of Oromia, which is regarded as the home of the Oromo ethnic group. Now, this has raised a number of issues, and those issues relate generally with regard to the status of the city and the ownership of the city. Now, there has always been this debate that Addis, because it is enclaved within Oromia, and because it has lost its distinct status as a city-state, and it's also because of its continued expansion towards the surrounding towns, a debate about the ownership of the city continues to rage. And at the center of that is that the special interest clause. And many Oromo nationalists and both politicians and scholars claim that Addis is historically an Oromo city, and it must be defined as such. And they raise the special interest clause, which is at Article 49 of the Constitution. And as you can see, Article 49 of 5 of the Constitution provides that the special interest of the state of Oromia in Addis Ababa regarding the provision of social services or the utilization of natural resources and other similar matters, as well as joint administrative matters arising from the location of Addis Ababa within the state of Oromia shall be respected. And it also expects that there will be a detailed law that will be established to give effect to this reality. Now, many sort of Oromo nationalists believe that the special interest clause affirms the historical ownership of Addis Ababa by the Oromo. that it recognizes Addis Ababa as a land of the Oromo, and it recognizes the Oromo as indigenous community of the city. So for them, the special interest clause is not just about the geographic location of the city within Oromia, but rather it's an affirmation and an implicit recognition that this is an essentially Oromo city. Now, based on that, they argue that the law that is envisaged to be adopted based on Article 949 should extend a number of benefits and rights to the Oromo. So for example, they argue that the language of the Oromo should be the co-official language of the city administration, and also that the city should provide public funded schools that use the language of Oromo as a medium of instruction, that there should be renaming of the streets and the neighborhoods to their original Oromo names. There should also be a formal recognition of the name that the Oromo used to refer to the city, which is Finfinne. And they also argue that the fact that the special interest clause refers to joint administrative matters suggests that there should be a power sharing opportunities for Oromia. Now, so the question is that, is this view supported by the Constitution? Does the inclusion of the special interest clause signify a recognition of the fact that Addis is located within the state of Oromia, or is it an affirmation of the sort of the Oromo identity, the historical ownership of the city? Now, in order to answer that question, I think one has to go back to the sort of the drafting of the Constitution, what was happening during those discussions. And if you look at the minutes of the drafting, the drafters of the Commission, both the Constitutional Assembly as well as the Constitution Commission, yes, they did refer to this interest, but the discussion was about the fact that Addis falls within, is surrounded by the Oromo, which inhabit the surrounding towns, and that there will be an unavoidable expansion of the city, and that one has to think about the possible spillover effects of the city on the communities surrounding Addis. So there was no reference to historical ownership of the place. The reference was just this geographical, the fact that Addis is found itself as an enclave within the state of Oromia. So if that is the sort of, the reason why the special interest clause was adopted, then the special interest clause cannot be interpreted within the logic of ownership. So the special interest clause, for example, yes, refers to the provision of social services, but I think what it does is that it obliges the city, Addis Ababa City Administration, to consider the interests of the communities that live in the surrounding towns of Oromia when formulating and implementing the provision of social services. This could be about extending social services in terms of public schools, public hospital, health stations to the people that surround the area, but also to use their language to access those services. What those services might be, I think, depends on the negotiation between the city administration and the state. Yes, it refers to the utilization of natural resources, but I think if this is again about the health or other ecological problems that arise from the actions of the city on the natural resources located outside the city. So, for example, there is a report that sort of the rivers in the lakes outside the city are contaminated by the waste discharge from the industries located within the city. So those kind of interests are, I think, what the special interest clause is talking about. So I need to rush. So I think the special interest clause is not about ownership. It's about the unavoidable matters of intergovernmental relations that has to exist between these two administrations. What it calls is for intergovernmental cooperation between the Addis and the state of Oromia with respect to matters that affect the communities that live the surrounding towns of Oromia. But of course, the argument is not necessarily only based on the special interest clause. Recently, there is a National Dialogue Commission that is collecting agenda for national dialogue discussions, and one of the agenda that it was given is to discuss the place and ownership of Addis, and that Addis should be incorporated to the state of Oromia. And that is again based on sort of this argument that the Oromo are the historical owners of the city, and based on that, there should be special measures extended to the Oromo. So this is about the politics of indigeneity. Indigeneity in international law has a specific meaning, developed within the context of the European, sort of the US, Canadian, and Australian experience. But that understanding of indigeneity would be very, very problematic within the African context, because all communities were existing within the continent, within Africa, long before the arrival of the European powers. So the use of the indigenous understanding as formulated in international law would become meaningless, because it will make all Africans indigenous, making the term meaningless within the African context. So the question is, so how do we determine indigeneity? How do we go about determining whether is it based on historical inhabitation, based on time? Because now it has also brought a counter argument which says now others are now going back to 500 years and saying that no, before the Oromos arrived in Addis, there was this group, there was this city called Barara, and hence we should go back to 500 years, not to 150 years. So that begins the problem of the indigeneity argument. 1 minute.
Half a minute, in
Half a
fact,
minute.
but I don't have a card saying
Okay.
that.
All right. So, but despite this constitutional politics, what's happening recently is that there is a move to change the reality on the ground, to avoid the debate on the Constitution, to avoid the debate on any legislative action to give effect to the Constitution, but rather to change the ground. So, for example, now, Afan Oromo is being used, the language of the Oromo is being used now by the city administration. All public schools are now told to establish schools, all 500 of them, to establish a school that teaches a primary education in the Oromo language. And there is a talk about also in terms of, the one issue that actually raised violence within the city is that the instruction to raise the flag of the Oromia state and sing the anthem of the Oromia within the schools of Addis. And this is despite the fact that the Oromo account for less than 20% of the population of the state. So what we're seeing is that actually continuous change on the ground without engaging in the constitutional debate. Thank you very much. Let me stop here.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Jonathan, for adding that ethnic perspective, especially when we remind ourselves of the numbers presented earlier. Most of us will be living in an African city soon, so we better learn how to share ownership of these cities. Great. Our host, Jose Maria, has generally offered to shift his paper in a session that will take tomorrow, where there is an empty spot. So we can now open up for a question and answers. Yes, Paco, Reka, we start with you.
Well, back maybe not. Maybe this is your first time. So I have a question for you, Jonathan. Actually, about this National Dialogue Commission. Is that an intermediate step? Let's say if you have a tension between ethnic groups, can they establish like a covenant or an arrangement, like formally established, or is just like by customary like agreements, or is it an intermediate step before judicial adjudication? I mean, is it possible to go further? Thank you.
Thank Thank you very much. Rekha?
Thank you very much. National Dialogue Commission, I'm so happy to hear that from you, Jonathan, because we had a delegation from there last year at our institute. But my question is to Tathagata. Thank you very much for your very interesting presentation. I have this question, what's so smart about smart cities? Because I was working on it last year, and all the materials that I looked at, whatever the smart city mandate was normal city stuff. So it's public transport, it's urban spaces, it's parks, it's water management. I didn't quite get what smart city was about, or what smart was about in that whole thing. So do you know why, other than this, fueling this neoliberal kind of competition between cities, etc., is there anything beyond that? And then I have a question about the time limit. You mentioned that it has ended now. What happens to the SPVs and the infrastructure that is created? And my final question is on the political composition of the SPVs. So I think there is some difference among the different regions. So I looked at Trivandrum as a smart city, and there the politically elected mayor was sitting on the board. So did you find that also in Bhubaneswar? Thank you.
Thank you. Then we would need a mic on this side of the room. Oh, you have one. You have one in front of you. No.
So I also have a question for the India paper. I'm curious about the special purpose vehicles. How are they guaranteed? Are they guaranteed through transfers, or how's the insurance of the funding actually happening? And then the special purpose vehicles, how are they being guaranteed? Are they through transfers, and how are the transfers and at what level? And then I had a discussion with one of the former central bankers of India once, and she said that local government taxation wasn't being collected at the central level, so for the central bank. Is that changed at all for small communities, cities?
Right, anyone else like to take the floor? Then I'll give first you a chance to answer. Tathagata? Yes, you. Please go ahead.
Coming to the question. Coming to the question, what is smart? Now, there is no universal definition what makes a city smart. So there is a lot of debate on smart cities literature, that what makes a city smart. And when the Indian Smart Cities mission was launched, so they took recourse to that discussion, and left that what is smart is to be defined by the city themselves. So there is no one definition of what is smart, but by and large, what happened under the Smart Cities mission, there were two components. One is that area-based development, about developing one particular area, and the second is about digital technology for the larger parts of the area. But the fund for the program was divided, that 80% of the funds went for the regular development of, urban renewal of one particular part of the city that I showed in my presentation as well, which constitutes normally about 3 to 4% of the city area. And the digital component, that is integrated command and control center, received only about 10 to 20% of the funding. Now coming to the question, it is being a central government driven mission, has a timeline, and that timeline was initially 5 years, then extended to 7 years. Finally, it has now ended. Now, what would happen to the infra developed under the Smart Cities mission remains a million-dollar question. No one exactly knows. And this is one of the big issues that we had been writing about. And that is a folly of, developing programs through a national mode. Now, many of the places where the assets being developed under the Smart Cities mission are being transferred to the municipal governments. But this brings up the next question. Municipal governments are as such overstretched, and they do not have the money. So now you are transferring more assets to the municipal governments. So what would happen? And then the question of running the command and control center. There are that is also an open question. Some cities have started to close down and transfer the people from the command and control center. Some cities are trying to transfer that to the police department for smart policing, for CCTV surveillance. Some cities, some places, they are trying to expand the scope of the command and control center to the larger metropolitan region, and so that they can act as centers for disaster management. So different issues are going on, although there is a successive program called National Urban Digital Mission, but the National Urban Digital Mission has got a very small funding. So that it's very small to be shared across 100 cities. So this remains quite a bit of a mess in terms of the program. Now coming to the representation of the opposition or the mayors, some states, of course Kerala is always one of the most inclusive states, and Kerala, it's one state where the municipal commissioner is not the executive head, it is the mayor who is the executive head. So Kerala Smart Cities has the mayor as part of the Smart Cities body. So also is the case of Patna Smart Cities, where Bihar, it is there. But in other places, mayors may or may not have. Many places, mayors have a position in the board of directors, but no real say. Now, coming to your question about municipal funds, it is collected by the municipal governments. Property tax is the main source of municipal revenue, but the municipal governments has got very little agency, to what extent the property tax would be. I mean, most cases, what would be the limit of the property tax are actually decided by the state governments, although the funds are collected and used by the city governments. But they do not have the full power to increase the property tax as they wish. They need to take permission from the state governments. Thank you.
Thank you. So Ethiopia is a divided society, and one of the things that divided societies to deal with the sort of the division that exists in the society, within the society, is to establish or engage in a sort of a dialogue process that will deal with sort of some foundational questions. So that is what I think Ethiopia is trying to do now, establish the National Dialogue Commission, which I think visited Freiburg and have been there for some time now. And they are in the process of now collecting agendas for discussion, and the idea is that once they collect agendas, then they start the deliberation process, and then they will develop sort of recommendations that will perhaps may or may not lead to a constitutional amendment. And this issue is one of the items on the agenda. But there is still a lot of criticism about the Commission from the beginning, that it's not inclusive, that it doesn't include the necessary sort of interest groups, political parties, and so that there is a false start already from this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I see no hand raising further questions. Yes, I do. Joanne? No, absolutely. Feel free.
That straddle international borders, that cities that straddle international borders in Africa that would be worth exploring in that particular context.
Anyone else? Then I'll just give Dinasi and Jaap a chance to inform us about transboundary, transnational, metropolitan. A follow-up question, yes? Yes, please, Francesco.
It's just a continuation of the question by Joanne.
I was a bit struck. No one mentioned today in all the presentations the issues of cross-border cooperation, which is, of course, you did. Well, no,
Aachen.
Cross-border. Yeah, Aachen, partly. Okay, sorry about that. So this is actually a very important point in terms of federal issues in general, so subnational cross-border cooperation, but actually cross-border cooperation has developed from local cooperation. And so I wonder whether, well, in Africa in particular, but also like in India or in any other experience, this is playing a role, and if so, maybe it is worth exploring it a little bit more.
Thank you both, Juan and Francesco. The mic then goes to Tinashe and Jan. And neither of them seems eager to take the floor.
No, thank you very much. This is a tough question, so I think maybe I can just hand over to him. But yeah, I think thank you for the question. But yeah, and as far as we are aware, I think the notion of cross-border cities, I think, is unheard of. Even within a country, you rarely find in a city that straddles borders of a province of a state. So usually everything is restricted to that. But the influence of the city may go beyond the actual borders. So yeah, that will be my response. But my colleague here, he may have a different response.
No, not really. We really need to look into this and see what how we can include this in the paper. But our first response is, okay, we don't really know of any cities or metropolitan regions or city regions that really straddle international boundaries, but there may be. But Africa's big. There's 57 countries.
Kinshasa across the lake.
Yeah.
Kinshasa across the lake.
Yeah. So, but we'll see what how we can include it. And
have a common border. I mean, do they engage in international relations? That was the question.
Yeah.
Also.
Any news on this issue from Ethiopia?
I don't know of any cross-border relations, but I think on the Somali border, because now on the Somali border we have communities that belong to the same ethnic group. So they're between the sort of proper Somali and then there is the regional Somali state. So within that there is sometimes sort of relationships, but not on sort of the big metropolitan. That I know of.
A last point, thank you. A last point of view from the Indian perspective.
Yeah. Coming to the issue of cross-border metropolitan regions, in India we have one such example, but it is not international border. It is a national border. That is a national capital region, Delhi, which actually includes three states. The Delhi, the state itself, then there is Uttar Pradesh and Haryana, but no international because of the not so good relations between the neighbors. Although there is a lot of potential about one area in northern part of Bengal that was talking with Feza yesterday. That is a city that has got close connections to Bangladesh, Nepal, and Bhutan. So it is a very close, all the three international borders are between 10 to 20 kilometers distance. And what happens there, that city is a center for smuggling, but not so much international, cross-border collaboration. So all the collaboration that happens is a smuggling network.
Thank you so much. I mean, maybe those who, Jose Maria, who will edit the future book will push us all to think more deeper about cross-boundary cooperation. We have come to the end of this panel. I would like to thank all the presenters for their interesting paper. Yes? We will have a 15 minutes break and we'll be back here at 17:15 before they run waterwards.
Thank you so much.
Phone, please. Yes. Before we start with this session, I would like to give some information. For those of you whom we as organizers have covered your accommodation at the Radisson for 3 nights, and who will stay at the Radisson longer than Friday, September the 26th. This information is for those people. First point, tonight, upon your arrival to the Radisson, please show at the reception your credit card. They will take it, they will take your number as a guarantee of the room for the additional nights that you will stay at the Radisson. In that way, you can avoid the problem that Gisela addressed yesterday, that you had to check out and then check in again. So if you show your card, not give it to them, you just show it to them, they will take it as a guarantee for the additional nights. And also, for those of you who have not already done so, please, the Radisson is requesting you to write in this list, in this paper, your room number, your name, the day of your check-in, and your check-out date, both of them. So it just put here your this information. But some of you have already done it, but some others haven't. So this is for those who haven't done it yet.
We start here. Can you pass it? Yeah. Please? And I take it with me and give it to the reception later.
Please. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. So we come to the last event of the day, before dinner, of course, and it is the Ronald Watts Award. For those amongst us who have been with the International Associations of Center for Federal Studies will remember that we had long discussions exactly 10 years ago in 2015, discussing of what we could do as an association to motivate young scholars to work on federalism, to make sure that there would be a next generation of federal scholars ensuring the future life of our association. And this is how the special award for young federal scholar was born. And then in 2015, Ronald Watts passed away, sadly. He was an enormously influential figure in our associations, in the debates on federalism in Canada, far beyond. He was a greatly respected international consultant on governance and a great comparative scholar, a friend of us and of this organization, and that is why the association decided to relabel our award into the Ronald Watts Award. Ever since, we have a competition, a call for papers, and a jury that does the selection process. Ever since the prize exists, Professor Gisela Ferber has been the chair of the jury, and the floor goes now to her to present the 2025 edition and the result.
Okay, thank you very much, Eva Maria. Dear friends and colleagues, this year it was astonishing after the disaster last year with 2 papers where the jury couldn't agree to give the prize to one of the 2. We had 12 papers. I was really astonished because I get them cut away from all indications of the name of the authors, and also from the institutes. I get a list which institutes I must not use as jurors. And one of the 12 papers was excluded because of its length. It was much longer than we expected. But, well, I found we had 4 jurors as all the years, from 3 disciplines and 1 former award winner. The jury came from three continents. That is what I always try to find, to have much broad experience and all the aspects from our network in the jury. The quality of all papers was indeed much better than last year. I was very happy to find out that when I read them, but they were rather heterogeneous. Well, what I can say that 5 papers were much better than the others. 2 papers were ranked among the 6 best by all jurors. I couldn't expect this year that we had unanimous votes as we had in the past. With fewer papers, we often had unanimous votes. That's what I didn't expect this year. But all 4 jurors were convinced that 2 papers were among the 6 best, and 3 papers has received 3 nominations among the 6 best. And I will just, for the centers who have sent that, I will give the titles of these papers, because I think these 5 papers are valuable to be published anyway. For me, they were all fascinating. They were wonderful papers this year. Among these papers was one, Settlers' Powers on Indigenous Affairs, its impact on indigenous autonomy in 3 federations. Well, many comparative papers. Or another one, Political Accountability in the Shadow of Executive Federalism, a comparison of Belgium and Canada. You will know which centers delivered that. I don't know until now. And one who would have fit with the conference here, Cities Challenging Federalism, How Subsidiarity Can Help. So then the second place, which 4 nominations among the 6 best, was even a fascinating paper, Courts and National Pluralism, Comparative Lessons from UK, Canada, and Spain, how the courts have influenced the approaches of secessions in these countries, of Barcelona, of Catalonia, of Scotland and Quebec. Was fascinating, but well, it was quite clear all the calculations of the ranking numbers. There was one paper who was outstanding, and I'm very happy that I can see her here. You see here the title of the paper, Divisible by Design, Ethiopia's Constitutional Right to Secession. And I'm very, very happy that it's the second time that we have a strong young woman from the Omadullah Institute. It's Nejat Hussein, and Eva Maria will introduce you a bit deeper to the audience, because
there's no need. I think most know you, but you have just heard. There has been tough competition. We are really happy and proud to have you as the 2025 Ron Watts Award winner. Yeah, just briefly, you hold a master degree from the University of Cape Town, where by now you are also teaching, and you are a PhD student at the University of the Western Cape, cooperating with the person who is just filming this event for you, Jonathan, who is your PhD supervisor. You have been a Marie Curie Fellow, qualified for such a prestigious scholarship. You have also been at the Institute of Federalism as a visiting researcher. Really very happy to hand over this diploma to you, and then to leave the floor to you so that we can listen to the paper presentation. Thank you.
Congratulations. It was a fascinating paper.
This is your diploma. You should stand in the middle.
Yeah. floor is yours. You can sit there.
Wherever.
That is easier. I'll go back to my place.
I can just change it like this?
Yes, or you can use this.
I think I'll just use this. Thank you. So, thank you for that wonderful introduction. I hope everybody can hear me clearly. I would just like to begin with a short note of thanks. I think it would be really remiss of me to not do that. So first and foremost, I would like to thank the hosting institutions, the University of Mexico, and also the institution of Prof. Belsa. I would also like to thank everybody that worked really tirelessly for me to be here today. Actually, it was a very complicated process, to say the least. So to Prof. Maria as well, Francesco, who is here, and there are two other people, Petra and Sebastian, who are not here, but I also want to just say thank you to them. And then also, of course, to my family who are streaming in online. It's 2 o'clock in the morning in Cape Town, but I'm sure they're listening. So I have to say, without them, I wouldn't be anywhere near where I am today. So to my parents, to my loving aunt and uncle, to my brother, and of course, I believe in the higher power above who's given me all these opportunities and blessings. All right, so with that being said, I know it's been a very long day, so I try to keep this very succinct, and hopefully it will be an interesting presentation for all of you. Okay, so divisible by design, Ethiopia's constitutional right to secession. I think Prof already covered a lot of the background of Ethiopia and ethnic federalism, but I'm going to be focusing on the right to secession in the Ethiopian constitution. But before we begin with that, I would just like to give a very, very brief outline on the different theories to secession. So many of you might already know this, the various theories that exist. So primary rights theories, for example, you have choice theory and national self-determination. So choice theory is essentially the idea or the school of thought that different constituent units within a country or a union are there through their consent, and that being the case, they also have the right to revoke that consent at any given time, and they don't need to have a reason to justify that, right? So the nation is created through that consent, and that consent can be revoked without a reason. Similarly, national self-determination also holds that that consent can be revoked, but then it's more specific that ethnicities or different national identities have the right to revoke their consent. So it's on that basis. Conversely, remedial right theory is more in line with the norm that we see with regards to international law and theories on secession, which tends to be very adverse to the idea of secession, which makes sense if you think about it, because in a sense it's a self-defeating process, right? Because states want to protect their power and they want to protect their territory, and those who are in power at the time of developing constitutions don't want to envision a case where that can be eaten away at or that can be diluted in any sense of the word. So the integrity of the state, unity is of utmost importance. But the remedial right theory hypothesizes that secession can be allowed only in certain extreme circumstances where there needs to be a just cause, right? So this is based on the understanding of a lot of philosophers like John Locke of the theory of revolution. If there's a just cause, the citizens have a right to revolt. In this case, the citizens have a right to divorce themselves from the union and secede. So that's a very basic fundamental underpinning. So now, once we have understood these theories, in my paper I also just discussed the three main approaches that various constitutions around the world have adopted in addressing the question of secession. So the first approach is the anti-secession stance. In this instance, constitutions will explicitly state the prohibition of any secession. And we have examples of this. You have France, you have Spain. Spain, of course, we know has a big secessionist movement of the Catalan region for the past few years as well, China, Taiwan, etc. So essentially, this is one way to address it. Explicitly state in your constitution that we will not be prohibiting in any form the idea of secession. It's indivisible unity that is promoted. And then we have constitutional silence, which is by and large the method that is used by most states. It's to neither explicitly or implicitly refer to the concept of secession, just ignore it. And for an example, very famous example, we have the Canadian case, and we have a lot of Canadians in the room here this afternoon, so they would be familiar with this, and other scholars as well. So essentially, where the Constitution is silent, then in future the matter is presented to the courts to deal with, and that was the case that happened in Canada in the 1990s. There was a referendum held in Quebec that very narrowly lost a majority vote for the secession of Quebec from Canada. And this created a lot of tension, and ultimately it was the Canadian Supreme Court that had to make a decision on this, of whether or not secession was a right or something that could be done according to the Constitution. In short, the answer was yes, but it can never be unilateral. So there has to be some sort of negotiation, and there can never be some sort of unilateral approach to just say we want to secede and we can break away. And that's essentially what the Canadian reference secession of Quebec of 1998 was. Then we have constitutional recognition, and this, out of all the three approaches, is the most rare. Very few countries in the world have actually incorporated provisions within their constitutions that explicitly provide an opportunity for secession. And you will see the examples I have listed here of St. Kitts and Nevis, Liechtenstein, the former Soviet Union. But the famous, or depending on how you look at it, the most infamous of them is the Ethiopian Constitution of 1995. And that brings me to the main topic of my presentation today. But before I actually get into the 1995 Constitution, I would also just like to give a very brief, and I say brief because Ethiopian history, like history all over the world in different countries, is very rich, complicated, and convoluted, and far beyond the scope of what I can cover in a 15-minute presentation. But essentially, pre-1974, and we're talking about the imperial era, and the most notable of which was Menelik II, and essentially his southern marches. Now, depending on who you ask, Menelik was either conquering the southern territories that are now incorporated into Ethiopia, or he was just reunifying the territories that had already been lost. His successor, Haile Selassie I, who also happened to be the last emperor of Ethiopia, continued this task, or took up this mantle of centralization, and he was highly, highly focused on the modernization of the state, to the extent whereby he ended up stripping a lot of the elites of the various different regions of their powers, and also there was a lot of civil strife during that time, which ultimately led to his coup in 1974 by what is referred to as a Derg military regime, a Marxist military regime that was, of course, echoed a lot of the debates and the uprisings that happened in that time, the Cold War era debates of capitalism, communism, socialism. Ethiopia had its own socialist movement, ground roots movement, student movement, and that instituted the Derg military regime. Like I said, they were very focused on class issues, to the extent that many felt, or their naysayers or their detractors felt, that they excluded the ethnic issues that were plaguing the nation at the time. And ultimately, due to that and a lot of other factors, they themselves were deposed in 1991 by the EPRDF, which is an acronym for the Ethiopian People's Revolutionary Democratic Front. one thing you will realize about researching Ethiopian history is there's a lot of acronyms. It's very difficult to keep up with. But in any event, this was a coalition of various different ethnic groups, spearheaded by two ethnic groups from the northern regions, the Tigrayan Liberation Front and the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, which, by the way, before the Constitution of 1995 came into being, Eritrea had already officially seceded and became its own country in 1993. And so this ushered in the era of federalism in Ethiopia, more specifically ethnic federalism, and this was something that was very almost unheard of at the time. The fact that a country would decide to choose this type of federalism. But the drafters of the Constitution and the politicians that were in power at the time stated that the main issue, or all the ailments that were plaguing the country at the time, arose out of the ethnic question, the question of nationalities, and they were adamant that solving that would be a panacea for all the other issues that the country was going through. So the establishment of ethnic federalism was, like I said, a response to historical grievances. And to put it more succinctly, the historical grievances being that the other ethnic groups who were not Amhara, feeling disenfranchised by the Amhara ethnic group who were seen to be the ones that were in power at the time. And they wanted to reinforce the right to self-determination up to and including secession. And so this led to the restructuring of the country into various different regional states based on ethno-linguistic identities. And if you have a look at this map, you can see this is the structuring of the Ethiopian state in the 1995 constitution. We have 9 regional states that were adopted. And as you can see, many of them were actually named based on the majority ethnic group that was living in that region at the time. So, for example, you have the Amhara, you have the Tigray, for the Tigrayans, the Afar, Oromia, etc., etc. A notable exception you'll see in the southern region, that they didn't get their own state, rather they were just clustered into a bunch of, about 50 different ethnic groups were just clustered. There's no real rhyme or reason or, specific good reason of why that was done, that was given. But in any event, what you can see here is that Ethiopia is not in any sense a homogeneous society. As a matter of fact, it is very heterogeneous. So even when these regions were developed and they were named, for example, the Amhara region, it was not only Amhara people living in that region. So there were other ethnic groups that had been living there for generations, probably as long as the Amharas had been living there. And now you can understand why they would have a sense of disenfranchisement. Immediately you become a minority in your own ancestral home, and you can understand why that might be problematic. So you're creating these quote-unquote homelands, but what happens to the people who it is their homeland, but now they are disenfranchised because essentially you're creating a sense of ownership to territory. You're changing the borders, but the people are still there. So you can see where the issues would come from. And so that brings us to the famous, or depending on how you look at it, infamous Article 39, which establishes the secession clause in the Ethiopian constitution. And here it states that every nation, nationality, and people in Ethiopia has an unconditional right to self-determination, including the right to secession. Okay. So when a discursive analysis of this provision, you can see that it is attempting to create conditions of absolute equality, because there's no qualification on the type of ethnic group or the type of nation that has a right to access secession. And if you're looking at a country that has over 80 ethnic groups and counting daily, perhaps even hourly, considering how things are going, you might see how that might also be problematic. But essentially, this is the basics. Article 39 creates an unconditional right, which once again is based on the primary secession theory. So the nations and nationalities and peoples do not need to prove a just cause of why they need to secede. They do not have to meet any economic criteria, logistical criteria, none of that. It's an unconditional right afforded to them. And this is once again based on the philosophies of, Johannes Althusian, the Althusian theory, that federation exists by the grace of the ethnic groups that formed it, and they can withdraw that consent. And again, ethnicity is seen as a primary key to unlocking these political rights, because there was no provision made for a specific group who wishes to secede that can succeed, or a coalition of different ethnic groups. It clearly, specifically states only if you qualify as an ethnic group are you afforded this specific right. And Article 39, subsection 4 outlines the procedure to achieving that. So there you have subsection A, which states, when a demand for secession has been approved by a 2/3 majority of the members of the Legislative Council of the nation and nationality and people concerned, subsequently, the federal government will be asked to organize a referendum at least within 3 years of receiving that memo. And if the demand is then supported by a majority vote in that referendum, then the process of finalizing the secession will continue, and the government will transfer its powers to the new state, and then go about divvying up the assets and figuring that out. But what I also like to focus on is the fact that there's a requirement for the ethnic group to have a legislative council. And what that implies is that it's not just any ethnic group that can access this right. It has to be an ethnic group that is already recognized as a state, okay? It's because it's the states that have a legislative council. So that's already a barrier to accessing this right, okay? So what happens if you happen to be an ethnic group? Like I said, Ethiopia is about 80 plus ethnic groups. It's a very big country, and it's a high degree of proliferation, but there was only 9 regional states up at that point recognized. It's more now due to internal secession. So what happens if you find yourself as an ethnic group wishing to secede, but you don't have a state of your own? Well, that's where Article 47, subsection 2 comes in. So Ethiopia also has what is referred to as an internal secession clause. So here it's a similar process that is followed. This is basically almost the same as secession. The only difference is that instead of divorcing from the country entirely and becoming an own state, these regions or ethnic groups that find themselves within a specific state and no longer wish to be part of that can secede and become their own regional state, but still remain within the country, right? But once again, even to access that right to internal secession in Article 47, subsection 2, you have to be recognized as an ethnic group. Now, there are provisions set out in Article 39 for the requirements to be recognized as an ethnic group. They form along the lines of speaking a common language, having a common ancestry, existing in a contiguous area or territory, etc., etc. But and there has been one successful example in the past, in 2001 with the Silte case, who managed to successfully advocate and establish their own identity as an ethnic group apart from the Gurage ethnic group through a referendum that was fairly successful and a good process to be followed. But since then, the procedure has been very haphazard. Sometimes the matter will be sent to the House of Federation. Sometimes these ethnic groups will be waiting for years to have an answer. So that's already something that's a problematic system that exists. Now, if this sounds confusing, it's because it is. It is quite confusing. So essentially, this is a procedural labyrinth that exists, right? And to break it down in very simplistic terms, first you have to be recognized as an ethnic group. Then you have to have a regional state if you don't already. And only then can you proceed to making use of the secession clause in Article 39. And all of this brings me back to the requirement of ethnicity and why the use of ethnic federalism has created a lot of different problems in Ethiopia, particularly. And so this has the, like I said, when you create ethnicity as almost a key, right, to unlock the different rights in the Constitution. For example, if you have your own regional state, you have a bigger access to the federal purse and other perks, whatever the case may be, and various different rights, as I have just explained. But when ethnicity is the only way to access that, then any grievance that might exist, it might just be a procedural grievance, a service delivery grievance, or some common quibble that you might have with your neighbor. Now all of a sudden it becomes an ethnic problem. And once it devolves to that, and just looking at human psychology and history, it becomes something that is far harder to solve, right? And so this is the problem. This is one of the core problems I've identified in my research. It all comes back to this. There are also other considerations, and this is more in line with the procedural requirements for Article 39. So we know it's a majority vote in a referendum that is organized by the federal government. However, voter eligibility is not outlined. It's unclear who gets to vote because, like I said, the country is extremely heterogeneous. So if there's one majority ethnic group wanting to secede, do the other members who are not part of that ethnic group but who live in that territory, do they get a right to have a say in their own self-determination? Do they have a right to have a say in their future, what happens to them? So is it going to be based on the principle of ethnicity, or is it going to be based on the residency principle? Of course, up to date, there hasn't actually been a successful secession case in Ethiopia thus far, so these discussions are more theoretical. But in terms of internal secession, there has been, most notably with the Sidama case, and then the National Electoral Board of Ethiopia had decided in that circumstance to use the residency principle, and that might be some sort of indication of what to expect. Another core issue is that this is something that is very likely to happen because, like I said, governments or those in power are very hesitant to let go or relinquish their power, and where territory is an indication of power or access to power, even more so. So the Constitution just basically stipulates that once the Legislative Council gets a 2/3 majority, they present that to the federal government, and then the federal government has to organize a referendum. It's not clear if the federal government has any sort of decisive role in this, or if they're only meant to be acting as a facilitator, right? If they have any say or any pushback or anything like that. And what happens if they refuse, which is very likely to happen and probably has happened. So what happens then? There's no procedure or like rules or stipulations on how to deal with that. So then that brings me to the concept of the facade of self-determination. So here you have a constitution that is heavily adamant on the protection of minority rights and self-determination and ethnic recognition. But in the past 3 decades since the adoption of the constitution, with the former government who created it and then the subsequent government of the Prosperity Party, it's actually still been a very centralized government who has been trying to hold on to power as much as possible, as far as possible. Various secession movements have been stamped out. And you think to yourself, why would that be the case when that government was the one that advocated and incorporated those procedures in the Constitution? So what you've done is you've created a situation where you've entrenched ethnicity as a core identity above any sense of camaraderie with your fellow countrymen, of nationality. You've created a sort of competitive environment where ethnopreneurs can thrive and where politics is heavily based on ethnicity. And you've also not implemented whatever the positives would have been of that. So that's where the paradox comes in, and that's why I think part of the reason why Ethiopia finds itself in such a quagmire it is in today. So how do we move forward from this? I just got asked that question today by Dr. Jose Maria. Is there any hope for the future? I would always like to believe there's hope. as I think it's something to always cling on to. One of the things that is put out there from time to time is the possibility of amending the Constitution and removing the right to secession. I think that this is not really feasible. I don't think there's a political will from either the people in power nor the constituents, and I don't think that's necessarily going to be something possible. Something a little bit more likely would be perhaps to regulate the right to secession. And yeah, I'd like to also once again go back to the Canadian example. I think the Canadians passed a Clarity Act after the Quebec reference handed down by the Supreme Court of Canada, essentially outlining that negotiation would be mandatory in any instance or any attempt of secession. So negotiations, and should the negotiations fail, then there would be no legal path moving forward with the secession. And then also within those negotiations, key things such as the division of assets and liabilities, the border demarcation, and very importantly, the protection of minority rights, because every time you create a new state, whether it be external secession or internal secession, you're creating fresh minorities. And it's important to remember that and remember how to protect their rights as well, if you truly care about minority rights and their protection. And then with all that being said, I do want to, and I think it would be pertinent to end off with this, a quote from Ronald Watts himself, a seminal scholar in this field, that says the effectiveness of federal systems depends greatly on the acceptance of the need to respect constitutional norms and structures and the adherence to the spirit of tolerance and compromise. So it's all good and well to have these federal systems. You can develop the best federal system in the world, but if there's no political will, it's not likely to be successful. So we need good faith actors. This is as much a question of politics as it is about policy, as it is about constitutional law. And hopefully, always cling on to hope that one day an amalgamation of those factors will come and this issue might be sorted. And that is all from me. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that wonderful and convincing presentation. We really are proud to have you as our Ronald Watts Award winner 2025. We have a short moment to take a few questions or comments. If any of you, I know there are a few secessionists in the room, any of you can still find the energy to challenge Nejat on what we've just heard. Yes, yeah. Carl and then Andre.
Thank you. No, it's not a challenge at all. I've never really understood the secession debate in Ethiopia, but now I do. So thank you very much. That was really clear, very compelling. So I really feel empowered with your presentation. Just an observation. Do you think that if greater clarity would be provided in terms of how the procedure works in those issues that you raised, those uncertainties, if they are solved and clarified, maybe in a law or in a policy or some sort of mechanism that clarifies how this thing really works, would that have the effect of keeping Ethiopia together rather than stimulating secession? What would be your view on that? Because it's sort of this debate about if you know the way out, you stay put. You know, if you're in the cinema, everything is dark, you feel like you want to leave, but you see an exit sign. Okay, that's the exit sign. So I'm fine. I'm safe. I can stay where I am. Is that a dynamic that's reasonable in terms of predicting the future of Ethiopia, or would a clear secession procedure actually encourage secession to occur or to be promoted further? Thanks.
Thank you very much. I'll let you answer.
Oh, okay, then I'll do it one at a time. Yeah, like I said, it really also hinges on the political will of the people. So I'm sorry, it's like I said, it's good to think about policy considerations, clarification, like the Canadian example, they had basically the Clarity Act. I think that can help, at the very least. As policymakers and as people who are into the constitutional element of it, it's always important, to the best of our ability, to create conditions conducive for peace and not conditions conducive for division and creating more centrifugal fissures within the country, which I believe the current system does. It creates a breeding ground for that. So on the policy side, yes, you can always strive for that, but like I said, at the end of the day, it really does come down to political will, and even if you have the best best worded provisions, policies out there, if there's a lack of political will, there's always going to be, friction in that instance. So.
Thank you. So first of all, congratulations on this excellent talk, and I can't wait to read your paper. So what I remember still from my time when I was working on these federalism and secession issues is a very nice quote by Patrick Thornberry, I guess it was, about the lack of a right a unilateral right to secession in international law, because he said that the international community is no suicide club. And the same rationale, of course, also applies to domestic law. That's why I think we should ask why some states have this constitutional recognition. You had these three categories, right? And the third one was disused countries that provide a right to secession. And even a primary right to secession, as in the Ethiopian case, that is not tied to any remedial secession. And just because you mentioned the Soviet Union case, because I guess it was, if I remember correctly, the Soviet Constitution of 1977, and it was very clear that actually this was a right that was never supposed to be used. I mean, there was no procedure there, so there was nothing corresponding to Article 39, paragraph 4 of the Ethiopian Constitution, and of course there was also the principle of democratic centralism, which guided the party, the Communist Party, and of course by extension, consequently also the state. So it was clear that it would never be used. So now going back to the end of the Derg regime, do you think this was also the same thinking that the EPRDF was characterized by? So because there have been these instances, you mentioned Sidama, of internal secession, so going from ethnic recognition, you had these three stages: ethnic recognition, regional statehood. So there is this case of regional statehood, but there was never an external secession. So was that contemplated by EPRDF during the constitution-making process, do you think, or was it rather the Soviet approach, okay, this is just a fig leaf and we'll put it there, but it will never be used, we won't allow it to be used? I guess the second last slide already gave a partial answer to that, but maybe you can add on this a bit.
Okay. Thank you so much for your question, Carl. And that is a very political question. So I'll try my best to answer. It's very controversial. So I'll give you the two opposing theories. The one is the official theory that they put out, that Ethiopia was at the brink of balkanization, and this was the only thing that we could do to keep it together, to keep the various different constituent units together and move forward, was to have this promise incorporated into the constitution, right? That's one side. On the other side, some critics have argued that they incorporated this provision into the constitution, A, because they never really thought it would be used, or B, it would be an exit clause for themselves if they ever wanted to secede. Because remember, the Northern Territories, the beginning of their revolutionary efforts were they wanted secession. Just so happened that they actually managed to overpower the government and came into power. So, maybe perhaps an exit clause for them if things went awry. So I hope I answered that. I don't know if I remembered. So probably the fig leaf answer.
Thank you so much.
It's just my opinion.
Congratulations on your prize. It's fantastic. So I have more of a political question too, I guess. So you know Ethiopia really well. Do you get a sense that that clause, changed the behavior of the political class in any way, right? Either making it, wanting to hang on more tightly to things because now they know, wow, there's a possibility to exit, or in some other way. I'm wondering how this constitutional change affected political behavior, right? And the other thing, it's more of a comment, but it seems to me that this type of constitutional clause in a country like Ethiopia was probably unwise. But I don't think that this is a case that travels everywhere, right? Unfortunately, like you said, and thank you, by the way, I now know that municipalities in Liechtenstein have a right to secession, which I did not know before. We don't have a ton of cases, right? And the other one is the one you mentioned, is St. Kitts and Nevis. And there was a secession referendum in Nevis in '98, I believe, right? That was unsuccessful because it didn't reach the 2/3 majority and so on and so forth. But since then, actually, there's been kind of, a lessening of secessionist kind of pushes on Nevis. So all of this to say, I mean, those are, can't think of two more, radically different countries than Ethiopia and St. Kitts and Nevis with different results, right? Like, it hasn't worked in Ethiopia, and it has worked, actually, in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. So, because one thing that has often bothered me in the literature on secession and secessionism, extrapolating from Ethiopia, was always how, this is a terrible idea. Probably a terrible idea for Ethiopia, but, might not be everywhere. So anyway, that's more of a comment. But my question is, has there been a kind of a political impact? There was the behavior of the Ethiopian political class from that clause being inserted in the constitution?
Okay. Thank you so much for your comment, and I do receive it, and I also know there's opposing views on it, and I appreciate that. With regards to your question, I would say definitely yes. The Constitution of 1995 was just around about the time I was born, so my generation would have been the first generation that grew up with that. And this is a bit anecdotal, but then also from the research that I've found, it seems to mirror this, that there was, as much as there was conflict, that there was division, that there was a lot of horrible things happening in Ethiopia prior to that, there was still a sense of camaraderie and unity amongst people, and politics weren't necessarily as inflammatory as they are now. And so the current system essentially incentivizes inflammatory politics. It incentivizes villainizing your fellow countryman, your neighbor, someone of, and not, by the way, not even amongst ethnic groups themselves. It's gone to a point where it's now intra-ethnic group fighting. So ethnic groups that have existed are now breaking apart, and there's even internal discourse with regards to that. So absolutely, I think politics has become like the whole concept of ethnopreneurs. And this is just my opinion, and I think that's for the worst. I think there would have been a different way to do it. And yes, of course, I'm talking about the Ethiopian context in specific. I don't doubt that maybe other countries might have had better results. What might necessarily work for Switzerland doesn't mean it's going to work in Ethiopia, and vice versa, which is why I think a bespoke approach is usually the best, but then also having due consideration to what potential outcomes could be invoked by certain provisions. So I don't know if I answered the question, but yeah, that's what I have to say about that. Thank you.
The last question goes to Gisela. Okay. Who needs a microphone?
Thank you. Well, my question is a difficult one for you because I'm an economist. Some years ago, I had reflections on secession, on the economic conditions of secession, and in my mind was that should be border region. That means region can secede where they have an external border, not those who are located in the middle
Okay.
of somewhere.
Okay.
Even if you have just a new ethnic
Good.
state
Yes.
in
Yes.
the middle of Amara, for
Yes.
example, it's economically not successful because when they leave, they lose the support, the financial support of and solidarity of all the governments and the tax revenues of the whole country. But well, in the end, did you see what type of ethnicities wanted to secede in Ethiopia, and or is it now just a game of well, what is it of grudging, of uncontentness? What they are playing now without a real economic background of a real independence and future.
Thank you so much for that question. I really do appreciate it because it's a very good question to ask, and is one of my grievances with the requirements for the secession criteria. There's no mention of economic viability. There's no mention of administrative legitimacy. So essentially, the way it is worded in the Constitution now, even an ethnic group of a few thousand people essentially has, if they meet the other requirements of recognition and stuff, essentially has the right to secede. And how can that be feasible in a country of over 80 plus ethnic groups? Even if you're just talking about internal secession, is it really possible to keep proliferating states? And so yes, there have been a few new states that have been developed through internal secession as of 2020, and we had the Sidama, then we had the Southwest, and then the Southern Ethiopian people, and then the region that remained. They are constantly more agitating. The internal secession has been more successful, especially when the new governing party came into power in 2019. Even internal secession was stamped out and like prohibited or yeah, like not yes, exactly, by the previous government. And still to this day, various different ethnic groups are agitating for it. It seems almost like, in a way, it's a bit of a free-for-all. If you can have your own state, why wouldn't you take it? But with regards to external secession, it's more of the larger ethnic groups that I can think of now that have been agitating for that. So thank you for your question. It's a very good question. I agree.
Thank you very much. We would have time for another short question because the bus is not expecting us right now. And then I'll add my own. I have really enjoyed your presentation. It has been really clear and to the point. If you would try to describe the root causes of the current crisis in Ethiopia, would you say it is the right to secession, or would you say it's ethnic federalism more broadly, channeling all the grievances, as you mentioned, into an ethnic terminology? It's very hard to raise, for instance, a human rights issue in Ethiopia because the judiciary is weak and there is no really constitutional court available to you, so you are likely to rely on your ethnic group. So would you say it's Article 39, or is it the entire construction of ethnic federalism that is this root cause?
Okay, so as I went through with my presentation, I tried to make it clear by always coming back to the ethnicity question. So even when I was speaking about secession, we always come back to seemingly the root cause is that it's only on the basis of ethnicity. And like I said, when you create a situation where people only view themselves as an ethnic group or through the lens of an ethnic group, then you create a system that is inherently combative and competitive. And where are the cross-cutting cleavages? Where is the provincialism? Where is the shared nationalism that almost every other country enjoys? Where is that? Nowadays in Ethiopia, as I'm told, people don't even refer to themselves as Ethiopian. They refer to themselves as Oromo or Amara or whatever the case may be. And that happened only within the past 30 years since the constitution came into being. So definitely ethnic federalism the way that in which it was implemented, and secession is just one of the issues that is arising as part of that. So I do think ethnic freedom is one of the key root causes. Yeah, I do believe that.
Thank you very much. Oh, there is Chloe. Please, and Francesco.
I have a question. I am from Quebec, and in Quebec, the right to secession, is often considered as a political tool that can be raised to improve the autonomy of the province, or if they have political grievance, the specter of independence can be brought up and it can help to negotiate with the federal government. So I was wondering, do you feel that if we remove the right to subunits or to ethnic minorities to secession, do you feel that it would diminish their political power inside of the Federation of Ethiopia?
I do believe it will diminish the influence that they have, particularly the very big ethnic groups. So, as I state in my paper in the conclusion, that secession is almost like the sword of Damocles that's hanging around the government's neck. So, at any instance, wherever there's, I'm talking about legitimate grievances of how we're going to manage this, how we're going to manage the, I don't know, building a road or whatever the case may be. And where one political leader is aggrieved, or where one party is aggrieved, or one ethnic group is aggrieved, that matter is always raised, always brought up as like a threat in the back pocket. And in one instance, it's a good thing. If you think about it from the perspective of Quebec, you can put pressure on the federal government. You can almost reinforce your right. On the other hand, it creates conditions where you can sometimes almost never get anything done, because that's always going to be used as a crutch. So it's a difficult thing, I think. But once again, like it was mentioned earlier on, just because it works for one doesn't necessarily mean it's going to work for another. And I think you have to consider the country in which you're in when you're thinking about these provisions, and the history and the level of where they are. So yeah. So thank you for that question.
Thank you so much. Francesco.
Thank you for your wonderful presentation. Now, let aside the weaknesses of the Ethiopian case, right, that you have also mentioned. There is undoubtedly a trend which is, relatively slow, but not that slow, for legal instruments to regulate issues that used to be left to the realm of politics only. And that's the trend that affects, amending of the constitution, judicial review, etc. And now I think it's the turn of secession. Yeah, I'm not entirely happy with. I mean, you're perfectly right, but I'm not entirely happy with an answer of, oh, it's a matter of political will. No, I mean, it's clearly a matter of political will, but there is a fundamental legal component, right? So the Ethiopian case is what we have. It's probably the most advanced procedural regulation of that right. In my view, but that's my personal view, it has an enormous weakness, which is that it is entirely left. So it's a procedure that leaves everything to the political process. So again, it's the councils and then it's the government. There is no court, there is no entrenched majority for a referendum. There is nothing of the nice, spicy thing that make law procedural and so wonderful. So I wonder, and that's the question, do you think that this procedure could be enriched? And if so, in which direction? Not that much for the Ethiopian case, but as a general phenomenon for, taming the secession issue by means of procedural tools.
Absolutely. And like I said in my presentation, I made a reference to the Canadian Clarity Act that was adopted afterwards that created more clarity, and this is, a form of legislating the secession issue. I don't want the takeaway from my presentation to be that policymakers and the legal aspect of it is completely futile. That wasn't my intention. Like I said, I always have hope, and that policymakers, those in the legal space, those that are talking about constitutional amendments and legislation and stuff, we always have a duty and an onus upon ourselves to legislate and develop policies in the spirit of creating social cohesion where peace can foster. And one of my contentions with the Ethiopian case was that I don't think was really a consideration, or at the very least it didn't reflect practically that those provisions created any conditions for cohesion and collaboration. And like you said, a lot of it was left to very vague, ambiguous, and that created more problems than it's ever solved, really. In other instances, I guess it's just something we'll have to see it to believe it. I can't speak before in advance. So if a case is presented to me, I'm open to the fact that maybe secession might be a viable option for a specific nation, and it might be suitable for them. And I'm very willing to see that and have a look at that. But yeah, in my case, in instance, I do believe that policymakers do have a big role to play, even though their role on their own is not enough. And that's what I was trying to emphasize, that there has to be the political will. One cannot exist without the other. It's something that has to be in tandem. So, thank you so much, Francesco.
Thank you so much. We make award winners work really hard. There will be 2 more questions. One by Nico.
Just more a question of information. You mentioned the southern nations, peoples, and nationalities, region. So the first nation or nationality or people was never distinguished between them. These Adama seceded. Then another one seceded with sort of neutral names, southern Ethiopia, then there's central Ethiopia. Could you explain the dynamics of which one was then succeeded from what left of the SNPR? What ethnic dynamics were played there?
Okay, so what happened, this is actually very...
You've got a slide on just to show the 3 different ones.
I do, but I cut them out because I thought I would be short on time, so I actually cut it, so it's not on this one, but I can share it with you afterwards. So what happened is actually very fascinating. So after the Sidama seceded, the other ethnic groups, which had already been vying for their own internal secession, they thought, okay, it's a perfect opportunity, new government in place, we'll do so. But what happened is that instead of a specific ethnic group alone claiming for secession, a few of them created a sort of coalition, and then they applied for secession to have their own state. So the constitution did not provide for it, it wasn't mentioned, but they did that, they made a coalition. So it was a bunch of different ethnic groups that decided we want to have a coalition and we want to secede, and they did so. And I believe, Prof, if you can if that's the southwest, southwest. And then, and the central is what was left of after every other thing had seceded. So that was really fascinating, interesting.
That's unconstitutional in a sense.
It wasn't provided for, but once again, that was one of my main gripes with the provisions to begin with, is that it was only based on one criteria. Like, what if other groups wanted to, there we go, they created their own conditions for peace and working together by coming together, but it wasn't even provided for. But why wouldn't you allow that for other things, you know what I mean? So yeah, that was a fascinating instance of what, and I can share those slides with you later.
Yes, and I apologize, my question is a bit, sounds stupid because I don't know anything about or very little about the Ethiopian case, but is the problem in of itself ethnic federalism? Or is the problem the dominance of one ethnic group of the center, of the central government, in the context of centralization? So one could say that the conflicts can emerge because one of these different ethnic groups control the center, and if it's very centralized as a federation, then you create a situation where other groups feel excluded from the center. So this would just be my question, but maybe this is a naive question.
Thank you for that question. It's a very valid question. Look, officially, then the party or the constituency that took over power in 1991 was supposed to be a coalition of different ethnic groups, but in reality, it was one party or ethnic group that had the monopoly on power. And so it does happen that whenever one ethnic group has monopoly on power, they abuse it to the exclusion of others, and then when that group gets ousted, the cycle repeats itself. And so then I would go back to the fact that yes, the problem is ethnic federalism, because if you could create neutral conditions, that's not necessarily ethnicity, for gaining power and for politics. And I think various different countries, if I'm not misremembering, I think in Kenya, if I'm not misremembering, maybe in Burundi, I remember that they actually prohibit creating political groups on the basis of ethnicity. Rwanda as well is a very prominent, so they create the conditions where that aspect of it is going to be taken out of the picture. So therefore politicians have to be, all-encompassing with their rhetoric, and they have to win the constituency of the majority, and not just focus on their own little enclave and play to their base, because that's what is rewarded. So.
Wonderful. The little small number of my neighbor of my country, Liechtenstein, like Ethiopia, recognizes the right to secession. It was introduced, if I'm not mistaken, as a compensation for the very strong role the prince has in the country. He can interfere with parliament, he can even interfere with the popular referendum, and as a compensation for this, to say, for those who really hate this system, they can leave. And they can leave Liechtenstein. I must confess that my university, University of Fribourg, has a very privileged relationship to the prince because of very old Catholic bonds between those two places. And last time he was visiting, he was asked by a journalist to say, Your Excellency, Your Majesty probably, what would you do if one of the local governments would decide to secede from your country and join Switzerland? And he said, that would make me think very hard. And I would have to realize that my country did not succeed in making unity attractive. So I would shed a tear and let go. And we now will shed no tears, but we will let go of this long working day, yes. But not before giving an applause to our
That's an answer to a theoretical question. We'd have to see in reality.
Our dinner, well, we deserve a generous dinner. The dinner will start at 7 o'clock. Now it's 6:30. So we are waiting for the bus to arrive, the bus that will take us to the restaurant. Please relax, and once the bus has arrived, we will inform you, and our assistants will help you to get to the bus. So we will inform you. The bus should be here in 5 minutes.